All right. Okay.
All right.
Hit me with the link in the chat, brother Chase, so I can put it up on the like page. You already know.
Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brain. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought. They're still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You ain't power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from. That's why. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain. But when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the caves, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes. Hannah McCann spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound. Respect, but we still hold. Ignore the pain, celebrate the wave the name. This was home. Before permission, before approval. Say our name. Building with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain. But when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the fresh off the boat, talking. Y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. White House plans, redline the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume? Man, you can't market. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side-eye while ass breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect
You got
and
the
fly on.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole ton? So that energy style was discussing it's whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a lease. Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America. Take your business. Like, yo.
Go home.
Out of America.
Far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly, fly a little birdies fly. Fly a little birdies fly, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly, so fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly, far away from here. Bye bye little birds. we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We LPA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits news. They take sound, but not scarf. We the backbone, we scarf. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain survive. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, we the man. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the fire, the rising, foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits wish you there. You used our culture like an actor, our backstage pass, a street facade, but now to make your face. No, guys, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eye. We didn't leave for a chance. We stayed far with every advance. Inspiration, waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood ground, never stopped. Waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim to love. Our humor, our moved down the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, and the constant escape. Warrior spirit means staying. You write the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what you went through. You didn't call it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. Smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are, waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Boy, these guys are really freezing us up tonight.
Hi, Claire, man. Did it again. You're really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back, switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny, y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging that BA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof fake.
It's the agent type. The prune face, like 50 and Jim. It's a cold game. Don't smile, calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from? Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's it, don't twist up fast. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were,
resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land.
But not the trade, and that's where they amass a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural hate. Nobody at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I resistance is actually in DNA. And then it blossoms out.
The way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today, everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance to the global tapestry, because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Blacks, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com. FBA.com.
For tuning into another episode.
Family and fellow soldiers.
I'm your host. San Corey, Shabaka Spencer Hands. Greetings, Shabaka. We got our Asian ally from the DMV, Michael in the building. Salute.
Salute, Jesse.
And on this season,
Yeah. Hey.
Episode 38, part 3, portray the Front Line Blacc News. We'll discuss several topics. So 38, part 3, the Front Line that we didn't get to in part 2. Sorry. Hunter Biden says cancer now in Biden's bones. Great news. To hell with sleepy dementia, Jim Crow Biden, the architect of mass incarceration. Goodbye and good riddance. On his way out.
Yeah.
Then we got Tupac murder trial for suspect.
Yeah.
Duane Davis, otherwise known as Chief ED, set to begin. Tupac murder trial, jury selection underway. Then we got emergency dispatchers confirmed Nolan Wells sinking boat calls real. FBA's counseled Tasha K for her KKK comparison. Whereas this caller really curious about FBA or playing a different game. Black Caucus to force incoming Dems to support Hakeem Jeffries. Hell no. Consistent torture.
No.
Keith LaMar speaks from death row after receiving 3-year execution reprieve. Dalton Eatherly, otherwise known as Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy, released on $1 million bond. Hell no. Massive 7.4 magnitude earthquake rocks Colombia. Cops use Flocc cameras to track arrest black men buying legal weed in another state. I believe this happened in Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Why Snoop Dogg's own cousin is exposing him. The prison industry made billions off FBAs. Now they have a problem. And last but certainly not least, we got Saucy Santana just said the most disturbing thing ever about kids. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. We have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Blacc News was one of the first, which started back in 2020, 2021. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button and that bell so you'll be notified every time we go live. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News, Frontline Blacc News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all subscribe to our backup channel, Frontline Blacc News 2, just in case you try to take Frontline Blacc News down again. The link is in this description and in the chat. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, and the local Black events for both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I did yesterday and I have been doing for the past 10 years consistently. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll, 5991. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA. I do apologize. She was supposed to do an RBA today. It looks like she's going to be pushing that off until tomorrow. But make sure y'all check out her previous episodes of the Revolutionary Agenda. The link is in the description and in the chat. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette One. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. I think you need 2 more subscribers, Shabaka, and you'll be able to start going live again on YouTube. And the link to Shabaka's YouTube channel is in the description, and in the chat, and it's pinned to the chat. So y'all can click directly on it and go straight to his page, hit that subscribe button, and we should get him to his goal of 50 subscribers by the end of the night. Then we got our cousin Jay Militant's channel out the Bay Area. Was Cracked the TV with Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. The link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Kookeezy out the Mile High, Bellside, Montbello to be exact. He used to do the intro track for the Front Line Blacc News, and now he's doing the FBA Culture Reports. So make sure y'all check out our brother Kookeezy 5100 on YouTube. Then we got my brother from another mother who joined us yesterday or last night. Hopefully he'll be joining us again. Breeze Omega, our brother from Hempstead, Long Island, was now in Leesburg, Virginia. And our brother was live earlier going in on them tethers. So make sure y'all check out our brother Breeze Omega. The link to his channel's in the description. Then we got the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. He interviewed me 2 Fridays ago, so make sure y'all check that out. And the link to our brother Church's Black Power's YouTube channels in the description. He's fast approaching 4,000 subscribers, so salute to Church K Plus out the DMV area, who actually put Lisa Cabrera on. There's like some kind of feedback. It sounds like a record player or something. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well.
Because I turned all the other devices off.
I don't know what it is, Shabaka, because Michael's on mute, so it's not Michael. And it's not me.
And I don't have no little babies, you know. Okay, hold on, let me see something here.
Okay, and then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, our brother Afro Elite out the Shy, who was live earlier, Sister Lisa Cabrera, our brother Professor Black Truth, our other brother Tariq Nasheed, our other brother Jason Black, our other brother Tim Black, Uncle Phil, Phil Scott, African Diaspora News Channel, who else? ZZ Rants, our brother Great Black Shark, our other brother Water God TB, our other brother Beatzilla, our other brother Cecilia Begod and his co-host Nicety Girl. And the list goes on and on. Vicky Dillard, are all members of the New Black Media. Make sure you subscribe to their channels if you haven't already. And last but not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to our brother's channels in the description. The link to the FBA threat database that was newly created is also in the description. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. Then we got the Freedmen Reparations Party merch that Church put together. That website link is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus to create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce a fully funded anti-Black hate crimes act now. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke out of New York, BK. Be exact, call to action. Make sure y'all submit those letters and them emails. The link to the call to action in the description. The link to her Even Melanin, which is her line of beauty care products and hair care products. Then the link to her backup channel Brooks is also in the description. Then we got the reparations for the Sinners of American Slaves Act. Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox. Let's GoFundMe for his family, or him and his family after shooting from Dalton. Eatherly, aka Chud the Bussy, the one that just got out on $1 million bond. Make sure y'all donate to our brother's GoFundMe. We put hands and feet all over that white supremacist Chud the Bussy, Chud the Builder, and caused him to shoot himself while after he shot him. So to hell with Chud the Bussy, y'all need to lock him back up. Shame on you, Tennessee, for releasing him. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Change.org petition. Shout out to Dr. Brandy Short for putting that together. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. Petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then, as you can tell from the background, I am a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for State House of Representatives for House District 8 in the elections in November 3rd of 2026 to be exact. And the link to my website that Lady Che has set up is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out if you haven't already. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, the only racism that exists on this planet, in this time, and in this realm, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that's education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Sleepy Jim Crow Biden?
2 words, fuck him. And I know that's a sad thing to say because I've lost loved ones to cancer. But the shit that he did, man, of mass incarceration of our people, fuck him. And I hate to be crass, I hate to be rude about it, but look at all the brothers and sisters who's sitting up in jail, man, on false convictions behind that shit. Okay, you got to restart?
Right.
Okay.
I might have to restart the computer because it's freezing up.
Okay, go ahead, restart it. And Michael, you still with me?
I'm still with you, yep.
Okay, so Jesse's in a restart mode, okay? We're going to give him about 5 minutes. But as far as Joe Biden is concerned, okay, he has opposed every black hate crime bill. Every bill that was about preventing the hatred of black people and torturing them, he opposed. He has also backed all these mass incarceration laws. And then his son is strung out there on dope, but you saw how quick he gave him a pardon, right?
Right.
Yeah, you see. So if he doesn't have the interest of the quote-unquote people at heart as president, fuck him. You know,
Amen.
His damn son is on dope. You see, look at all the black folks, man, who went to jail behind that crack epidemic in the 80s and in the 90s. You see what I'm saying? Look what it did to the inner cities. But he's going to pardon his son. And then that stash that was left in the White House, was that Biden's? Was that Hunter's?
Hunter Biden.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. You see. And then when you see this hypocrisy, man, of these individuals that we elect and whose salaries that we pay through the tax dollars, right? It's unbearable, man. You know, they want us to turn a blind eye to it, to say, oh, it's okay, oh, it didn't exist. That's like saying that shit does not stink. And I hate to put it in those terms, but those are essentially the facts. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those are essentially the facts. You see? And I hate to have to put it off in those terms. And then they figure we supposed to be so unforgiving that, like I argue with idiots back and forth, and I put the link up there on the like page, so hopefully some idiots will come in so they can get smashed with the hammer. Okay. Oh, well, that did happen so long ago. Okay, now, Michael, you're a man of intelligence. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Okay, if your great-great-grandparents made an investment on a business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say, man, not only did they invest in a business, but created a whole damn industry to this very day, right?
Right.
Would not that business not be in a position had it not had that initial investment?
Correct. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. It wouldn't be
Okay.
off to the ground if it weren't for, several people who invested money into the business, but also had also someone had to help them out with like seed money.
Exactly. And then on top of that, they passed that on down to generation after generation after generation, did they not?
They did, definitely, for certain.
Okay. Exactly. So that's the purpose of the reparations. And I will get up here and I will debate with any SOB who's against that on SBEE, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You see, and keep in mind, this isn't hatred. All we are simply is talking about is the basic law of macroeconomics, okay? And then, for those who do not understand what macroeconomics is, macroeconomics is the study of the economics of a society, of a country, of a government, of a region, of a city. Microeconomics is the study of the economics of a business, corporation, LLC. You see what I mean? Things of that nature right there. So therefore, what it is, Black family, it should be an insult to your intelligence when people sit up there and tell you, oh, that happened so long ago. Because, see, the Black experience is not their experience.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Yep.
It's not their experience. Just like the Hispanic experience is not mine. The Asian experience is not mine. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, definitely.
I respect y'all's culture and history, but why you want to deny me mine? See, this is what I don't understand.
Oh, right.
And then on top of that,
okay, I'm back, Shabaka.
That is an insult. Oh, okay. All right, so let me finish this here. Just two more sentences, Brother Chad. Okay, so therefore that is an insult to your intelligence, and this is why people get shot in 10-cent crap games and 10-cent poker games. It's not the 10 cents. You trying to insult my fucking intelligence, making me thinking that I'm stupid.
Right.
See, that's the cause of all that. You see? So therefore, you people out there on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced like page, the link is up there for you to come into the YouTube chat. You're more than welcome to do so, okay? And then when you don't, that there just tells us is that you cannot handle this truth. Now, I'm not the most brilliant person that there is, you know what I'm saying? But at the same token, I do know one thing. Shit stinks.
Yes, it does. All right, so Professor Black Truth, thank you for holding it down, Shabaka and Michael. So Professor Black Truth going to give us an update on Hunter Biden. Says cancer is now sleepy dementia, Jim Crow Biden's bones.
Yeah, man, that motherfucker be dead in 30 days or less, man.
Truth. Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth.
The only thing that I say about my dad, about his health right now, is I wish he would complain more, because it's not good. The cancer has spread, is metastasized into his bones and further. It's very painful, and it's very debilitating in many respects. But he's still out there. He's still doing this thing that is, he so believes in this country.
First Scott Adams. Now to make this the subject of this morning's briefing. Hunter Biden, who is also a drug addict, but who never wound up getting the same treatment as, say, Andrew Gillum, he's saying that Joe Biden's fourth stage cancer has gotten worse and has now spread into his bones, and that he's in a lot of pain and that it's very debilitating. According to doctors, basically, when cancer gets to the bones, it's basically unable to be treated at that point. There's nothing more that they can do. And the way that Hunter Biden's talking about his father, he's making it sound like Joe Biden doesn't have long. He's talking about him almost in the past tense. When a politician reaches this stage, people in politics already start wondering about their legacy. How will they be remembered? First off, Joe Biden was mentored by segregationists, and he made it a point to run black people into the ground every chance he got. In the 1980s, he consistently supported all kinds of legislation meant to specifically target the black community, such as the 1986 Anti-Drug Abuse Act, which established the sentencing disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine, which came in very handy for Hunter Biden with his drug problem. This made it where powder cocaine became the first racially protected class of narcotics. And in the 1990s, Joe Biden personally wrote the 1994 crime bill, or as he called it, Biden's Law. This was how he engineered the turbocharging of the mass incarceration of black Americans. And of course, since then, he's been doing all sorts of cheap shots at the black community. He talks greasy about black people because that's the way that Joe Biden is. These are not gaffes. These are not mistakes. This is who and what Joe Biden is. Now, did he know that he had cancer before May of last year when he revealed it to the public? Almost certainly he knew beforehand. There have been presidents who have had heart attacks and even strokes while in office, and their campaign aides and their various staff members cover it all up. And of course, they got friendly elements in the white media who, whenever they find out about these things, they go ahead and stay mum about it as well, after all, for the proverbial good of the country. Now, while I suppose, very small suppose, that it could always be possible that he didn't know he had cancer until last year, I find that highly doubtful, because as president, he would have had to undergo medical evaluations annually at least. And while that doesn't mean that the results would have had to have been made public, it does mean that in all likelihood, he and his staff would have known well before last year. And if that was the case, then that means that he was probably trying to run for re-election, even though he was battling late-stage cancer. And he's not the only person who's been doing stuff like this. Mitch McConnell's been MIA for months now. The Democratic governor of Kentucky isn't sure whether to call for a special election so a replacement for McConnell can be elected, or whether to leave the office vacant, because so long as McConnell is living at the hospital, he's not able to cast any bad votes in the Senate or cause any other mischief. And it also means that Republicans are down a vote. And with their razor-thin majority in the Senate, they need all the help they can get. So I guess that's what for Andy Beshear counts as political pragmatism. McConnell was the person most responsible for making the Federalist Society take over the federal judiciary a top priority. He knew the GOP had been losing ground in statewide elections, so since judicial appointments are for life, he and his pals on the white right felt that this would be the way to give themselves the ability to prolong whatever influence they may have over national policy, at least for a good 20 years, they're hoping. Understand that where power is concerned, for these white supremacists, dying while in office is considered to be honorable, because it's them showing that they were dead serious about gaining power and holding it in a death's grip. John McCain, for instance, he died of brain cancer, and yet he refused to resign from office. He stayed in office in the Senate, even while he was in the hospital dying, literally until the moment he passed. Being a senator was just that important to him. Ruth Bader Ginsburg sat on the Supreme Court for too long, and even though she knew she had cancer, she decided to remain on the court anyway. Why? Because at that time, she thought she was going to preside over the inauguration of Hillary Clinton. That was basically a daydream fantasy that a woman like her had in her mind since at least the 60s when she was young. But the Orange Man blew that whole plan out of the water in 2016. As a result, Ruth Bader Ginsburg just stayed in office even when she knew she was dying. And when Hillary lost, Bader died and Trump replaced her with his Federalist Society cronies, and that was the first salvo of his war to make sure the Supreme Court would have a permanent right-wing supermajority. You see, this is the very real problem that goes along with the whole seniority system that the U.S. Congress has, not to mention the fact that America is a gerontocracy, which means the rule of the oldest. So you got the people who basically, in many cases, their health is failing them, their mental faculties are an afterthought, and on top of that is usually the oldest person who's there who gets elevated to the highest positions. And when you have an entire government comprised of a whole bunch of geriatrics, well, what that means is your entire government becomes just a closed box. Nothing old leaves and nothing new can get in. And after a very short while, those very old people start thinking of those public offices as being their own personal property. And as for Joe Biden, at last report, he recently delivered the keynote address at a fundraising event for the Maryland Democratic Party. So that's what he's doing, even while this fourth stage cancer has apparently moved to the stage where it can no longer be treated. Beyond loss of life, though, there's the impact that people in positions of power staying there until they're fighting every malady known to man poses to the society that they're governing. When old people with old ideas decide that they're just going to stay in office until they die, it causes terrible consequences. This goes way beyond the whole idea of, oh, well, this is the best job that I'm ever going to have. These people already, in many cases, are millionaires long before they die. For a lot of them, it's just a matter of, this is my office, I own it fair and square, and no one's taking it from me. This is the situation with Joe Biden now. Cancer wasn't enough to make John McCain or Ginsburg relinquish office. Cancer wasn't enough to make Joe Biden bow out of the presidential race. And it hasn't stopped him from trying to build his legacy either. He knows that people mostly remember whatever you did last, so I guess he wants to leave a lasting impression. Black people would benefit greatly from keeping this reality in mind. We tend to keep trying to talk people out of their prejudices and hatreds and the psychotic anti-Black racism that they've dedicated themselves to. We need to understand that it's not something that they're going to let go. The mission of the white supremacists is to ensure and promote their power, and that's more important to them than life itself. The dominant society will never accept that the real cancer that's afflicting people isn't biological at all. It's anti-Black racism that's the real cancer eating this country alive. And while there's no cure for medical cancer, we already know what the cure for anti-Black racism is, and so does the society. But unfortunately, they decided a long time ago that they prefer to let the problem linger until they expire. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Left Trabia Lawson, Regina Nixon, Naiva Bell, Deborah Cooper, and Jarvis Addison. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on Sleepy Dementia, Jim Crow, Biden, and the octogenarians running everything in this country, and them not wanting to relinquish power?
Hey, he's through, man.
On that deathbed.
Yeah, he's through, man. He's probably shitting on himself and all that, and I know that's not something nice to say. I lost both parents to cancer. So, Mr. Biden, you would have to forgive me if I don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, I lost my grandparents. Father to cancer.
That bullshit ass condolences, brother. You know what I'm saying? And then not to mention the fact that he had signed all them damn federal crime bills, introduced them that led to mass incarceration of Black folk, and not to mention all the Black folks who are in there, and a lot of them, in my opinion, are innocent. You see?
Yep, that's why we're the number one example.
Yeah, so he's answering for that.
Yep, this is karma.
Keep in mind now, what about all those Black inmates? Yes, sir. And then what about those Black inmates who are in there wrongly, who lost parents to disease, cancer, stroke?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you don't hear him mentioning nothing about that. And then this bastard had the audacity to get up there and tell us that if we don't vote for him, we ain't Black. Motherfucker, the Black experience ain't your experience.
Remember we lost H. Rap Brown to cancer. They let him die in prison. They wouldn't even let him out so he could get treatment for the cancer. They just let him die of cancer. That was last year, so yeah. To hell with Sleepy Dementia, Jim Crow, Biden. What's your thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, you see.
So my thoughts are, this is like nothing. My thoughts are, look. Well, first of all, Jesse, I want to offer my condolence to your
Thank
grandparent.
thank
Yes,
you.
you're welcome. I know having cancer is very difficult. It's very challenging. Yeah, Joe Biden. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry he was diagnosed with cancer, but at the same time, uh, cannot really allow Joe Biden's his cancer diagnosis to make excuses to what
Right.
he did to FBAs in the past,
Exactly.
Right.
and also what he did
Exactly.
in his last year in office, right? And also because cancer is very big. Not only cancer is a major issue in America, but
Hmm.
it's very expensive
Yeah.
financially, right? And also because given the fact that
Exactly.
majority of foundation Black Americans don't have health insurance through work. When they don't have health insurance I'm
Exactly.
sorry, through employment, it
Right.
makes cancer very expensive, to treat. And it's like what MLK said to those white to Mzungus. If you guys had listened to us if you guys had listened to us a long time ago when we warned you guys about capitalism, materialism, militarism, and greed, this
Yeah.
financial mess would not have been so big, and everybody would have health insurance or universal health care,
Mm-hmm.
including foundational Black
They don't want
Americans.
us to have it, Michael. That's why we don't have it.
Exactly. Yes. So that's why reparations definitely need to come first, because all that exclusion because the federal government excluded foundational Black Americans from building wealth, and that's why the money needs to come first
Right.
before universal healthcare. And Joe Biden, for him to only prioritize his son to be
Mm-hmm.
pardoned, it shows that
Fauci. Remember, he pardoned Fauci too.
Fauci, Hunter Biden. It shows that Joe
Yeah.
Biden cares about whiteness over
Yep.
blackness.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was reared up by segregationism.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. So
Exactly. And then keep in
exactly. Yep.
mind is that, that's his son and all this old type of shit. Okay. But what about all the
You sound really far away, Shabaka.
in prison with health issues?
Shabaka, you sound really far away.
Okay, what about now?
Now we can hear. Yep.
Okay, now. Okay, all right,
Um.
because I'm on the Bluetooth, and
Oh,
I
okay.
need to get another one. Okay, now, but what about all the black parents? Okay, who died of cancer, who
Right.
had their children incarcerated on trumped-up charges?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You see
Nothing
what I
about
mean?
that. No,
Okay,
not.
thank Joe Biden for that. Yeah.
And it says
Now,
same
look,
to pro
and
Biden. I
then
said,
how the hell
if
is
you gotta
Joe
decide,
Biden?
if you gotta decide between me and Trump, who you gonna vote for? You and you ain't black. It's the
I
same.
rem-
It's the
yeah.
same pro Biden.
Yeah, right. That exactly, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Now Trump is Trump. Trump is a crook. At
Mhm.
least he's being honest about being a crook.
Mm-hmm.
But what happened to Trump? Now, what I mean by that is before he became the president, you remember his show, The Apprentice?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. You remember he was doing other things as well, too. The honest the fact, well, you all did build this country, you see. But
Yep.
however, let's look at that case of the Central Park Five, where he called for the death
Well,
penalty of
that
5
was the
innocent black men
Democrats.
because it's white.
That was the Democrats, Shabaka, that was in the legislation at that time, and they was the main ones that was going after them
Okay.
boys. Remember, Trump wasn't in no political
Yeah.
power at
You
that
see?
time. He didn't have no political power back then.
Right.
Mhm.
Right, exactly. And then what did Trump say? If he was to run for any political office, he would run as a Republican.
Yep.
Yep.
Because why? Because they're stupid.
You remember? Yeah, and that's what he said. They said those are Trump's words, not mine. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Okay. And,
When you
and,
say
and,
they are
and,
stupid,
and
is he
this is
referring to?
The Republicans.
Right.
yeah, he was referring to the whole Republican Party, Michael.
Yep. This
You
was in the
see?
90s,
And
Michael.
then, but keep in mind,
Sure.
yeah, it was about 94, I think. But keep in mind, it was the Democrats, the Ku Klux.
Oh, you're breaking up, Shabaka. I don't know what's
See?
going on. A glitch and delay.
Okay, it's probably this Bluetooth, man, is going out is what it is, man. I got to get some new accoutrements, you know, because I've had this Bluetooth, man, at least 5 years, so it's frying out. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All righty. So therefore,
Is that the AC in the background?
you see what I'm saying?
Is that the AC in the background?
That's the refrigerator.
Oh, okay.
No, so the AC is off, but that's the refrigerator. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see something here if I can eliminate that. Okay. All righty. So therefore, man, when it comes to the spectrum, you know what I'm saying? I've lost faith in it, man, you know, due to my old age. You see what I'm saying? Because I thought I was.
So you've seen every president since, you've seen every president since Kennedy, right?
Yes. Uh-huh. And then I remember as a little boy, I told you this here before, is that I was looking at the news to find out November 22nd, 1963, where they were lowering this box off of this airplane, and to find out when I saw the same footage years later, that was President Kennedy's casket being lowered, you know, off of Air Force One at the time. You see, and then I think I saw his funeral on television as well too.
Okay.
See?
In 1960,
I definitely remember 1963, yes, as a child, and then of course I definitely remember as an older child in 1968 when his brother was assassinated in Los Angeles by Sirhan at the Ambassador Hotel, which no longer stands on Wilshire Boulevard, but what they did, they bounced a wrecking ball off the Ambassador Hotel and they built Robert F. Kennedy High School over there on that same location.
Oh, okay. All right, so the moral of the story is finish your thoughts about
yeah, man. Yeah, okay. My final thought, you know, my final couple of sentences on that is that Joe Biden, hey man, you're old as hell, okay? You're through.
Right, he's
You know
80.
what I'm saying? You're through.
He's 84.
Yeah. Yeah. He's through. You see what I'm saying? He's through. And then, you know, all what he did, you know, to the black community, same thing with William Jefferson Clinton. You see? You know, when he goes over there campaigning into the in Compton, I believe, you know, people was up there cussing him and Hillary out when Hillary was running the president because Biden introduced the legislation, Clinton signed it.
Yep.
If any damn thing, Clinton should have vetoed it.
Yep.
See?
Wait, vetoed what? The 94 crime bill?
Yeah, he could have vetoed it.
He could. Oh, I agree. Yeah, but you know, Bill Clinton,
that vetoed it, Michael. Yeah, but he did not. Yeah. He did not. So when
he did not.
Was running for president against Trump, and they were in Compton. You know, a whole lot of the black community there were cussing him out. One young woman says, hey, my brother's still in jail going on 16, 15 years, got 25 to go. You know what I'm saying? Because of behind the shit that you signed. You see what I mean? And then you got the audacity to come to us and say, endorse your wife for president. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hillary for president.
See, I mean, come on, man. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, come on.
Remember, we were a bunch of super predators, welfare queens.
Yep, I remember.
DSB said, got DSB in the building. He said, and to add to what you're saying, Shabaka, Biden told us no when we asked for reparations. Yeah, he said we got to work with the Latinos.
And you're right. And DSB said, yeah, screw Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Like, F him.
Yeah, exactly.
And only if the Native Americans get it first. He said only if the Native Americans get it first.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, who's more Native than us?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. It's actually American freedmen who are more native than
Damn, boy,
Native
Biggie
Americans.
got 500 crunches in trying to get 300 dips in.
Yeah, cuz.
Damn, Biggie, I'm gonna have to hire you for bodyguard services, man.
Right.
I'm scared of you. There, woo, shit, damn, Biggie. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Right.
See, so there's that old saying, you reap what you sow. Okay. I go back and forth with dumb bunnies, you know, on the internet. Well, that did happen so long ago. You don't need no reparations. Then you start asking about these other groups. Okay. Well, what about the Irish? Slaves, too. Then you got those. Well, you had black slave owners. What you don't understand is that they were buying their relatives off of the plantation.
Right. That part.
But say that you hear crickets. You see what I'm saying? And then they want to sit up here and attack me on my page with all kind of foul crap and stuff like that. So I'm just letting you idiots know that come in there with your hate mail. I return the insult, then I block you. You see? That's what happens. That's why we only got 240 followers on that page. So, you know, we need some like-minded individuals to follow that page. You see?
Yeah,
okay.
on Facebook, right.
Social media, you know, with its tactics, playing its games again. Oh, yeah. And then Deuce and the Quarter says that he gave a fake hate crime bill to the Asians.
Yep. Show did DSB.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Talking about stop Asian hate.
You know, what was that?
The number one
coronavirus, what have you? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yep, Biden.
Yeah.
But the true hate crime victims are American freedmen, not Asian Americans.
Right, we're the number one victims.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? They used to kill us for recreation.
Used to. They still doing it. They still on them lynchings down in Mississippi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Hey, Sabaka.
You know who they lynched recently?
Hey, Sabaka, I got to ask you from the 1990s experience, given the fact that we didn't have body cam, we didn't have social media, how could you tell if the news at that time was covering up police brutality? Like, did you have to go to a different source? Did you have to visit the police department?
Okay, well, see, that's just it. When a guy by the name of George Holliday filmed the Rodney King beating Michael.
Yeah, on a camcorder.
Camcorder.
He did it on a camcorder. And Daryl Gates was the police chief. He's getting his reports from Stacy Coon and Lawrence Powell and Ted Brasino and all that shit, talking about, oh, well, you guys did a good job out there in the Foothills division with that arrest on Rodney King. So shortly thereafter, you know, he got a knock on his door from the local news agency there. I believe it was KTLA. Don't hold me to it.
KTLA.
Because, you know, this is
Big
over 30 years ago. Yeah. So, yeah. And then, so they said, hey, Chief Gates, check this out, man. We got a main feature for here, man. Yeah, hey, guaranteed, man, to have a whole lot of viewers. So they went on and played it for him. And Gates, you know, waited a couple of days before he responded. In other words, to get his lies straight. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is the same person who says all casual drug users need to be taken out and shot. And his own damn son was the biggest drug user going on in L.A. County.
Well, yeah, look at Biden's son.
See? Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. You know, same hypocrisy, different players. But the same hypocrisy.
Same hypocrisy, exactly. All right, so moving along, we got the Chiefy D trial. So they're getting ready to start the trial for Chiefy D, Duane Davis, charging him with the murder of Tupac Shakur. And they're doing jury deliberation or selection right now. So Live Now is going to give us an update on that.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. A live look over Las Vegas on this Sunday. Almost 3 decades after the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas, the alleged mastermind behind his killing is headed to trial. 62-year-old Duane Davis is set for trial starting tomorrow in Las Vegas. Prosecutors say that Davis organized the 1996 drive-by shooting on the Las Vegas Strip that killed Tupac. The investigation into Davis's role ramped up after his memoir revealed that he had provided the weapon that was used to kill Tupac. Davis also claimed that Sean Diddy Combs offered $1 million bounty to orchestrate that hit on Tupac, as well as Death Row Records boss Suge Knight. Davis was arrested back in 2023 and has pleaded not guilty to the murder charges. That trial starts on Monday, and it is expected to last about 5 weeks. And we will be covering this trial from start to finish for you. For more on this, we want to bring in defense attorney Jacqueline Goodman. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Always good to be here. Thank you.
So let's start with the jury selection. That starts tomorrow. With a case that's so public and well-known like this, how might that affect the jury selection process? What can we expect? And how might it affect the trial itself being so publicized?
They're going to have extra potential jurors coming in because they're going to want to make sure that they have people on the jury that haven't made up their mind about this case. Keep in mind, this is not just a highly publicized case. This is a 30-year-old highly publicized case that is just steeped in mythology. And so you have people who are 70 years old who were 40 at the time of this killing. So there are lots of people across a large swath of the community who are connected, who have opinions about this, who've seen the documentaries that have to do with Sean Diddy Combs. They have folks who have been, surrounded by other people who are pretty well versed on the facts of this case. And so for lots of different segments of society, there are people that have strong opinions. And so they're going to have a lot of people that they're going to go through and talk about. Even in the pretrial conferences, the judge was talking about taking people privately if they said that they had any kind of connection to the story or opinion about the story, and taking them and sort of semi-sequestering them away from the other potential jurors so that they don't poison those other potential jurors while they talk about their opinions of what they think they know about this case.
And let's talk more about the age of the case. Tupac was killed back in 1996. With a case this old, 3 decades now, what are some of the legal challenges that could pop up with that, especially when we're talking about the evidence or the witnesses?
Time is on the side of the defendant. So it is the prosecution that has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all of the evidence that is in front of that jury has no other reasonable conclusion but that their theory of the case is what exactly happened. So they're the ones that have to take the ball all the way across into the other end zone. It is not the defense's burden. And so when there are problems of memories fading and evidence that gets lost and different things that happen over time that make it less certain, then that problem really inures to the benefit of the defendant. Here you have the problem a bit that the defendant himself is going to be the one calling himself a liar because he's the one that has been making statements much more recently, as a matter of fact, than 30 years ago. And so you do have a little bit of a twist on that general problem, but yeah, the time I think benefits the defendant.
And we just saw a photo of the book that has been a big topic surrounding this case. A lot of details were revealed in Keefe's self-published book. It was called Compton Street Legend. His defense says this was just entertainment fiction, but we do know the judge has already ruled that it will be admissible in court. How much of a role might this play in the prosecution's case?
It's everything. It's literally everything. In fact, it's everything. So the defense is saying, don't believe what we were saying in the book. That was puffing, that was exaggeration, that was bravado. That wasn't true. It was meant to raise my profile, which it did. He's now famous over that incident because of the book, largely. And believe him now. And the prosecution is saying the opposite. Don't believe what he's saying now. Believe what he says in the book. And in a proffer that was much more recent, but still a long time in the past. And the important thing to remember is that there's there's little other corroborating evidence. In fact, witnesses have passed away. According to the prosecution even, every other person inside that car has since died. So there are real problems of proof. Even if you put in all of the surrounding corroborating evidence, it's very little. What you have is the book, and the prosecution is saying, believe what he says in the book. When he talks about, book opens to his confrontation at MGM Grand, right? And so the book opens with this confrontation and the motive for the killing that takes place thereafter. It talks about the bounty on Tupac. It talks about all of the motivation and what and why and where and who. But besides the book, there's really not a lot of other evidence to support any of those facts.
One other thing that the judge also has said can be played in court. Davis gave a recorded interview to police back in 2008. That was under what he thought was a confidential proffer agreement. Can you explain what that means? And now we know that the judge has ruled that prosecutors can play that recorded interview in court. How damning could that be to KPD's defense?
It's a devastating blow to the Davis defense, let me tell you. But the proffer is a limited amount of immunity that is given to somebody to make a statement because they're giving that statement in connection with a different kind of crime. And so under the auspices of that agreement, Mr. Davis would have been giving a statement under the belief and with the promise from the prosecution that these statements would never be used against him. That immunity goes away under certain circumstances. And in this case, the prosecution argues that when he wrote the book, he waived his right to the immunity. There's other wrinkles as well, because it isn't, he's being tried in Nevada and Las Vegas in particular, and that proffer doesn't happen with those law enforcement officers, and they've made other kinds of arguments. I will tell you that the arguments made in connection with that particular issue are going to be probably something that either way the Court of Appeal may take a look at, because you have a major public policy question about whether we really want people to believe that when they give a proffer, that is a promise that the prosecution can withdraw later, because less and less people would be, and less lawyers would be advising their clients that they can be sure that the prosecution is going to keep their word and keep that private and keep that immunity intact. Here, they didn't, and it's a pretty high profile case. And so that can have far reaching public policy ramifications.
And we are just getting started on this trial 3 decades later. On Monday, we're going to start jury selection in Las Vegas, and then the trial itself is expected to last about 5 weeks. Do you have any predictions on what we might see during the trial and what the outcome might be?
Well, it's been said that the star witness for the prosecution is the defendant. He is the one that made the statements. It's going to be an interesting case to see whether, given the passage of time, whether that issue is going to run to the benefit of the defense enough that his own statements are not going to be what hangs him at the end. He made many, many statements, but I think the defense is going to be arguing that, he wasn't even famous until he created this book. He was someone who was maybe well known in Los Angeles, but not until all of the book and other sort of mythology comes out in these subsequent documentaries and movies and things that come out afterwards. And so the defense is saying, look, this is just entertainment. This is what he said to be puffing. The prosecution has that proffer that does corroborate some of what he says in the book. And so you're going to see whether or not that's enough to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
There will certainly be a lot of eyes on this, watching this as it begins starting tomorrow in Las Vegas. Thank you so much, Jacqueline Goodman, for lending your expertise for us tonight. We really appreciate your time.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
And we will be covering this trial from start to finish here on Live Now from Fox. You can tune in for our coverage all week. Again, jury selection will start on Monday. The trial itself is expected to last at least 5 weeks. We will have the latest updates for you from the courtroom and any live looks that we get here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, it's going to be a interesting case.
Okay,
but also too, they might have a bit of a problem. Now, you more scholarly in legal law than I am, but I'm thinking, man, they're going to have to pull up a lot of evidence up out of Los Angeles, out of LA County in particular.
Yeah, to draw the gang connection, yes.
Yeah, you see. So that's a hurdle right there. She says 5 weeks, man. I'm going to say, man, it's going to be drugged out to at least 2.5 months.
Damn, they're going to take 2 months.
Mm-hmm. Because, see, what they have to do is that they have to go get all that evidence out of the L.A. County against her. Okay? Who gave the order? When was the order given? Then the newscaster just said that
They're saying that he gave the order.
Yeah, and that, but then...
And he supplied the weapon, the murder weapon.
Okay, his uncle, right?
He's the uncle.
Keefe D is the uncle.
Yeah, his nephew was Orlando Anderson,
who was the actual gunman. Am I understanding that correctly? Brother Che? Okay, Michael, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, all right, okay. Che might be having some connection issues. I might be having some connection issues. But what they're going to have to do, they're going to have to dig up a lot of evidence out of L.A. County, as well, too. You see? And then, two, from what I came across on unconfirmed reports, it's saying that Combs might have had something to do with this as well, too. See? Okay, Jesse's trying to reconnect. Okay, Michael, you still with me?
Yep, I'm still with you. Yep.
Okay, so then they're going to have to look at Combs. You see what I mean? Suge Knight. You see, because Suge Knight was driving the car, was he not?
I can't comment on it because I'm not too familiar with the case.
Yeah, okay. Well, it happened in 1996, and what had happened was Mike Tyson fought at the MGM Grand that night. Okay, they were at the fight. Some altercation broke out. Okay. Then the cars were leaving, from what I understand, the MGM Grand. Okay. And then, of course, with these being public figures, so more than likely, it was out the celebrity car parking lots and stuff of that nature right there. And then from what I understand, he went on
spot.
Okay. All right. So then when he went on Colville, now you got to keep in mind, because I've driven down Colville. I've driven down Las Vegas Boulevard. Okay. And I've passed it and I says, well, gee, this is Colville, and the more that the case was coming out, they're saying that it happened on Las Vegas Boulevard in Colville. You see? And it was right after the Mike Tyson fight, and I'm trying to remember who Tyson fought that night.
Sheldon.
No, it wasn't Bruce Sheldon. No, it wasn't Sheldon. It was?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I thought it was Frank Bruno.
No, it was Sheldon.
It was Bruce Sheldon. Okay. Yep. Bruce Sheldon. Okay. All righty. Okay. All righty. So therefore, this is going to be a high sensational case. You see what I'm saying? And so Las Vegas local news is going to be covering it. Then I'm quite sure the national news will be covering it.
They said they were trying to sink him already.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bruce Sheldon. Yeah. It was Tyson versus
Bruce Sheldon.
Yep.
It was Tyson versus Bruce Sheldon.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So therefore, Tupac Shakur, he was a Renaissance man. He was only 25 years of age. You know what I mean? When he died, and of course we know that Tupac is the son of Afeni Shakur, who was brought up in New York on trumped-up charges in the Panther 21 trial, saying that they were supposed to try to bomb Central Park or some bullshit. Yeah, it was some far-fetched shit. You know what I mean? And so what they have done with us, black family, is that they put our culture or subculture up under a microscope, and they used it to weaponize it against us. Okay? Now, why wasn't Obama up on this with him being a scholarly man, a doctor of jurisprudence? You know what I'm saying? And said, hey, guess what? You know, I'm not going to let this go down. You know what I mean?
Yes. So you'll find this interesting.
Yeah. So I will be keeping an eye on the Las Vegas Review Journal and then on the local news here in Las Vegas as this case unfolds.
Yeah. So after attending the Mike Tyson versus Bruce Sheldon boxing match at the MGM Grand, Trayvon Craig Lane, an associate of Death Row Records, spotted Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, a member of the Southside Compton Crips. Months later, Anderson and other Crips had allegedly jumped Lane at a mall to steal a Death Row chain. So Lane alerted Tupac to Anderson's presence at the hotel. Tupac walked up to Anderson, punched him or confronted him, and threw a punch that knocked Orlando to the ground.
Okay.
Then Death Row founder Marion Suge Knight and members of his entourage joined in, kicking and punching Anderson on the lobby floor before hotel security intervened and broke up the fight. Surveillance for the entire altercation was captured on MGM Grand security cameras. The video footage became a key piece of evidence in subsequent law enforcement investigations. Connections to the fatal shooting, retaliation, investigators and prosecutors alleged that the fatal drive-by shooting later that night was carried out in retaliation for the MGM Grand attack. Around 11:15 p.m. at the intersection of East Flamingo Road and Colville Lane, a white Cadillac pulled alongside Suge Knight's BMW and opened fire, striking Tupac 4 times. Tupac succumbed. What is it?
Succumbed. He succumbed to it.
To his injuries 6 days later, on September 13, 1996.
Right.
Orlando Anderson was.
I do remember that they were saying.
Orlando Anderson was long considered the primary suspect in the shooting, though he denied involvement.
Right.
Never charged before his death in an unrelated 1998 shootout. In September 2023, Anderson's uncle, Duane Chiefy D. Davis, was indicted on first-degree murder charges for allegedly orchestrating the drive-by shooting in retaliation for the MGM Grand fight. And he started making his rounds. He was on Blad. He was on all kinds of tabloid platforms.
Right.
Bragging about it, about how he had something to do with it. He was the ringleader. He was the mastermind, all that shit. So he wrote a book like they was talking about, and that got him famous. And now he might be spending the rest of his life in prison.
Yeah. So he gets convicted. He's going to be heading up there to a place called the same place they had OJ at.
Oh yeah.
In northern Nevada. Yeah.
And Fallon.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember the Fallon. Yeah, there you go, Fallon. That sits out in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
I passed through Fallon.
Me too.
Sits out in the middle of nowhere.
Yep. I've been to Fallon, Freeney,
you see,
and Reno.
Yeah. Battle Mountain that they got out there. You know what I'm saying? Because when we was with that other network, and you remember when we was with the other network, I did a live feed, man, from off of Interstate 80 in Nevada.
Yep, I remember.
And it was in the snow, you see. Yeah. So only thing I could say is Keefe D looks like you washed up, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sorry
Yeah.
to see how people do this here to one another. You know what I mean?
So, Michael.
What have you. So,
Michael, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so my thoughts are, this is very interesting that the case is being presented after 1996, so like 30 years.
Yep, it'd be 30 years next month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I remember Tupac. He was against excessive greed.
Yeah, he got money for war, but can't feed the poor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And I remember his last movie with Janet Jackson in '93.
That wasn't his last movie.
Poetic Justice.
That wasn't his last movie, though.
Oh, not last movie? Okay.
His last movie. Yeah, wait a minute. Wasn't his last movie called Death Certificate where he was playing a police officer?
No. His last movie was Gridlock.
Okay. Because I know he did Poetic Justice.
It was either Gridlock. It was Gridlock or gang related.
No, Gang Related was his last film.
Yeah.
I remember Gang Related. Yeah. And so I'm sorry, about Mr. Shakur's passing. He died at a young age.
Yeah, he was only 25.
Yeah, in the prime of his life, and then I'm just sorry to see that this industry that made so many billions of dollars for other groups instead of ourselves could not be used to upgrade the quality of life.
That's why they killed him. It was going to unite the East and the West. Like him and Nas were supposed to meet. I guess they had a meet.
Okay.
They're supposed to meet right the day after this happened.
Okay.
And he was going to come up with this one nation, First Nation or whatever. It was going to unite the East and the West, and they were going to come under one distribution company. That's why they had.
Okay.
That's why a lot of people say the industry has something to do with him getting killed.
Okay, safe bet. You know what I'm saying? Safe bet.
And I was
then keep in mind
this happened, and I just remember the whole hood being sad. Like,
yeah,
everybody in the neighborhood I was in was real sad.
Yeah, and then also too,
I was like, "Why are y'all sad? Like everybody crying? Like Tupac Shakur just died. They just killed him in Las Vegas." I'm like, "What?"
Mm-hmm. Well, and what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas, people.
So they say.
Yeah,
But
then,
let me get to this jury selection part because I got another clip to play about this.
Okay. Now, very, very important fact, Brother Che.
Yes.
He used to have a trial of his peers, right?
Yeah.
That means all 12 of those jurors got to be black.
Yeah.
To the earliest we could possibly get it. And I think we all agreed not to start till Monday, but I'd hate to tell her Friday. Has to be done earlier on Thursday and then have to wait Friday just to impanel them.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Mr. Sampson?
Yes, Your Honor.
So Thursday afternoon, we have a full day.
I think Thursday afternoon.
Okay, so have them come back Thursday at 1 for peremptory challenges. And then at that point, if we are ready to go, we will have everybody at least read the pre-admonitions to them, but not swear until we have them all here on Monday.
Correct. That would seem reasonable. As long as I think we've all agreed not to open or call witnesses on Monday, that'd be great.
Yep, that's sort of the plan that I've been sticking with as well, so no change to that. Anything else that we wanted to talk about the jury selection protocol, because it is different from how we usually do it?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. Mr. Davis, my understanding is that Mr. Sampson has made you aware that you have the right to have the jury sentence you if they come back on a first-degree murder verdict, and you have decided to waive that right. Is that correct?
That's fine.
Okay. So what that means is when I am talking to the jurors, I'm not going to tell them what the potential penalties are for first-degree murder. Additionally, I'm not going to ask them if they can abide by those penalties and come up with a sentencing agreement or sentencing decision. And then at the end of the day, if that is the verdict, it would be me sentencing you on that as well as the enhancement. Is that your understanding of everything that would happen given this waiver? Yeah. So in general, the defense would have, the jury would be able to sentence you on the first degree murder portion. That carries either 20 years to life, or 20 to 50 years, 20 to life, or life without the possibility of parole. In any case, if there's an enhancement, and in this case there are two enhancements, there's both the gang enhancement as well as the deadly weapon enhancement, that is left up to the judge. In this case, if it's a first degree murder, that has to be an equal and consecutive 20 to life sentence or life without the possibility, 20 to 50 sentence, 20 to life, or life without the possibility of parole. So that would be up to the judge sentencing, no matter what the jury found. I'll give you a moment to consult with Mr. Sanders.
Yeah, Keefy D looking ragged as hell.
I have a question while they're talking. Because you intend to in panel 36, is that 8 and 2 instead of 8 and 1?
Yes.
So it's 10 total.
Yeah, so I'll go over that, the general guidelines at this point. Once I finish with the canvas.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay, Mr. Davis, do you understand then what we've gone over?
Yes.
Any other questions that I can answer at this time?
All good.
Okay, and you wish to waive your right to have the jury sentence you on the first degree murder if that is their verdict?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I will have this stipulation and waiver of penalty phase or penalty hearing filed. That should cut down the potential for how long this trial will last. Previous discussions had been 4 to 5 weeks. Is that still accurate state to qualify the jury for?
Yes.
Mr. Stamp, do you think that sounds reasonable, or do you
No,
suggest a
yeah,
longer?
I believe that's reasonable. I do have one concern that's popped up that I wasn't anticipating. I might be asking the court for a day to depose.
A day?
A day to depose Steve Wilson on August 19th. So apparently my office had submitted a deposition subpoena for Mr. Wilson to make an appearance on a separate issue that's not related.
Unrelated to this case, you have a legal matter.
Correct,
that
Your
may
Honor.
have to occur.
And that would be on the 19th.
Okay, and let me look.
Now, my concern is, of course, I would have moved it, but the problem is, though, that particular
And it would be in the
issue-
afternoon?
It,
Well, so here's why I'm saying that. I had gone dark on several of my civil days, but I was going every other day so I could keep my civil cases on track.
Yes.
So the 19th, we are starting at 1.
okay.
So if it's able to be in the morning, let me know. If it's something that has to be in the
Wait a
afternoon,
minute.
let me know as soon as that happens.
I guess it just depends on
I
how
got a
long we
question,
talk.
Jay,
That
after this clip.
deposition, Your Honor. It might go a little longer. I'm hoping to get it done as quickly as possible. I just want to let the court know that we may get a little chatty in that one. And I'm anticipating that there will be a motion filed by the state anyways on that one to stay that particular deposition date because of some type of privilege that might be asserted. So as a result, I think there might be some technical things. We just have
Okay.
not received any notice so far.
So I guess if that's something that comes up, we can address it as it comes up. I will definitely try to work around your schedule as I can. I understand it's hard to block out an entire month for trial. So just keep us up in the loop.
I will.
And then if possible, do it in the morning, but if not, I completely understand.
It's going to start in the morning. I just don't know if it's going to traipse into the afternoon.
Okay, cool. Anything to add on that? Looks like nothing from the state. Let's go over our jury selection protocols real quick. just so I have them on record, and then we'll bring our jury in. So this is going to be just sort of a special selection process. We're going to start with a panel for the hardship challenge, the hardship issues, and then for the second half of the hardship challenges, as well as the individual questioning, we're going to move into individual sequester. That's the agreement between the parties, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it sounds like you guys know what's going to happen a little better than I do because you proposed it. So I'm going to sit back and watch, and I've got kind of the idea of what's going to happen there. The alternates in this case, we are going to do 4 alternates given the length of the case. And so we are going to then they're going to be in seats 13, 14, 15, and 16 once in panels. Preempts, like usual, we're going to exercise using a paper pass back and forth method. As we've already discussed, we will be bringing the jurors back for the peremptory challenges. So I anticipate having this full box filled on that day, which will be Thursday at 1 p.m. Do we anticipate once we get into the sequestered voir dire doing cause challenges up here at the bench?
Whatever court's preference.
Let's try to do it that way and see how that works. Okay. So then after every juror will have everyone approach, say pass or challenge. Okay, perfect. If you exercise all your preempts, you must use one on the alternate chairs. Mr. DiGiacomo brought up a very good point because we have extra peremptory or extra alternates here. You are getting an extra peremptory challenge. So you're going to get 10 total. Your last 2 have to be used on those alternate chairs. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Waiver of 1 challenge is not a waiver of all. And then, like we just talked about, the challenges for cause will be up the bench after each side is finished with their questioning. If it happens earlier, you just don't think this is a suitable person, and it becomes very apparent, and you just guys want to approach in the middle. Let's do it that way. Okay. We don't have as many issues ultimately with other jurors being tainted by answers, so we can do a deeper dive than usual, given the individual sequestered nature.
Yes, Your
So, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
All right, Shabaka, what's your question?
Okay, the question is on this. Okay, they're going to bring, wait a minute, what was I going to say? Okay, so he pretty much, for all practical purposes, pleaded guilty, did he not, Che?
Yeah.
Okay. And I could see that he's looking ragged, you know what I'm saying? Amount of time, who will not be ragged. It's a tragedy, and I'm just wondering, man, if they're gonna make a circus out this shit.
You know they are, Shabaka. You already know.
Yeah. And
no, he did not plead guilty, Shabaka. He did not plead guilty. He pleaded not guilty to the murder charge 2023.
Okay, he pled not guilty. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Michael.
Okay. All right, and then I'm going to be out in about 15 minutes myself, Che. You know what I mean?
All right. Okay, smart.
Yeah, and so it's a tragedy, you know what I'm saying? Hearts go out to Tupac's family.
Yeah.
And the Keefe D's family.
Well,
to everybody's family. Everybody's family in there, man, you know who was involved in this, because it's lose, lose, lose all the way around for black folk.
Mm-hmm.
You see? But at the same token, you can't be going out here killing people, you know what I'm saying?
And orchestrating killings.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Che. That's what I'm talking about, you know? So
he wasn't the gunman, but he orchestrated the whole thing.
Yeah, right. So which means, if anything, that makes him as an accessory. But then again, you got to check Nevada's law on that. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because Nevada's laws is very different from California's.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
So he's facing up to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Right.
So we'll keep y'all updated on the Chief D trial, murder trial.
Yeah.
So moving along.
Age group now. Yeah.
We got emergency dispatchers confirmed Nolan Wells sinking boat call is real. You should be have time enough to stay for that, Shabaka.
Yeah, okay, I'll let this here. Yeah, I deal with this here. And this will be the last subject.
Willie,
for me tonight. I'm in a lot of pain. Willie live.
Willie D, the Democratic Shield, is going to give us an update on that.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? The plot thickens. We are going to get to the bottom of what happened to Nolan Wells, one way or the other. All you people out there who got some information, you may as well come on now with it. I'm telling you. Because if you was involved, and we find out later, you will pay. Oh yeah, I know you're in Mississippi and you think you're safe. No, you think you're safe. But there is a jurisdiction that is greater than Mississippi. That's right. That's right. Y'all think y'all safe in Mississippi. Keep on playing. I'm telling you, if you know something, you better say something. Remember, whoever come forward first usually get the better deal. Okay, let's talk about this CTO call. This is the emergency call placed for the alleged sinking boat that Nolan and his friends were on. Yeah. Anyway, fam, we heard what we heard, and we didn't hear anything else. So y'all can stop all the gaslighting, talking about how the call was rigged. Rigged how? CTO is an independent organization. They're not riding for one side or the other. They're not with the so-called boys who are really men or Nolan Wells' family. They're just right there in the middle. If they were, we would have never gotten that call. You got to think about that. We would have never gotten to hear the recording. That recording, man, that recording set it off. And then when Janetta Brantley went in and cleaned it up, and we heard even more, that's what it is, man. I don't care what y'all say. You can bring in all the experts you want now. We already heard from the expert. We heard from the premier expert, Janetta Brantley, better than all your experts. Yeah, and I'm only saying it because she beat everybody else to the punch. Well, that ain't the only reason why I'm saying it. She also got that black woman magic, so I'm gonna brag about that. Yeah, man, yeah. Yeah. No, y'all hate it. Y'all want to discredit her because she's a black woman and she outfoxed the foxes. Yeah.
Show them her.
So now we have other dispatchers stepping up and authenticating the call. They're saying, yeah, they haven't taken the call and broke it apart or anything like that, broke it down, but they've listened to the call just like the rest of us. And they're saying, yeah, that's pretty much how it go. That's the way it go, because there was some question about how they were talking before the dispatcher actually got on the phone and how all of that they were saying was recorded. Thank God it was recorded. So here are a few dispatchers explaining how things go. It's a couple of dispatchers, actually. So this is one person says, get the boat call Warren made. He was dead on the boat. And then Terry B says this. She says, people keep saying the call was rigged based on when it was recorded and when she spoke. Former dispatcher here. It starts before they speak the minute it comes in as 911. After I saw this and heard, sounds like it needs to be analyzed further. And then the other person says, Kim says, I think you are on to something. I think he was dead on the boat. And they circled around and dumped his body on that beach. So They are saying that they believe he was dead on the boat. I wonder what caused them to believe that. Perhaps the phone call? Yeah. Here's another dispatcher. I've worked in call centers for 15 years, and I've heard many of my own calls. There have been several companies who start the recording prior to you saying anything. That CTO call was absolutely real. I ain't got no problem with that, but some of y'all do, so let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. How y'all gonna get around that call? How you gonna get around it? How you gonna get around justice for Nolan Wells? Yeah, you know when it's this much pressure, and it's this many people, usually it takes an act of Congress to stop it. Because they can stop it. You know, they have shown over time the propensity to circumvent justice. So if they want to, they can stop it. But also, if they wanted to give justice, they could. All they got to do is start interviewing everybody. Shake it down, man. Shake everybody down. Talk to everybody in separate rooms. They'll talk. They are guaranteed to talk. If they can get mob bosses and underbosses to talk, they can damn sure get a little wet behind the ears teenagers to talk. They absolutely would talk. Their future would flash right in front of them. All you gotta do is start saying, you ready to go to prison for 25 years, 30 years, 40 years? They're gonna think about that. Oh, I'm 18 now. If I go to prison, I'll be 65. Okay, this is what happened. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'll just be honest. You know they're gonna cry because they love to cry, right? They're gonna cry. They're gonna cry. I'll be honest, this is what happened. You got to get people involved who are interested in seeing justice. Right now, I don't believe anybody in Mississippi in law enforcement that are close to the case, anybody that's close to the case, I don't think any of them are interested in seeing justice, except perhaps the CETO people. And they could end up, backtracking simply because they got to live in Ocean Springs. They got to live there. Man, all those people that's out there in Ocean Springs, most of those people, those businesses, all those people that live in their community, they're scared to death. They're scared to death of going against the grain, right? Going against the grain looks like being supportive of justice, being supportive of Nolan Wells' parents. That's going against the grain. The people who are suspected of harming him, they've lawyered up. They've invoked the Darvo method. They are saying that they are victims now. We got a real victim, right? We got a dead child. And now they've made it about them. They've made themselves the victim. Oftentimes what happens is, you got people out there who are very good at creating chaos and playing the victim. This is an old strategy, man. This happened. This is an old strategy. Create chaos and play the victim. I believe it was dispatchers. The thing is that as one of the dispatchers said, this one right here, I think her name is pronounced Daria. Yeah, Daria. I think it's Daria. But this person says that those calls, the recording starts prior to the call. Well, not prior to the call, but before you get on, it says there have been several companies who start the recording prior to you saying something. So she's saying that the recording often starts before you start talking. That makes sense. So, and because that's exactly what happened in this situation. Now, it appears to me that some companies can decide that they don't want, depending on the service they have or depending on their settings, they can decide if they want calls to start immediately or once somebody picks up the phone and actually answers, right? But yeah, fam, that call cannot be ruled out. They don't know what to do. They making up stuff talking about the call is made up. This is what people do when they cannot defend their position. They just start making up stuff that don't make no sense. But the goal is to cause confusion. It's really not to make sense. It's just to cause confusion, create doubt, have you second guessing yourself. But I ain't second guessing myself. Yeah, I wasn't there, but I know what happened. And what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. No more talk.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on that on your way out?
Okay, on my way
Here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the case.
Okay, the case is tainted. That call was real. Those individuals should be prosecuted, for the murder of Mr. Wells. But like I saw on social media, you don't want to be the only black person out there where it's totally other races. You don't want to be the only black person out there. You know what I'm saying? And if you feel comfortable that these people don't mean you no harm, just simply say, hey, I appreciate the invitation, but I decline and leave it at that, and you ain't got to tell them nothing.
Right.
Because the cold part about this is when you have other races that attend black events, you see what I'm saying, where they're the only white person or whatever, don't nothing happen to them.
Right.
You see what I mean? So it's just being smart, man. It's just being intelligent. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And then being back behind enemy lines, as you know of, Brother Che, between you and me. Oh, yeah. That there was very much of my concern. Just that right there. You see? And as I told you, one night I was up there traveling up there, and I could have swore I saw a cross burning way in the distance. I might be wrong, but if I had to bet my money, I would have said it was a damn cross burning.
Yeah. I wouldn't be
would have been happy to lose the bet. But what happens though, man, when you reach a certain age, as you know, man, you got sense, book sense, and then you got what they call common sense.
Common sense, yeah.
You see what I mean? You're a black man out there and all that milk, you know what I mean? And they could have been setting him up, man, for months for this shit.
Yeah.
And then what was it? That he got into a conversation with a what?
A Nabisco.
Female, correct?
Yep.
I rest my case.
Yep, in the good old state of Mississippi.
Exactly, and look at the history of Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
See, man, we're not even going to mention Emmett Till.
You know
what I'm saying?
Emmett Till, Medgar Evers, I mean, the list goes on, and we just have recently.
Yeah, exactly. You see,
like
so
this year recently. Like this month recently.
Yeah, and then, of course, you got the political fervor that it is, you know what I'm saying? They want us to believe that shit don't stink. Oh, pay no attention to the white elephant in the room, that type of bullshit,
Yep. All right, Shabaka, we're going to bid you a good night.
Okay, now what's this case right here? What's this woman here getting ready to talk about?
Oh, Lord. She's a tether sympathizer. And she's talking shit about FBA.
All right, okay, let me hear what she's talking about. Then is gonna be a night for me, man, because I'm starting to get in a little pain. Okay, I'm just want to see this, yeah. Now, what's the brother over there? We're familiar with this host right here on the right.
Yeah, that's Water God. That's Brother Rob.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he gonna give us an update on this Tasha K, who's she's like a Wendy Williams type. How she do gossip on her platform. And she's talking shit about FBA, comparing us to the KKK of all things.
All right.
But here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK.
The KKK. You see how stupid these people sound?
Meant to divide. Meant to separate you, to isolate you. To have you looking at other races that look like you and hating them for no reason. That is the same foundation and principles that the Ku Klux Klan build themselves on, which is protecting their whiteness, their pureness.
Cancel.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out, y'all. In this video, we going over how Tasha K, we got to cancel Tasha K. She's spreading misinformation about the lineage that we're going to have to check her about, right? She's upset because, you know, she married an African, and I guess the rhetoric doesn't fit for her husband and her kids, so she feel like she got to trash the whole lineage, which is not going to be, that's not acceptable. All right, I'm going to go over what she said. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and push me in the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that.
Front Line Blacc News.
We got to give Tasha K the business. So check this out. This is exactly what she said about FBA. Shout out to my boy Don Jeter for sending me this, man, to put me on Tasha K. I don't really even watch Tasha K. I've seen some of her stuff before. We definitely going to have to tell everybody, for her having this rhetoric for FBA, we're going to have to unsubscribe. We're going to have to, she going to have to feel our presence, but without further ado, let's get it.
But no, I got a question the other day from a gentleman that entered my TikTok live, and he said, Tasha, what do you think about the FBA movement? I said, oh, you're trying to get me in trouble. He said, no, I just want to know what you think about it. I said, you know, I can't speak on that. He goes, well, why not? I said, because.
Now, first, delineation is the movement. Okay, FBA is not even, you can't even say, that's a lineage. Okay, so she needs to understand on, you got to speak on it correctly. You spreading misinformation and wrong information about us. Let me let her know.
Because my kids are African.
What your kids being African got to do with he asked you about the FBA lineage? You should have been saluting, man. I'm proud of them people for learning their ancestral history and where they come from. You know, we want everybody to know where they come from and be able to represent where you come from. What's wrong with saying that? Listen to this bozo. Check it out.
My children are African. My grandfather is Bahamian. Why would I speak on the foundational Black American movement? That's not even my platform. We have these groups, these subgroups, these leaders that just ordain themselves. And they come out here and they spew what y'all call knowledge to empower Black people and foundational Black Americans to help aid us.
This is done intentionally because she's dating an African. She feels some type of way. This has nothing to do with, her just explaining what FBA stand for. It's just you feel some type of way because you feel like you've been tethered. She's probably one of the number one tethered.
Yep.
And to being a better version of knowing ourselves, knowing that we're Hebrew. Even though your lineage could come from South Africa or Liberia, or hell, your lineage may come from Jamaica, may come from Latin America. You don't damn know.
We know exactly where our lineage come from. It comes from America. We have facts on this. We done proved y'all with the Albert Perry story, the Louisa skull. We got facts. Instead of y'all saying all of this weirdo stuff, why don't you just address the facts that we came up with? If you don't do that, you might as well don't even speak about FBA because you're going to look stupid once we put facts to you. And she don't want to sit down and really sit down with somebody who really standing on the FBA business because what you're saying don't even make sense. And I'm glad, in her comment section, they was roasting her. It ain't our fault that you have a lineage that's not FBA. You can still salute FBA for what we doing. Let me let her go.
But I feel like that's where we go wrong as a people, is always looking up to somebody and wanting to be like somebody else. And a lot of us don't get.
We ain't looking up to nobody. We looking up to our ancestors. We looking up to, the history of us being in this country. There's nobody that the lineage, FBA lineage, is looking up to. There's no leader that we saying, oh, this person is our leader. Y'all got to stop with this. She's doing this intentionally, trying to put our delineation movement into, other things that have been proved to be disingenuous. She's trying to tag us into that because of the hatred, because of the jealousy of it. I see the play.
To know our best selves because there's a version of somebody else that we want to be. And so to the gentleman that asked me about that, and to the woman who said this, let me let you hear what she said, and then I'm gonna get into this young Pharaoh stuff because this is a good segue into the young Pharaoh topic real quick. Let me pull it up. You don't have the video, Jasmine. Don't you worry. Hold on for a second. I'm gonna pull it up because I just couldn't believe the audacity. And I said, you know what? At first I wasn't gonna cover these topics, but I said, no, I'm gonna cover it. I sure am.
And she's trying to cover it her way. I see what she's trying to do. Okay, she's upset. They called you that, and this is her get back. Okay, her pushing misinformation on the name, on the lineage, on our movement, our delineation movement. She's just trying to, throw salt in our game.
I have to, because y'all got me fucked up out here. Oh, y'all do. Y'all think that 3 year in the 9th grade dig is something that I'm not proud of. I'm proud of because I educate myself. Is what I do. Hold on for a second. Hold on, y'all. I know she ain't take it down. Hold on. Give me a second, Jasmine. Go to commercial real quick. Go to commercial. We'll be right back, and I'll be ready for you. Let's go real quick because I got something on my mind. My skin I'm kind of boiling inside a little bit because I was asked about what I thought about, I guess, foundational Black Americans and their movement. And I know that there's a subgroup of this, and I do know my name gets brought up a lot, when it comes to this. What does Tasha stand for? Who does she look up to? Who is her God? Is what I get. Okay. And so when Charleston White had brought up that a lot of our little girls should look up to a Clarissa and want to be a Clarissa, I have to respectfully disagree because that's why a lot of our young girls are lost now because they don't know themselves and too busy trying to follow everyone else. And so when I was on TikTok Live the other day, and I was asked about FBA and what I thought about it, and I said, I can't talk about that because that would be me talking against my own kids, me talking against my grandfather, my family. But here's the response, because they were trying to set me up. But here's their response to me not answering the question. And then I'm gonna respond to this. Okay, so here we go.
Now, like I'm saying, what does your grandfather being Bahamian, your kids being African got to do with the lineage of people that say they come from America? All of this negative rhetoric seeming like it's coming from a jealousy, she's upset because she fits the narrative of a tether. That's what it is.
Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
Now, I wondered this for myself.
Hold on. Damn it. Why does she have Erykah Badu in the background? Okay. I ain't gonna play it. So here's the thing. They called my husband an African booty scratcher. They said that I cannot speak on the foundational Black American movement because I'm married to a booty scratcher.
Now, again, it's not a movement. But if somebody is roasting you, saying you married an African booty scratcher, that was a roast. They picking at you. That got you so upset that you want to go against the whole lineage. Well, we're gonna give you what you want. We're gonna give you what you want. That's not a reason for you to be so upset that you just going at the whole lineage of people.
Which they're entitled to their opinion. That's fine. That's totally fine. But
A little tangerine head. Let me let her go.
here's what I think about the FBA movement and any other movement that has to do with Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, Dr.
This ain't got nothing to do with what is she talking about? Y'all see how she's trying to throw these people into the delineation movement when this is just about a lineage, about where our ancestors are from. She just said in the show, she don't know where our ancestors is from. We telling you where our ancestors is from.
LaMar Johnson, all of these movements that y'all look up to, all these men, okay?
And those guys didn't have no movement. Well, Umar Johnson with the Pan-African, I don't even think you can consider that a movement, but this isn't even making sense.
That I guess guide you to help elevate your consciousness in these movies. Even Tariq Nasheed, ain't his wife like half white or something? Ain't Tariq Nasheed wife like half white? But here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK.
Lord and
Lord. The KKK. You see how stupid these people sound?
Meant to divide, meant to separate you, to isolate you.
Same Chud argument.
To have you looking at other races that look like you and hating them for no reason. That is the same.
Who hates? We don't hate nobody. See, this kind of rhetoric is what makes our movement, and you are spreading misinformation. Don't nobody hate. They just called you. They said you married an African booty scratcher. That's not hate or anything. Nobody is saying they hate you. We don't hate no other races. We don't hate nobody. Who is you listening to even make you think something like this?
Foundation and principles that the Ku Klux Klan build themselves on, which is protecting their whiteness, their pureness.
Cancel.
Not knowing that they are not pure. It's a lie. And I don't get involved in these types of conversations because it's ridiculous. It is very unintelligent to talk about, to even speak on, that I would deny my own.
You sound very unintelligent comparing our lineage to the KKK. That's probably the stupidest take I have ever heard.
Right.
They can't even give no facts on this. The only thing she could say is somebody called her husband an African booty scratcher. And she feels bad. She feels so bad that she wanna feel like she can tarnish our name.
Oh, children. my own grandfather, my own mother, just to protect what? A movement? Y'all don't put food on my plate? Y'all don't pay none of my bills?
We ain't supposed to pay none of your bills. This is for our understanding of self. You ain't got to protect the movement. You could have just said, okay, they are under, you should have educated yourself before you even spoke about it. Right. Number one, you should have educated yourself because you sound real. This sounds bad, y'all. This is one of the worst takes. She probably, I don't even watch her takes, but this is probably the worst take that she could have ever made. It's the worst take that she could have ever made. There's no reason why y'all always got to try to compare something to a white hate group.
Y'all sitting in living rooms with bonnets on, causing division because you angry, trying to be accepted no different than a gang on gang crime when you got them little boys in Chicago or any other city taking each other out for what? Just because you look different, you said something, now we got adults actually doing this, which leads me to young Pharaoh, because a lot of people are shocked at his downfall.
Listen, we ain't even gonna put young Pharaoh into this. All right? She had one of the horriblest takes. She can't make this make sense. The math ain't mathing. Right. But she's just upset because, you know, her lineage, she's not FBA. People get upset when now they can't tether off of the FBA lineage. They can't, you know, seem like a Black American to everybody. It tarnishes something. It makes them feel like, dang, it makes them feel bad. Okay, you're not dealing with one of the, you know, the greatest melanated, accomplished people on the land. It makes them feel some type of way that they gotta feel like, why would we hate on anybody else? Y'all kind of our country. Y'all talk and want to act like us. Why would we hate y'all? But I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section, man. But for right now, we putting on that cancellation list. We getting you up out of here, Tasha K. You know, your little bald head, you know, and your husband, because you trying to protect him, and you know, that was just somebody that said something. You didn't have to put the whole lineage into that. Somebody just called him a booty scratcher. You should have just kept it between the person who said it and you. But I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section, man. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax spaces for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on your way out?
The only thing I can say is one word. It's wow.
Yeah, that damn Cheddar, they had the audacity to compare us to the KKK. Hell no. First of all, the
no comparison. No, there's no comparison on that. But at the same token, no, I don't think they should have called the old man an African booty scratcher.
That's minor. That's little dozens games. That's when we used to play the dozens. We used to call each other African booty scratcher. They have no sense of humor. We got Lady Chen in the building. Salute, Lady Chen.
What's that? What'd you say?
Hey, Lady Chen.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Tasha K said?
No, I just logged August. I wasn't. I just got here, man. Are you buffering or not talking? Hello?
I think he's buffering, Lady Check. Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Maybe I should put my headphones back on.
Okay, I think Che's buffering, you know, because they've been playing games with us on the StreamYard, Lady Che. I just had to go through a bunch of hell and high water, you know, to get my
Okay.
the laptop back in order, you know, instead of playing musical phones like I've been doing for the last 4 weeks, you know. So I guess Che's gonna go come back in, you know. And only thing I can say is wow.
Okay. It's either way. It's like, I can see this. I can see this is my headphones is acting stupid too. You should be like louder.
Okay, what kind do you have, Lady Che? Because I've had some headphone issues as well too. I had to go back to the Bluetooth, but all my equipment,
Just standard.
my accessories,
They're just standard headphones.
too, and they fried. Yeah, and they fried as well too. You see what I'm saying? You know. So Earth calling Che.
We'll be back.
Guess he had to go out. Yeah, I guess he had to go out. Yeah, because we've been having some problems, Lady Che, because I finally got back up on the laptop instead of playing musical hot phones. You know what I mean?
Oh, so what? So what did I miss?
Okay, well, basically, we talked a little bit about the Nolan Wells case. We talked about the Keefe D case out here in Las Vegas that I'm going to stay on top of, you know, since it's out here in my region, you know. Okay, and then we have Willie D up there.
Okay.
Oh, there's Che, yeah.
Yeah,
there's Che.
Oh, the hell's on this house, but I keep dying. But I'm back.
Yeah.
All kind of shenanigans going on outside my window.
Che, they playing that bullshit with us on this, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, you know, my StreamYard link is still up here buffering, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yeah, when it used to come in solid. You see?
Yeah.
Now it's still buffering. You know, yeah, so, you know, we might probably need to move away from StreamYard to find another platform. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, like I said, our experience is the most dynamic experience in the history of mankind, number one. Everybody wants our rhythm, but they do not want our blues.
Right.
Okay, so what? I just got on, so I was somewhere else. So what did you ask me about Tasha K or what?
Okay, you're crackling a little bit, Lady Che.
Huh?
You're crackling.
Yeah, you're crackling.
Yeah, it's because I'm eating cereal. My fault. My bad. Okay, so what did you say about Tasha K? And I don't know what.
What kind of cereal you eat?
Dry ass cinnamon toast crunch, which is totally good for late night snacks.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cinnamon crunch. Oh yeah.
Cinnamon toast crunch. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had cinnamon toast crunch. Yeah, it's good as hell.
Me too.
Okay. And
I just don't have no I don't have no drinks. I drink that almond milk stuff, and I don't have none. But it's okay. I need something to do with myself. So a snack would do.
Yeah. But the most interesting thing I will say that I've said over the years, and I'll say it again, our experience is the most dynamic experience in the history of mankind. All these other groups, you know, want us to go up there and cape for them, but the cape is off. You all got to go hold your own Johnson. You know what I'm saying? We can't do it no more.
Right.
And then when you tell us we don't deserve reparations, and even Trump said we built this damn country, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Shabaka, speaking of Jesse, what did you think about your little speech today? Did you did that on purpose?
It was really good, Lady Trent.
I don't believe you. You don't even sound enthused. You did that all on purpose. You know, some days I don't really feel like fighting with this broad. And today was one of those days.
Yeah,
and then next week, I want it. You fight with this broad.
She's another goddamn teller.
But okay, so this is what happened, family. Right, so I was at
No.
No. This is what happened, right? So Jesse films on Mondays, and before they had this the Brandy and Jesse dance. Okay, this is what happens every Monday. Every Monday, I said, fuck you and city council. I'm not doing city council. This is how it starts, right? And it goes on for about 20 minutes, and he'll say whatever, and I said, but you said woo 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 woo. And so since you feel like that, I don't want to do it. And he'll say whatever, and I'm like, whatever, man. Okay, I guess I'll do it, whatever, right? And he said, so how he wanted the conversation was, he was like, oh, girl, talking about reparations. You're number 7, right? That's how he started this conversation off. That's not what she was going to talk about today, okay? Now, since I wasn't looking at the computer to find out what she was going to talk about today, he's referring to last week, Monday. All right, well, I have moved on from the time I did last week, Monday, and I've been on a whole nother week of fucking nonsense and drama carrying on and doing whatever Brandy does best, right? Then I got my little shit together in a matter of minutes. I got the most award-winning motherfucking shutdown breakdown speech ever, right? And I listen to Jesse, I'm rolling my eyes. I'm like, do, hurry up, get off the thing so I can start talking, right? Then she comes on, and she comes and kind of contradicts whatever fuck Jesse said. And then I was like, boom, I switch into fucking defense mode. And I let her have it. I let her have the whole speech. I mean, I think I pretty much called her a tether, or an anchor. I told her she probably has 4 blood in her streams. I told her she wasn't qualified to speak about it. I was qualified, and I went super heavy on it and stood on it to let the shade deflect the message. It's like stood on it, right? I mean, I kind of when during these little 3-minute speeches, I lose myself, and I'm in a whole nother place, and that whole other place is kicking ass. Ask a question later. So then, after it's all said and done, I sit back and reflect, and I'm like, see, don't start nothing, won't be nothing, right?
Yeah.
And what did Jesse do? Jesse starts something, and I had to fix it. And now look what happens. Round 3, next week, Monday. We shall tap in and see what happens. Oh,
Yep.
She said reparations been going on since before me. I said, bitch. I was mad. And I was like, why did you do this? I don't know why Jesse always does this, but like family. If you are involved with a mate like this and knows how to activate you, I suggest you shake him loose. Okay? I suggest you shake him loose. I'm too far into it now. I'm 6 years in. I cannot shake him off of me. Like, I ever tried to shake him loose since his goddamn birthday. New Year's Eve. Okay? And he thinks it's funny. You hear him laughing? If he just knows, if you have a mate like this that knows how to activate you, like power on, you push that button that powers you on, and you go on and carry out the mission, shut the mission down, and then back into the bushes like Homer Simpson. You need to shake that motherfucker loose.
We got crew in the building. Salute, crew.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey, what's up, crew?
How you doing?
I'm tired as fuck.
You had
I'm tired as fuck.
Jesse know how to act. Jesse over there pushing buttons and activating the motherfucking Aries rampage, and then just laughing about it. Because I'm like, I need to shake this motherfucker loose before he gets me in any more trouble. Why are you laughing, Jesse?
It's hilarious.
Well,
what was funny about that?
I can say you all is grown, Lady Che. You know what I'm saying?
What is funny about that, Chewbacca? He did this on purpose. It's after the fact. Now I stood on what I said. I got to stand all the way on it.
Hold on, Lady Che. Are we going with Goodfellas again? Am I a clown? Do I amuse you? So tell me, what the fuck is so funny about me?
Look, you so funny, you laughing.
Why did he do it, Black family? Why did he do it? Why did you do it, Jesse?
Well, Lady Che, let me tell you something that I know in my old age. I don't get in domestic issues, man.
No, there's no
This is a domestic issue. This was played out in front of everybody at city council. He did it on purpose. The back scene was me telling him, the back scene is what we do every Monday. It's called the Jesse Brandy Little Dance. Brandy says, fuck you and city council. Eat a dick. I don't want to do it. He just said, but I need you to. That's how I need you to. You need to get on. He's like, and for some reason, I'm like, for what? I don't give a damn about this goddamn city. He's like, all of a sudden you don't care about this goddamn city. No. Yes, you do. No, you don't. Now you don't care about Excel Energy and the bills. You don't care about reparations. You didn't say that. You're twisting your own words. This goes on all day.
I'm
For about
glad
30
you
minutes.
brought up about Excel Energy.
There you have it.
Not cutting your wisdom.
Fuck them
not
too.
Cutting your wisdom, Lady J. Yeah, that's the next little thing that they getting ready to go to raise the price on the high hill out here, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I've been terrorizing them for a minute.
Air conditioning's on.
Ah. You see, and they want us to continue to pay for it. They got money. They need to kick us back 20 years of bread.
Right.
Just don't try to hide behind Crew and Chewbacca. Why'd you do it, cuz? Why are you laughing?
No, it needed to be done. That's why I did.
Why I gotta be the one to do it though?
Because somebody got to be the villain.
Did you pull a Jessica Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord.
Way better than that, dude. I do it way better.
Hey, that's what I like to hear, Charlie.
I do it way better with class.
You talking about Jesse Jackson?
No.
Yeah, you know exactly what he's talking about. Hey, but listen. The way I did it, I called her a tether, her an anchor. So she probably has foreign lineage. I did it so cold, you would have had to be listening to hear all those words.
Someone told me I should have sat there and listened because Jesse usually don't do the city council from his stream like Kid Gravity, like in front of his laptop.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you do.
I thought you'd be at the council meeting, like at the meetings.
Oh, well, sometimes I'll be there in person, yeah.
Yeah, he does.
I really think that we should go together, but
he be giving them the business too.
But I did give you a like over there. I checked in, but I gave you a like.
And
oh, thank you.
School is starting back up, so I just want to emphasize the school.
I wish you'd show my bit.
Period. Student is period.
I wish you'd show the people what I did today.
This is something, an opportunity. It is struggling a lot of people.
Right this moment, people are on the steps of the Denver City Capitol.
Oh yeah, it's right after this. Listen, Belly, he got some kind of something in the background.
This 10th,
sounds like a fucking
5:10 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Just a few hours.
Yeah, you heard that too. I thought I was tripping.
I'm not. I was totally you.
No, I ain't got the air conditioning.
You didn't hear me after I went to go check my work.
Not you.
Listen, Belly, it's so cold. Look what Jesse's talking about. My shit is way better.
Can't stop coughing, and they have bloody noses and can't breathe. With nauseous air coming out of the train driver. Someone else decided to keep using that train company to ship their city's goods to other cities. The girl's office will not voice message. You can't get through to Phil Weiser. But left a message. This is an emergency. Call whoever you need to call. We have to get the people out of there by any means necessary. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse Paris.
Yes,
Shit past this.
Council, those watching at home, those in the council chambers. My name is Jessica Sean Paris, and I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Committee for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, the North Park Hill Coalition, Front Line Blacc.
You're really gonna make me sit through this shit?
The Revolutionary Agenda. And I am a candidate, as you can see from my background, for the State House Representative for District 8, historically Black District of District 8. And I resided the roach, bedbug, and now beetle-infested Legacy Loss. In Darrell Watson's district of Defined District 9, historically Black
Shit, man, you really got to get out of there.
What I wanted to discuss was the fact that this council had the audacity to push back on my former councilwoman's proposal for a labor acknowledgement. Like you have the indigenous acknowledgement, you need to acknowledge the labor that was brought to the state and the city to build it up into what it is today. And that was by the foundational Black Americans, the Citizens of American Child Slavery Freedmen, the people that built this country. I'm glad to see everybody starting to get on board with reparations community. I see you, but I don't see you at none of the meetings though when it comes to reparations.
He pointed at everybody.
Reparations meetings for at least 10 years now, spearheading the initiative to get reparations for our people, foundational Black Americans, Citizens of American Child Slavery. We got to get the language clear. It's not just the enslaved Africans. It's the original Aboriginal Black people that were already here before the transatlantic slave trade who amalgamated with the Africans that were brought here against their will. I want to make that perfectly clear. I would love to see you at the Black Justice for Coloradans meetings, those that all of a sudden want to support reparations. After laughing at me for a good decade plus about the topic and the subject, saying it would never happen and this was a waste of time. We see you. And we're not new to this, we're true to this. The reason why the public comment is the way it is, despite all the background noise that I hear in the background while I'm speaking.
Right.
We have been banging the drum for reparations since 2019. Where were you? We had never seen you until 2024. So we're not new to this, we're true to this, and we're going to continue to get what's rightfully owed to our people, meaning the foundational Black Americans, Citizens of American Child Slavery Freedmen, the people that built this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Median Schaffner. Good evening. My name is Median Schaffner, and that's all the title I need.
See, Jesse, the part that pisses me off about that broad right there. Right, Jesse.
We're recording in progress. No matter how you show up, just show up. So I'm never going to judge anybody on when, where, and how. I'm just going to applaud you for showing up. With that, the last time I was...
Yeah, so that sound was
on your end.
That was on my end. Yeah, I didn't realize it until after the fact.
What the fuck were you doing?
Oh, you better sue yourself then.
Fucking, like, it sounded like you was doing your own construction in the background. I was like,
What you had, the cleaning ladies there vacuuming or something?
Allow you to sue.
It was
the kangaroo court is gonna allow you to sue yourself, man. That sounds like some shit in California.
It was the KPD. It was the KPD trial. That's what was playing in the background. That's what they had in the intervention or whatever. They had that playing. I didn't realize that till after the fact, but yeah, I was like, what is all that goddamn noise?
yeah, that's all. That shit was giving me a motherfucking headache. But let's just what I'm trying to say. Because after that, that's when I go heavy.
Well, don't you all just love this business?
One of the lucky ones to speak. I mentioned that democracy becomes smaller every time access to it becomes more limited. And I'm going to keep coming back until there is change. Because democracy should not depend on whether your name happens to be one.
This bitch got the Aurora City Council shut down damn near. She coming over to Denver with this bullshit, but Lady Che gonna put her in line.
One of the first 10 people who signed up to speak. And I'm also going to offer a glaring reason why your rules limit your ability to actively govern. So I'm going to challenge you all to think about trust. Here's an example. Over one recent weekend, 15 people were shot in our city. There were families who were traumatized, and communities were searching for answers that they did not get, not even from the mayor the next day.
That's a light Tuesday in the burbs out here.
And yet, when that pain surfaced across the entire city.
Oh yeah, that's a normal weekend in Chicago, yeah. But
Oh no, not in Chicago, in the burbs. That's a Tuesday in the burbs.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Well, we're not used to that here, crew.
Yes, we are.
Not like that.
15 people? No, that's like a one time. That's like a one-off thing. It don't happen all the time.
I've been saying it all summer. At least 3 people are dead every day.
3 and 15 is 2 different things, Lady Shay.
It still ain't Nigeria.
She's lying.
It still ain't. We coming with our religion. Okay, it's 30 girls over there. They got to go.
Yeah,
we still ain't Nigeria.
The public conversation did not naturally flow into your chambers. People were not looking to city council as the place where their grief and their frustration and their ideas could be heard. And that really should shake each of you as leaders, because the community did not engage in conversation and expression. They just didn't see your platform as a place to bring it in. So when people believe an institution has room for them, they're going to bring their concerns there. So we shouldn't think about the lack of individuals coming into the chambers as if that's affirming that your leadership is on point. It actually really should question, are you an accessible leader? Are you an accessible body? And the reality, your public comments or your public comment rules, it's created for your city a very narrow entry point into democracy. And the pain of that weekend that I talked about, unfortunately, just didn't fit in your 30 minutes. Those voices literally were not the chosen 10. So this council continues to ask people to squeeze their lived experiences through an opening that is far too small. And when you make yourselves available, you make democracy available. But when you limit democracy, you make yourselves irrelevant. So I'll see you if I'm lucky enough next week. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brandy Majors. Have you heard? Yes, I'm ready.
Alright, I love how people could go and be in one city of town and destroy a whole decorum. So people who actually live in that particular area of town can speak to their
Jesse waking everybody
members,
up
meaning their council
at 4 in the
members,
morning
because of shenanigans that go on every single Monday. But that's neither here nor there. Don't need to go and try to make rules and change statements. Stop it, really. All right. I'm going to say something. The signal that I'm about to say is not for you to hijack. Okay? It's simple. Tonight I'm going to draw a line. And for approximately 6 years, there have been very few people consistently having these serious public conversations about reparations, and not just saying the word reparation, but asking the uncomfortable questions. Who qualifies? What is lineage requirements? What constitutes injury? What is the remedy? Who administers it? What does actual repair look like? These questions matter, because reparations is not a performance. It's not a chance. It's not 5 people standing together repeating the same ambiguous sentence until the room mistakes repetition for policy. It's damn sure not a microphone opportunity. And I spent years doing the work. This parent aside, and I've been working on these conversations for years. I've helped build these conversations, amplify the information, and push the people toward places where they can actually learn, organize, and participate. This is what Black excellence looks like. And I'm not speaking from the sidelines. I'm an actual signal booster for the Black media. The Black political dialogue and discourse is in my hands. There are now multiple broadcasts dedicated to this work because the information has to travel. People need to know the history. You're correct. They need to understand the terminology, which you clearly don't. They need to understand the eligibility, which you clearly don't qualify for. They need to understand lineage, which you're not part of. Being a tether or an anchor or foreign lineage does not qualify you for even to have the discussion. I know, don't let the shade deflect the message, but I do qualify. Okay? They need to know where the conversation is actually going. That is what Black excellence looks like. Information, organization, documentation, and execution. So let me make something very clear. Nobody owns the word reparations, but nobody gets to walk into a conversation that people have been having and spent years developing, strip away the substance, leave out the parameters, leave out the demands, and leave out the legislative framework, which I'm doing, and then expect the public to confuse theatrics with leadership. No. If you want reparations, define them. If you want legislation, write it. If you want eligibility, establish the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Roybal.
Or not. Or not. Yeah. Oh man, I would give anything to see her face. Yeah, fuck that bitch. She's a witch. Oh my god. She was like,
damn,
I was
lady.
like, fuck that witch. Because as soon as I said it, and I changed Jesse, I was like, and that's how you drop a winch.
Yeah.
Like that. Because I'm sick of this part, man. And on my shit, in my defense, Jesse activated me. Oh, I'm laughing. He did. In my defense, I was like, fuck this shit, fuck city council. I don't give a fuck about this goddamn city. Like, every Monday we do the same dance. Doing that, Jesse? For like 6 years. 6 years. And then after I do it, I'm like, he was right. I do feel better.
Mm-hmm.
It was right. I do feel better. It's because she tries to do this little sneak dissing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But she tried to tell Jesse, like, in the beginning, my name is all I need. Like, he like, fuck you and all your accolades and whatever your subscribers of it. So that was sneak diss number one, and I heard it loud and clear. I was like, all right, I'm tired of you disrespecting my dude. She's always disrespecting him just to get at me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then it will run away from me or lower her head down when she's singing, which I approve. Let him do that. You know what I mean? I don't expect any less than that. That's exactly what you should be able to see. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all about it. So and he did it. I was like, man, and I texted him on the backside. I was like, say, cuz I wasn't trying to fight with this wench today. I really wasn't. I was trying to let the broad live. I was like, man, just let her live. And he's like, she's talking about your hard work. What? And I'm like, oh my God, you're right. I can't let that happen. Right. That was organized, clear, coherent thoughts right there.
Yep.
Fuck her. What made me mad is she come over from Aurora. She already disrespected. She don't live in Aurora, okay? I live in Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't go and air my grievances out, or even my brothers, or let's say my family for sake of context, right? Cannot go air their grievance out with city council or our ward members. Cannot hear our grievances because these motherfuckers decided to do performative theater where like last week they were like, so we'll say it together, and they'll repeat a whole line.
Hey, Ante brought a gavel today. He tried to be like Vicky Dillard.
What?
Yeah.
He brought a gavel trying to be like Vicky Dillard.
No bang.
Where did he do that
At Aurora.
Is it what I'm talking about? And so, where has been okay to take over the city council chambers and hold city council hostage?
Right.
They did that, right?
Yep.
For 2 years.
Yep.
2 years they held city council hostage, meaning they wouldn't let them out of the chambers.
Nope. They had to go into hiding. They had to
So
do
then
what?
Right, and then when they tried to sue city council for nothing.
Yep.
So like I've been watching this shit, and like if I let's say hypothetically I ran for a political office, let's say I won, right?
Mm-hmm.
City council member from my district, right?
Yeah.
Where I live, where everybody and their mama know who the fuck I am. Let's just say I won, right? The first order of business would be to ban them fucking clowns.
Yep.
You show up in my anywhere near the building, your ass is going to jail for a week. I'm serious. Anywhere near the sidewalk, it's a lot of ground space. I don't know what you do. You hold your little meetings on the sidewalk. Don't call. Don't. You can't. You're not allowed to call in. You're not allowed to come in. You know what I mean? You like I would ban you. And for the first time I saw you even near the building on a blade of grass, I would make sure the officers come and arrest your punk ass.
But Lady Che, what about democracy?
Not a constitutional republic on a home rule. No. We're in a small municipality with a home rule. There's all kinds of loopholes and gray areas, but when it comes to certain things, they really need to stand on it. You know what I mean? But not in Denver. So you don't come over there and fuck around and then tell Denver, is it Aurora? They got like an hour and a half, I'll put me out of time. Either an hour or an hour and a half of public comment.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people you get through in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to show up because it's performative
theater.
Performative black theater, yeah. And then if you say something about it, you're racist, right?
Yep.
Even if you are black, that doesn't make sense to me. So, the reason I say that is because if you have a genuine grievance with the police or the hospital or whatever, then yes, by all means, air your grievance out. But now when all you wanted was a motherfucking apology, they apologize, or they can now apologize. They don't apologize still. And what the fuck are you holding? What are you doing this for? Where's it going? What's the outcome? How does it end? Can we get off this ship already? You know what I mean?
Ambulance chaser.
Right. And the reason I said I was black, I said I was black excellence twice in that speech.
Yeah, that was nice. Especially since her bullshit nonprofit is called the epitome of black excellence.
Right. And then I told her she wasn't qualified, and I told her, don't let the shade deflect the message. I am qualified.
Yeah. You tell the witch.
I was like, maybe I went too far. But then I was like, oh well, it's out there now. Now you really got shit out.
Yeah, this informative shit last week talking about we're owed reparations. Oh, all of a sudden.
I mean, it's true what Jesse said. That's why I almost brought that up. I said, you talking that shit? I was like, and allowing this shit, I'll sink your battleship like I did Candy Cedar Buckets.
Right.
Let's not play the game. I was like, not with me, not over this, dude. That was like I wouldn't have came so far from then, but that was when it was making its way from on the California. California was making the national news. They just started making the news, right? Reparations thing, and they thought they could remix it, and I was like, oh no.
Not on my watch.
Right. But they were laughing at it. They were laughing at us. Either they're laughing at us talking that black shit, or they're laughing at us talking about something they think is impossible, it can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then now everybody want to get on board. They just basically pulled a Ghana.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sure did, Lady Chain.
Anyway,
Right, so what do you got your way out?
Well, man, like Cruz says, man, you could sue them for the First Amendment violation, man. I'll be filing on them paperwork on them tricks tomorrow.
Yeah, what if that noise was caused by them?
That was the problem. It was his own. It was his own lawnmower and vacuum on auto tune through a guitar amp.
Well, shit, lying said it was the city council shit.
Right. You shouldn't have said that on air, Jesse. Please.
Jesse was over there building a bridge across from his apartment building.
he was building Amaru and them a cat house.
Yep.
Damn. Do you want the cat house? Remember, I got the one from Bugsy. Do you want me to send it to you? I could put it in a little box.
Yeah, send me the cat house.
It's a little heated one.
Nice.
So I don't know if you're in an apartment or whatever, but even in the house, you know what I'm saying? Just don't plug it in and they won't cook.
Okay.
But like, you know what I'm saying? It's for outside because you know I had Bugsy outside.
Yeah.
So, but Bugsy made it through the winter, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I don't know where he's at now. Maybe in a Chinese restaurant or something. But
oh my God, damn.
Are you the lunch? Jesus Christ.
Damn.
Maybe he's some General Chow's chicken.
Damn.
Yeah, Kung Pao chicken.
Kung Pao chicken.
Because you wasn't battling the elements.
Lord.
Battling the elements. And another cat. You know?
Well, I think y'all double teamed it like Afro and Jessica.
Yep.
Or Danielle and Jessica.
Yep.
Me and Jesse have been doing this dance of ours. Like,
The Dance of Fire and Ice. That reminds me, I did watch my House of the Dragon this weekend. Yet.
man, I know you need to get on it, man. That last episode.
Hey! Don't make me mute you. You're gonna make me break my earbud.
I want 5 seasons of my life back from the boys.
Oh, why? You didn't like how they did Homelander?
Oh my God, how they did. No, fuck Homelander. But this the whole overall experience. I want my life back.
Yeah, if they took that from you, you'll go sit back down there for 5 more seasons.
I know, man. I was like, if anybody has like what man up, it's like, oh my God.
Look, I watched all the Game of Thrones, right? Like the whole series. Then I got locked up and read all the books.
Oh damn.
No.
And I'm like, wait, why the books cut off before the series cut off? And a lot of this shit in the books is different from the series. The series done fucked up. The books was way better.
That's what I said.
That's how it always is.
Yeah, that's it, crew. Anytime that they make a movie or one of these AI pieces of shit from the book, they always fuck the book up, man.
Yep.
They always fuck it up. Yeah, Hollywood is famous for that bullshit, you know.
The first one was the Bible, right?
Oh, I gotta rewind what Tasha K said because Lady Che missed it.
I don't fuck about no Tasha K.
Yeah, we was blocking anybody that mentioned her over in Tariq chat.
Hell yeah. Oh, you missed what she said, Lady Che, so rewind.
What you saying?
But here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK.
The KKK.
Ooh.
You see how stupid these people sound?
Meant to divide. Meant to separate you, to isolate you. To have you looking at other races that look like you and hating them for no reason. That is the same foundation and principles that the Ku Klux Klan build themselves on, which is protecting their whiteness, their pureness.
Yes. Might have to drop a dime on them for sure.
All right, Lady Che, that's what she said.
She sounded like motherfucking Vivek.
Yeah, fuck Vivek.
As being the KKK.
Yeah.
Whack.
Yeah, the hell with Tasha K. Counsel.
I guess she had tether or something.
Yeah, she said her granddaddy was from Bahamas.
There you go. That's what Tariq was saying.
Yep. What are your thoughts, crew?
I think she needs to be deported.
Stupid.
Deported where, crew?
Back to the Bahamas with her granddaddy. Bessie said it at the same time. Where? Back to the Bahamas. But nobody hates their homeland more than a musty tether.
Hey, that's funny.
I was trying to find that Duane B stream from the other day where he was talking about the Tuscaloosa.
Oh yeah.
And the Mississippi Valley. And I looked at my history and I'm like, damn, he must have put that on Patreon or something.
Yeah, he probably put it on private.
I should have snatched my little clip when I had it. Cause I was sitting there talking to the AI about it. The AI is talking.
No, he was roasting this one Cheddar the other day. Cheddar tried to argue with him, talking about they influenced our music. Duane B brought out all them receipts. Kept asking him, name a song that came from Africa that influenced us.
And then he played the song. And he's like, Duane, knowing he's a drummer, he's like, that's a drum set.
Right.
That's not no damn African music. That you using a drum set. That's
Right.
American now.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about? And then the tether brought up, well, before the slave trade, we had Mali, we had Songhai Empire, and the one brought up the Mississippi Valley.
Salute, Sister Val.
Salute, Sister Val.
Hey, Val.
And he brought up the Mississippi Valley. He talked about
everybody coming on when I'm getting ready to fall asleep.
That's how it is, Shabbat.
Damn, everybody falling up when I gotta fall asleep. But anyway, I'm gonna bid y'all good night, brother Jay. I gotta
We are the descendants of the Africans, yes or no?
I had to get that to you one time. Gotta watch these because they finna fall asleep on you.
Lord.
Shit.
All right,
Boy, shit, I've been ripping and running. Thank you for having me, man. So we back up and running. And for once, Brother Che, when I was playing musical phones, man, I was having to throw one in the freezer to cool it down, get on the other one, then throw the other one. Man, that shit was ridiculous, man. You know what I'm saying? It was just fucking crazy. But I'm up here looking at my thing that Sister Akshita did for me, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Che, did I share the thing with you that Sister Akshita built for me?
It's on the
I know she did a thumbnail. That's all I know, but I didn't see it, but I know it's good.
It's on the thumbnail.
Okay, what it is here. Okay, here's what you got. Okay, here's what you got, y'all. You got the people, the power, the purpose, the stories continue. Shabaka's Black experience enhanced. You got the black cat on the left side, and then you got the greatest of all time on the right side. You know what I'm saying? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. May Muhammad Ali rest in power and peace. He sacrificed his prime years when he didn't have to, but he did it anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And whatnot. So what I'm gonna do,
I sent you the mural, Shabaka. Did you see it?
Okay, no, not yet. You send it to my phone?
Yep.
All right, okay, I'll pull it up. And then on top of it as well, too.
Just go angry. You might want to wait.
Oh, I know it.
Go angry.
I know it. Okay, you sent it to 323, right?
Either three. I think so.
No, it says Jesse Image. Oh, hell no.
Yep, I told you.
Shit, no. Man, y'all ought to level that motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he should have seen the other thumbnail with the edges.
The edges.
Remember the one he played at 1:00?
Oh yeah. The
shorty with the man. I don't know what he's doing with his AI, but his AI is enhancing some shit.
Oh God.
That shit look better than my video games.
Lord.
And then on top of it as well too, right? They got the goddamn sign bass backwards. It should be Ali versus Liston, not Liston.
Right.
See, the champion doesn't versus the challenger versus the champion. And then after that fight, then Liston was the former champion. You know what I'm saying? And then, hell no, man. Shit, no, hell no. This is unacceptable. I'd much rather see the damn ponies win a Super Bowl than this bullshit.
Broncos, goddammit.
Well, preseason is coming up, Brother Che. Preseason's on its way. Put the ponies in the barn.
The gators in the bottom of the hull of the ship where they belong.
Sir. I already told them motherfuckers, man, leave town or change their fucking name, or I'm going with the Shy by default. You see what I'm saying?
The crew will be happy to hear that.
Yeah.
What teams are you talking about? Football or basketball?
Football.
No, this is football. Crew.
Oh no, so we back in my state then.
Yeah.
We in my state of Indiana.
Okay,
If we talking football.
Yeah, but hold on, no. But don't
the Gary Bears.
Gary Bears.
Kevin Bears.
The Gary Bears. Remember, don't
Gary gonna run. Gary gonna what they call that? Annex Hammond.
Damn. But just as long as I see the big C man go out here and whoop some ass, man, you know what I'm saying? And then Raiders once the fuck again.
Hey, that big C is whooping Joe Biden's ass.
Oh yeah.
Oh hell yeah, we crumb bummed on him, man. Fuck him. The reason why I could say that because I lost both parents to cancer, man. I don't give a fuck about hiding Biden, man, or that crime bill shit, man. You know, incarcerating our people on bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Biden.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then they never did find out who that stash belonged to, man. Was it Joe's or was it Hunter's?
It was Hunter's.
It was Hunter's stash. Damn, man. Wow. All right, so I'm going to bid everybody a good night, and then I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Keefe D trial out here, Che, in Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then I got this project coming up. The project is classified. You know what I'm saying? It's not my project, but I've been invited on it, you know.
Yeah.
So, all right, crew. So I'm gonna bid you a good night. All right, Chase.
You too, Shabaka.
First Amendment violation. Bye. Yeah, and then Lady Che, keep giving them the business. You know what I'm saying? You know, you keep hitting the same spot. You know, so many times they can't help but fold. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that is the truth. All right, folks, so I'm bidding you a good night from Las Vegas, Nevada. Clackety, clack, clack. Come on, 7-Eleven. I'm out.
All right, so these chatters are playing dumb. This chatter decided he was going to call into Tariq's TikTok live and say he's curious, what is FBA? Now, FBA been around for 7 years, at least. So if you don't know what the hell FBA is by now, then you just playing dumb. So Tariq about to run a whole clinic on this tether.
Culture. Let's get culture in the building.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me, bro?
What's up, culture? How are you, brother?
Hey, man, I'm doing all right. So, of late, man, I've been hearing about the FBA and all these other things, and everybody kept saying your name, and I was like, okay, I have no idea who he is, and forgive me if I don't know who you are. You know, right. I'm starting to understand. So, I'm asking questions generally. I ain't trying to come at you no type of way.
Right.
So, can you get what is the mission statement of FBA?
Okay, first of all, you got a misconception of what it is. It's not a group, sir. It's not an organization.
Okay.
All right? So, all right, it's not an organization. It ain't something you can join, nothing like that. Foundational Black American is just a lineage. It's a lineage. You understand?
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, it's just a lineage. It means that your family was here at the beginning of the United States. That's it. It means you got non-immigrant background. Where's your family from, by the way?
My mom is from Oklahoma. My dad's from Nigeria.
Got it. Okay. So your dad is non-FBA. But your mom, if what you're saying is correct, would most likely be a foundational Black American based on her lineage. So it's a lineage-based designation. The problem is a lot of people who are not of the lineage have an issue with us delineating.
So they try to create straw mans about what the lineage is and try to pretend it's a group and an organization with a leader so that they can try to attack it because they can't really attack lineage. So there's a lot of non-FBAs who try to put out a lot of misinformation about the lineage, but it's a lineage. That's it. There's you can't be a leader of a lineage, but go ahead, bro.
Exactly.
Okay, so because my dad is from Nigeria, but my mom is a foundational, how would you view me?
Well, if you're correct about that, you would be a foundational Black American lineage by logic.
Okay, then. So why are people having an issue with foundational Black Americans then? Because that doesn't sound bad.
It's not bad. The problem is when we delineate, people have to have us as generic Africans because they can exploit us. See, we're supposed to be a generic, undefined, exploitable group where we don't have a definition. We're just African. African means you're basically weak. You know why? Because it's not definitive. We're in Africa. We don't know. We're just African. That's not definitive. And because it's not definitive, that makes it weak. So when everybody else comes over and they have specific lineages that they can point to, that puts them in a higher position where they can basically extrapolate anything that we create under the guise of Africanness. And then they can still look at their specific lineages and pop their collar to that. When we say that we are a very specific lineage, which we are foundational Black Americans. We're not generic Africans. That shakes up the apple cart. Now we cannot be exploited. Everybody has to stand on their own lineage. That's what people have a problem with. That makes sense?
Yes, but it sounds like it adds a cultural divide to the skin color. Am I making sense when I say that?
I'm lost. Please explain.
Am I tripping?
Please explain that.
Okay, because Africans, it's a different culture. But even though we're foundational Black Americans, we are the descendants of the Africans, yes or no?
Everybody is a descendant of African on the planet.
That's true.
You see? So that's redundant. So people had ethnogenesis. You understand? We had an ethnogenesis. So we're not just a continuation of lost Africans. We created a whole new culture, style, system, swag, everything over here on this land. We had an ethnogenesis. You see?
So you did a complete separation.
We are separated. We are a different ethnic group. We're not continental Africans. Just like a Jamaican is a Jamaican. They had an ethnogenesis. They have their own unique culture. They're not just continental Africans, even though they have African genetics, but they are their own ethnic group, right?
Correct.
Right. We are basically, you said your dad is Nigerian?
Yes, sir.
Yoruba or Igbo?
Igbo.
Okay. We're what they call Akadas. We're exactly what an Akada is. See, they knew your Nigerian side. They knew we were different. That's why they called us Akadas. We're that, but only in a positive sense because we have our own term for ourselves instead of a pejorative term like Akada. That makes sense?
Right.
Got it.
But when I hear that word, they try to make it sound like they're saying it in a negative way.
Uh-oh. Saying what in a negative way? Akada?
When they say Akada.
Bro,
like it's disrespectful when I've heard some FBA say it. But like I said, I'm talking to you. So it's different. That's why I'm having a conversation with you.
But sir, you know Akada is a negative term, right?
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Okay, I didn't know if you're gonna try to, because a lot of people who got Nigerian ancestry, they'll try to lie and say Akada ain't negative. Yes, it is.
I could have swore you just said, but in a good way.
No. Listen, no. Okay, we're getting lost. No, I said we are what they call an Akada, but we're using our own term in a good way, which is foundational Black American. That's the good way. That's what I mean in a good way.
Okay.
Yeah, let's. Okay, I don't want to get confused.
My bad, bro.
Okay, yeah. Akata's not good. Akata's not good. Akata's a negative term. It's a term that your African folks use with us, knowing that we're different from them.
Correct.
Right. And I'm saying, yeah, you're right, but we're not Akatas, we're foundational Black Americans.
All right. Last question, and then I'll move along and let you do your thing, how you do your thing.
Yes, sir.
So for some reason, they are now this could be a TikTok thing. So it's some ignorance to me. So don't be too hard on me with this.
Mm-hmm.
They are trying to tie the FBA, and forgive me when I say it like that, bro. I'm just going off of how it is said. They automatically tied them to the Republican Party. Is that something that's always leaned that way?
No, I'm not a Republican. I didn't vote for nobody Republican.
Okay, then. So that's just some bullshit that they say.
That's a bad faith question.
Shit. That's just people saying shit. And usually those are Democrat operatives, because a lot of Democrats don't like the fact that we've delineated, because that messes up the Democrat voting block. So a lot of Democrat operatives are in these spaces, and they're paid by a lot of these DNC think tanks to come in and spread a lot of misinformation. Anytime you hear that FBA is Republican, that's some DNC bullshit. All right. Foundational Black Americans, there's 50 million foundational Black Americans, and most of them vote damn Democrat. All right. So people just be saying shit on some of these spaces. Got it?
All right. Last thing, when they talk about reparations,
mm-hmm.
Where do you see the foundational Black Americans when it comes to reparations? Do you believe that y'all should be able to say who is deserving after FBA?
After? Well, we know the only people who's supposed to get reparations for slavery is foundational Black Americans. We're the only people who's supposed to get that. Who else is supposed to get it?
I'm just asking. I'm ignorant.
Just logic. Who else? This is the logic. That's not beating up on you. Logically, who else?
So is that some of the issue when certain immigrants come in from the West Indies and all these other things, and they're trying to put their hand in the pot, and it kind of comes like, no, you aren't deserving of this because you weren't here when we were here, and have to put up with and deal with what we had to deal with?
Well, they know that they're not qualified to get it. It's logically nonsensical for an immigrant from the Caribbean or anywhere like that to get reparations from the U.S. government. That's logically ridiculous. That makes zero sense.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing. Right. I'm just talking to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
The problem is you have a lot of people who are Caribbean who get into the political sphere, and then they try to sabotage reparations for us. You have people like Wes Moore, Byron Donalds. Wes Moore has Caribbean ancestry. Byron Donalds, Caribbean. Winston Sears, she's Jamaican. They get out here and start talking about how we shouldn't get reparations. That's a problem. And that's one of the reasons why we started delineating, because we got people who would jump out here talking about what we shouldn't get. And then when we look at them, they're not even qualified to get reparations in the first place. You understand? Just like with your dad's side of the family, y'all don't have non-tribal members talking on tribal business. They got to be Igbo. You don't have Yoruba all up in your business like that. There's going to be a conflict of interest. So we're looking at that the same way, right?
Right. All right then, man. I appreciate you for taking the time to hold the conversation with me. Let me continue to do my work.
Let me ask you this now. Some of the people know you in here. Some of the people say you hold panels in here. Wait, hold on. Somebody said they kind of know you in here. Hold on. Now, have you been hosting panels about foundational Black Americans?
So this week, I have been hosting panels about FBA, asking questions about FBA, asking questions about certain things of that nature, trying to get FBA people to come in and to speak their side of the fence, because everybody that comes in is opposing of FBA, and I don't have anybody to come in there and to speak on their behalf, and it's kind of one-sided. And people been telling me about you. I'm like, who is this dude? I've been hearing your name for weeks, and it so happens I'm still up, and I so happened to come across your live. So I'm like, oh shit, let me talk to him.
Lady Justice, what's up, dear?
Hey, hi everybody.
How you doing, beloved?
I'm doing fine. I just wanted to raise my hand and let you know that he does have panels. I've passed by them and I've seen them. I don't really remember specifically what was being said, but I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay. Cool. Okay, got it. Thank you so much, beloved. Okay. Yeah, you probably got some people, you know, who come from immigrant backgrounds in some of those spaces. So hey, that's probably what it is, brother.
But yeah, that's all it is. Like I said, this last week, I've been running FBA panels. I've been going into FBA rooms, just trying to understand what the issue is, because it doesn't sound like a bad thing. It sounds like y'all really care about the community. Y'all are trying to build the community. Y'all are talking about togetherness. I don't understand what the issue is, because it sounds positive for Black America. So I'm trying to understand, where is the discord in the issue, because I don't see one.
I don't see an issue either. But a lot of people, there's the thing where they keep trying to Africanize us. There's this desperate desire to make us identify as generic Africans, and we're just rejecting that. And I think a lot of the vitriol is coming because that's what we're doing. So it's an interesting thing.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, it's been going on almost a decade, ever since we started really hardcore delineating. But really before that, on social media, even before we started delineating hard body, you had a lot of non-FBAs all on social media really disparaging us nonstop. The disparaging of us has been going on social media for a couple of decades. We just started responding and shutting it down relatively recently. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right. Well, all right, Culture. But thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. All right. Man. All right, y'all get on in here, family. All right, y'all get on in here. Yeah, listen. Yeah, bringing me up, that's a smokescreen tactic. All right. That's a pointless smokescreen tactic. When people, they try to direct their tethers do that. They try to direct their outrage towards me. I didn't invent the lineage of foundational Black Americans. We've already existed. I just helped give a proper name to something that already existed. I just helped provide the precise language for our lineage, because it is a new day. And when there's a new day and there's new groups of people here, we have to start sorting things out and specifying who's who. You understand? Let's be very clear. That's like people trying to get mad at a cartographer who drew up a map of a landscape that already existed. No, you've given it a proper name. You see? And understand something. Delineation, I don't know why people want to argue about it and try to, it's a completed milestone. I want people to understand that for some of the non-FBAs. Delineation, that's a completed milestone. That's not a proposal. Yeah, you're trying to react to delineation as if that's some kind of debate that can still be won or lost. Delineation, that's not a proposal waiting on approval. It already happened. See, the whole cultural, social, political lines, it's been drawn already. The Renaissance has happened already. It's already occurred. So trying to fight the concept of who we are as foundational Black Americans now, it's like you're trying to unring a bell. The paradigm has shifted. So yeah, people, if you're mad, you're just yelling at a train that already left the station. It's kind of pointless. People are just trying to do something with their misplaced anger. You see, because people are frustrated and confused because we've disrupted the power dynamic. See, for a long time, we as foundational Black Americans, we were used to just fuel this whole monolithic racial identity that diluted our lineage-based demands, but helped everybody else. So they want to direct that anger at me. It's not about me. People just stood up and said, okay, this is who we are. This is what it is. And it took off. Now millions of people recognize their unique lineage. And that's the hottest topic in the country right now, especially in these spaces online everywhere. That's just what it is. You see? It's anthropological accuracy. See, the designation of Foundational Black American, that correctly identifies the oldest lineage ethnic group in the United States. We're just talking about anthropology. This ain't about an ideology. This ain't about who you like, who you dislike, and none of that stuff. It's not a trend, none of that. We're talking about our descendants, the people who are in the ground. We can go to Tombstone.
Okay, another 12 minutes.
12 more minutes. What's the next topic?
The next topic is the Black Caucus is trying to force incoming Dems to support Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay, yeah, I gotta go because I can't. I'm already over this episode.
Okay.
Like he already came to the point of it. It's like every episode, this is like it's the same shit he says every day. Like
do you want to rearrange the outline to get to what Lady Che want to talk about, and we come back to the other shit later?
Why do we gotta come back to this? Like everybody knows what he's talking about. Everybody knows about delineation. Everybody knows.
No, we know that.
Everybody knows.
Jesse is keeping the documentation. I realize that's why he does these streams all night. So when everything is settled, Jesse can download all his videos, and we got the documentation of everything that was going on.
Right. Every time he does this, man, this kid he'll let it play at home. Like I done heard the same fucking speech like fucking 20 times in one day. It'll be the same fucking, and this is why they're because like what was the point of this whole the first 15 minutes is like the substance, and then after that everybody gets lost. Like, you know what I mean? Lost. I'm lost. That's the first 15 minutes of it. Now I'm lost. Now he's got some old time wasting conversation and bringing him up as this like this and da. It's every episode, guys. It's the same shit. It never changes.
You ever watched him on TikTok live?
I don't need to. I watch him with him.
No, I'm saying go watch the TikTok lives and hit the request button.
Why?
Because maybe just like you're over here, just like you're over here.
How you gonna tell me what to do on my shit? This is my shit too. My shit too. How you tell me how to run my shit?
I'm not telling you.
Exactly. So go. See how that works? This is my platform too.
I'm just giving a recommendation.
Dope. Here's the thing. For me, it's tedious and you lose the substance of it. So like that's what I'm like. How much more if you got of this particular episode? And what's the next one? Is the next one a Tariq good? Or at least a compare one?
Like, that's why I was asking you that, because it sounded like you had to go somewhere. So I was like, let's get to.
God damn it, yes. A motherfucker does have a life, yes.
So that's why I said let's get to the points that Lady Che want to discuss. That was my point.
I just wanted to end this and move to the next topic. That's all I wanted to do is end it, move to the next one. End it, move to the next one. Why? Because all this other surface shit is like adding extra lettuce and tomato on a burger you didn't want none of that shit on. See what I'm saying?
Just breaking down FBA.
Hope it wasn't from Burger King.
Who are you breaking it down for? We already know what it is. If we are
this ain't for us. It's for the rest of the people that don't know it.
Who else is it for?
The tethers, Lady Che.
Or the other FBA that ain't on code yet that might just run across this and like it. the same way we all got into it. We were just scrolling through YouTube, probably watching some nonsense.
No, because it's a sports.
No, I'm talking about when we got into this.
Go ahead, play, Jesse. Just play.
And point them out. No matter how much you cry, whine, kick, scream, that's not moving our family about them tombstones that can go back to the 1800s and 1700s. We can go and point them out to you. Nothing you do as far as whining and complaining and ooh, Tyreek did it, that ain't gonna get them bones up out the ground. I'm sorry.
Right.
All right. And we're recognizing and honoring those ancestors.
That's right.
This is a renaissance. Understand, a renaissance of self-realization, that's irreversible. This is a cultural renaissance that we're in right now. A lot of Black people are now tracing their genealogy, reclaiming their specific American heritage, because we've done that before. If you look at some of the writings of our foundational Black American ancestors in the early 1800s, they sound just like we sound right now. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, and those guys, they were all about lineage business. This ain't nothing new.
Right.
You understand? We're reclaiming. I'm telling you, there was movements in this country where they were sounding just like us, different waves. Even when Garvey was over here, you had the Black grassroots because Garvey was scamming with his big fat ass. He was over here scamming and hustling and all that, and they were calling him out. They were calling him a big foreign Negro, everything. They were saying the same thing we were saying about people who are not of the lineage coming over here with the bullshit. They're saying exactly what we're saying. You understand?
Yeah.
So the thing is, man, a lot of the backlash, they want to try to frame the delineation movement as exclusionary or hateful. That's a deliberate mischaracterization. They try to say, okay, if we don't want to be generic Africans, we hate Africa. That's a bad faith argument.
Right.
Because nobody hates Africa more than a damn immigrant who fled there.
Right. From there.
You're not going to project that onto us. We ain't got no hatred for Africa. I love TikTok shop. Y'all the ones kicking and screaming when they threaten to send you back. I was just over in Africa. I had a good time. I came my ass right back home. I went to Africa as the foundational Black American, enjoyed myself, came back home as a foundational Black American. I wasn't over there trying to find myself, none of that shit.
Right.
I go vacation there just like I was in Japan. I wasn't trying to find myself in Japan. I went over there, enjoyed the culture. It's a foreign culture. I went over there, enjoyed it, brought my ass home as a foundational Black American. See, they want us to go that when we go to Africa, we're supposed to be learning from them. We're supposed to be deferring to them, and they teach us about our ancestry. Teach me who I is. Well, this is who we are, nigga. No, I'm foundational Black American. That's what I am. All right, that's what I am. All right, I love TikTok shop. You see, every other group in America, man, they delineate themselves by their specific lineage, origin, and heritage. Everybody does it. Now, when we do it, now it's a damn offense. We're not going for that double standard.
Right.
Because, see, everybody expects us to be the only group without a distinct protective boundary around our lineage. And we're saying, no, it's a new day.
Yes, sir.
And you're not going to shame us into removing the boundaries. All right?
All right.
Because all of this anger, now it's irrelevant. The train has left. We're not asking nobody for permission to exist. All right, we're focusing on other stuff right now. So folks get mad at me, all of that, Tariq, the leader. When they say that, that's them admitting that this delineation has kicked them in the ass because they can't deal with the delineation that has already happened. You ain't dealing with facts. Now you just have to make up a straw man to deflect and whine. It just bring me up to whine. They don't have nothing logical, just like the punks calling up. Tariq, your wife, you got the white woman over there, Tariq. What you got? How much money you got? Did you get some scholarships? You know, that's whining. That's hoe babble. These dudes are babbling like little hoes. That ain't no damn, that's not no real debate. That's nothing logical. Grown ass men hoe babbling because they're frustrated because they can't glom onto the lineage. These old young Miami niggas. Run that shit. Spin that shit, Tyreek. Spin that shit. How much money you got? How much money? Get the hell out of here, grown ass man. You do some scholarships? Get the hell out of here. All right, let me get some family in here. Let me get the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we got a lot of folks. Tap the screen, man. We got 100,000 hearts. Let's get, ladies and gentlemen, let's get 500,000 hearts in the next 10 minutes. I think we can do it. Y'all tap that screen and let's get up 500,000 hearts. Let's get those taps up.
Like and subscribe.
All right. Let's get those taps up, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yeah, dudes emotional. Yeah, these dudes argue with their girl. Yeah, these old sassy punks. The hell out of here. All right, who is this? Yeah, 500K. Yep, we can do that. We had we had over 1 million hearts last week. Oh yeah, we had over 1 million hearts last week. All right. Let me see. Miss Honey. Let's get Miss Honey in here. Okay, hold on. Some of these accounts, I can't let the people up. Let me see what I can do here. Let's try Miss Honey. Hop on, Miss Honey. Miss Honey, hop on.
Hey, Terry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Miss Honey. How are you?
Great. How are you today?
I am phenomenal. What's going on with you?
Thank you so much. I'm FBA. I wanted to come on here because I just wanted to mention a few things. Like what you were saying earlier about a paradigm shift. I want to say I totally agree with that because I've been watching some documentaries on what's going on like abroad too, like in like Ireland and like the UK. And it's the same thing. Like they're all trying to shift over to lineage as well. So it's not just something that we're doing. They're doing it globally in Asian countries as well with regarding to African immigrants. So I think they're just trying to, throw these terms out like CIA and everything like that when it's a global thing that's happening. So I wanted to mention that too. I want us to know that this is not just us, this is globally, and we need to stick to the program. Also, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about seeing them in like historically Black spaces, like Jack and Jill, our sororities and fraternities? Like, what do you think about those spaces not being gate kept?
Yeah, well, a lot of those are like boule spaces, so that's a very interesting thing within itself. But a lot of them are coming around the HBCU realm, and a lot of them are getting into things like legacy media like Essence and Jet. And when they start to do what they did with Essence and try to jolt off it up, that is a problem. All right. That is a problem. When they start sending the roll-ins and the boule class and all that to try to come at us and talk at us, because I want y'all to understand, man, a lot of these people, these non-FBAs, a lot of them, man, let me be very honest, they try to talk down at us because they think Black Americans collectively are dumber than them. I want y'all to understand something. In their mind, because they lie so much, they think being a pathological liar is something, and that's a form of intelligence. And the fact that they run game on us for a long time by having us feel like we're generic Africans, they've run a long game on our ass for a long time. So they feel like they're kind of smart. They feel like they're smarter than us. That's why, notice every time they talk about foundational Black American lineage, I want y'all to understand, they're not attacking me, really. They're attacking the Black community. Because they always try to make it seem like y'all were just a bunch of dummies and I just came along and tricked everybody. So that's them insulting the Black community. They try to infantilize Black intellectual agency. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to feel me on this. The Black, you out here manipulating Black people like y'all dumb, like y'all can't think for your damn selves. See, that operates on the insulting, xenophobic. You want to talk about xenophobic, the xenophobic assumption that Black Americans lack the intellectual property to evaluate information and weigh our options and make conscious decisions. Y'all talk at grown black men and women like they're gullible children who needs an outsider to rescue them. You know what I'm saying? Yep. No, black Americans, they see what's happening. They see how y'all act, and people came to a conclusion. Hey, man, we're different. You think black Americans didn't hear y'all calling them a cotta and all that? You think they don't see Myron Gaines? You don't think black Americans started putting 2 and 2 together and start saying, hey, wait a minute, a lot of these foreigners are talking real slick. You think they don't hear you? Yeah, you think they don't see what y'all do on your job? They see when they go on a job with you and there's a Jamaican supervisor. 3 months later, there's 20 Jamaicans working up in there. You think they don't see that? You think they don't see you go down to Atlanta and there's a Somali working at a parking structure, and then a month later, there's 30 Somalis working in the parking structure? Right. You think they don't see that? Say what you're doing, y'all project your own manipulative nature. Because see, a lot of these people, these non-FBAs, they're used to running game, manipulating our spaces, extracting resources from our culture. So they try to project that everybody's doing the same. Because they view us as a resource that needs to be exploited. That's why they just remember that Nigerian dude, he was found unalive because he was scamming a bunch of foundational Black American NFL players. He was scamming a bunch of NFL players recently. Mm-hmm. So they look at us as a lick. You understand? And they're mad at me because they think, okay, I done woke everybody up and I done stopped the licks. That's what they mad at me. They try to, oh, damn it, why did you hip everybody to our scams? No, people just kind of woke up and saw you for what you are. Right. All right. Let's be very, very real. All right. Oh, yeah, that dude down in Florida losing. Oh, yeah, the dude down in Florida. The guy who voted for Trump, I talked about him the other day, who has them Haitian restaurants. All his employees are Haitian. He ain't got no Black American employees. And his business is getting shut down because his employees are all getting deported. Chef Creole.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah. They know how to look out for each other. They know how to damn delineate, but they're going to look out for each other. They're going to look out for their ethnic group. That's what I'm saying. When they open up a business or whatever, they prioritize their ethnic group, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
And then when we prioritize ourselves, well, what is this xenophobic, nigga? What is it? We all in this together. The police put me over. They're not going to ask if you're FBA, nigga. Oh, shut up.
Right.
Stop. Stop.
To the left, to the right, my baby. Do it with me.
I'll be right back, Che.
I woke up clean, put that root work on. Now I'm feeling fresh from dusk till dawn. Arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide. Root work slide. To the left, to the right.
This commercial is getting more and more hilarious. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on your way out? Lady Che.
What the fucking topic was in the beginning. That was the whole point of what I said earlier. Just give me the rundown. You talking about what was the title? Just read me the rundown.
The Dude that called in talking about what's FBA.
Oh man, like I wouldn't even entertain that. I wouldn't even entertain it. I wouldn't entertain half the motherfucking callers. Like almost all of the callers, I wouldn't entertain because it's just time wasted and fucking around. And you just think you're educated. You're not educating nothing. They're laughing. It's a game. It's a game. And you got motherfuckers call in and be like, he do be holding class. He do be holding and whatnot. Oh, snitching ass.
Yeah.
I'd be helpful.
Oh, yeah, having panels.
Helpful, cuz.
He do be having panels.
You know what I mean? Yeah, he just like he got what he wanted. Anytime you can make somebody sit there and explain something that is clearly known, a clearly known thing for the last 10 motherfucking years, easily. 6 if we're counting, okay, based on our shit.
Well, 7, yeah.
7, 6, 7, no, 6.
2019.
No, 6.
2019, Lady Chain.
Whatever, cuz Jesus fucking Christ, you're fucking semantics. Look, it is obviously a game. Like just playing semantics is a game, right? You just play with my fucking mind so I can get upset. Like that's what he's doing it on purpose for. This is obviously a game. You got motherfuckers caught. Explain it to me, Tariq. Hey, right into the narrative, cuz. I got 10 years of motherfucking video history. Go through that. Not to mention, I got a whole museum and 6 motherfucking, or 5, almost 6 documentaries plus 3 boosters. Go through that. Read a book. Shit, learn the code. What's the code? I'm not telling you. It's right there. At this point in time, everybody's playing stupid. You see what I'm saying? And then you get risky and then you want to talk about it. And then you want to say, who's this and who's not each other. Okay, well, according to your daddy, you don't count. If we go off your mother's lineage, yeah, it depends. So how far it goes. Like, you're like, come on, man. Come on, man. You already know they know. I'm just barely hearing your name in the streets. I barely hear your name nowadays. I barely hear you. I gotta see who this nigga is. Are you serious, cuz?
Where have you been for the last 30 years?
Right. You barely hearing it, and he's like over there describing it, talking about it, and feeding into the fucking delusional grandeur of this lie. Oh no, I'm cool on it. Like I see past the bullshit.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know, and then for me to sit through the whole thing, cause like advanced, it's like I've already been through this course. I graduated like fucking 6 years back.
Right.
It's all remedial bullshit. And I say that because the people calling in find it amusing to play games with him. Yeah. And then get all the other callers all wrapped up into it. That's what, and no one's seeing the play, or is it just me that see the play? And I'm over here rolling my eyes like, here we go again. Another day, another explanation. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Not that he's not wrong for saying, but like, goddamn, man. I mean, for me, I've already heard it like 20,000 times in 1 week about the mediation and how everybody's on this other side. You know, like I already heard it, and they hate him and they want to blame him on this and this. I mean, first of all, he caught when he said, dude said something about what is mission statement. Yeah. Busted him out already. Cole busted him out and said, well, let's back this up. This is no mission statement. Woo, right? Yeah. That right there was the answer. Dude was fucking with him.
Yeah.
Dude was fucking with him as soon as he asked him that.
Yeah.
There you have it. See?
Hey, Che, Lady Che.
Welcome back, bro.
Yeah, I think Lady Che is Canadian.
Oh my God, stupid.
You know, because I'm gonna talk like a tether. You get me?
Yeah. But how is that tether talk, cuz?
Because she can't be from down south or where FBA from, light skinned like that. She gotta be from way up north, like Canada or Alaska, right?
What you mean? Kissing ass. Like, I'm only saying the exact truth. When Cuz got on there, Cuz said, what's the FBA mission statement?
Yeah.
And Tariq answered it coldly. He busted around coldly.
No,
Right?
I'm agreeing with you, Lady Tay. Like I'm agreeing with you. I'm just taking it to a different level. That's all.
Saying though,
I'm using their logic, like showing how stupid it sounds.
Right.
it is because it's this way. Like for us, we already know the code. We already know what delineation means. What the lineage is about. What's being talked about, asked about, what's being focused on. Who's a Taylor? Who's a migrant? Who is it? Right.
Yeah.
So all these things are like they're thoroughly engrossed in us. Right. Like it's almost embedded into the fabric of our being by now.
Right.
So at this point in time, anybody calling up and acting stupid with Tariq or even in any of these rooms be like, well, I don't understand. Even like I was watching something else and I was playing in the background, right? And I was watching one of those that Ricardo dude, the Hispanic dude that's always talking to black people.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so he's on there, but he's talking to a black lady, a poor black lady, right? And all she said is, I want to say something, but I don't want to upset. And this is the most important thing. I don't want to upset Black Americans, right? And I was like, okay, so now they're doing this type of so first they're trying to make it seem like, all right, we got a problem with them, woo woo woo, right? We got a problem with all each other. Now the new fucking grift is gonna be they don't want to upset us because we'll go in on them, like we're delicate and fragile and we're emotional and like to get at us that way, you know what I mean? And that goes to the generic African shit that he's always talking about. See what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, because I see the play. I watched it already. It's like there's only one way to combat that whole thing is by calling it out under 5 minutes or less. You know what I mean? Under 5 minutes or less. Because at this point, like even alleged foundationals who don't want to acknowledge their foundational lineage or whatever, like that Aboriginal cat, right?
Oh yeah.
He's playing too, you know what I mean? And he's trying to place his anger somewhere, like cause like everybody knew about them Aboriginal bloggers for way before the motherfucking the California Reparations Task Force even took off.
Right.
And ask me how I know. I was up there chopping it up and they had a major problem with light-skinned bitches. Okay, that's how I know. Right. But I said it to say this, like, they're coming out like all of a sudden now to address him on one of his what was it, Tariq radio or radio isms or whatever the fuck it's called, right? To address him like that and act like they hold higher scholarship or this or that. Well, where the fuck have you been for 6 years?
Right.
Dialoguing amongst yourselves.
You say 6, I say 20, 30 years. Where they been?
Well, I say six because I'm using the show as 6. I'm using as 6. That's what I'm saying 6. That's what I'm saying 6. We know it's longer. But I'm saying 6 as far as in regards to Front Line Blacc News and Signal Booster.
Right.
I got you.
But yeah, of course it's much longer than that. But however, that's even worse.
All right.
That's even worse. That's even more of a time wasted play.
Right.
Ain't that what we said about
45 minutes of my life? Can I get it back? No.
Ain't that what we said about Al Sharpton and the NAN? Yeah, 35 years.
Yeah.
What y'all did in 35 years?
Not a damn thing.
See? Exactly. And so you can't be mad, or they can't be. It's like I'm upset about it, but I'm not really upset about it. What I'm upset about is just come off with the direct. Yeah, I came out here just to troll. Honest,
right.
That would be a lot better than saying that you're not there to troll. You know what I mean?
When you clearly are.
Yeah, just say that. I came in here just to troll, just to be a nuisance. I think you're full of shit, and here's why. Right? And that would be much more entertaining than be like, why don't you tell me? So what's the mission statement for FBA? What exactly is an FBA? I mean, what? My mom is from Oklahoma, and my dad, he from Florida.
Via Lagos.
Yeah.
Via Haiti.
I hear a Haitian accent. Ain't nobody my family Haitian. And
why they get so mad when we say that? Look, if I hear y'all accent, right? Yeah. Say I never left Chicago and I hear y'all accent. Yeah. Like, what the fuck is y'all saying? Like, I can understand y'all, but I'm like, they talk funny as hell. Yeah. If y'all never heard anybody from Chicago before, y'all will say the same thing about me. You can understand me, but I talk funny as hell. Right. So it's like, what's to them?
Right. Why do that? Right? Why do that? What's to the game? Right? They're just doing it to time waste and lie. And it's a what do they call it?
An energy drainer.
Energy drainer,
like a succubus or something.
It's a what do they call it? A bad faith argument. Yeah. That's what he says. He says, didn't the Tariq say it's already starting off with lies? It's a bad faith argument.
Yep. Just like Vic Mensa. Yeah. Oh, Cameron said Africans stink. And Cameron got on his ass. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? I never said that. So how we gonna believe you about 2,000 years if you can't remember last week?
Right. Right. And again, so what? At least he cleared it up. And not only cleared it up, but other people cleared up the fucking the facts.
Right.
See? And even if it's so what, I don't think Cameron would have did that. That shit was funny as hell, but I don't think he would have did that.
No, I just love seeing FBA going on tethers, especially FBA that don't call themselves FBA. Right. You give me just a regular old descendants of freedmen, Black Americans, and when they see a teller get out of line, ooh. Mm-hmm. I love seeing it.
Right. Yeah, that's what I say, Justin, is that, I mean, like, for me, because I'm so burnt out. I'm burnt out of all this stuff, because Jesse got to play 24/7 in the house. I can't even get him to watch a movie or anything, like, fucking substance ever in the last 5 fucking years. I'm tired. Like, if I get away with breaking the laptop, the phone, and everything, 10,000 apart, I would have already done it.
Hey, I'm going to tell a light-skinned joke.
So what?
I'm going to tell a light-skinned joke. The reason you got burnt out because you was in that 50-degree Colorado sun.
You know what, man? If I have to that's the whole reason I'm not hanging out with Jesse now. I'm not going to talk to him at all for the next fucking 2 months. Because Jesse had a big stupid ass sun joke. It wasn't even a sun joke. He was straight disrespecting me. Straight disrespecting. Not to mention that it was his fault I got a sunburn in the first place. Why is that? Well, because everybody he wanted to stop and talk to, he was over there in the shade, and I had to stay on the sidewalk because there's no shade on the sidewalk. And I couldn't drive my little shit down the fucking down the little ravine, so he's over there kicking it under shady canopies and chopping it up, and I couldn't. So that's the only reason that happened. Okay, we're gonna tell the truth and shame the motherfucking devil. Huh? Jesse, tell the truth.
Yeah, we were outside.
Yeah, where were you though? Where were you? Smoking weed under the motherfucking canopies.
I was probably in my bed, in the house in the shade with the red light.
Jesse smoked like 3 or 4 different types of weed with 4 or 5%.
Hold on, he's running for man. It's illegal out there, but still.
It's legal here.
It's legal out here too. In my office. It's not legal at my house. It's legal in my office, not in my house.
Legal here. Should be here.
Hey, if I forget to empty my pockets when I go home, ooh, Indiana gonna be on my ass. Oh, and the feds will be on my ass because I crossed state lines with it.
I don't know that.
But you know niggas do that every day. I'm just talking about regular niggas, not me.
No,
I'm a
yeah, no.
law-abiding citizen.
Listen. If he Jesse cared, you would have listened to me, and he would be doing this show during election season. But he doesn't give a fuck, so that's why he keeps doing it. And it's not like it's really helpful because he just lets everybody up here and just cuss and do whatever. So it's not like it's really helping him in any way. Or is it? Did I not say you should not do it during election season? How many times already? How many times? Three separate elections, right?
Yeah.
And I said you should not do the show during election season. Does he listen? Do you listen? No. So yeah, fuck a minute. So yeah, I'll just say that. How about that? You don't listen to me. So I try to save his life. Fucking, I don't know how many times. 3 times now. 3 separate elections. Does he care? No. So why should I? Why should you? There you go. See?
We're the media.
No, Jesse. I'm the media. You're supposed to be running for a fucking office.
I can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time.
No, you can't, cuz. No, you can't. See, that's why that doesn't see. Like, look, I don't want to hear every year he blames me for whatever happens, right? I don't want to hear it this year because this year, like every year, I try to keep him on the same task. I don't want to do a blow. And this is how it goes down. So I don't want to hear it because, like, you can't. Like, I'm impervious to blame this year. Guys,
my speaking engagements.
Whatever, because you're not there, so it doesn't really matter. You're doing the show right now. Moving along. What's the next topic?
The Democrats are trying to force the new arrival Democrats to support Hakeem Jeffries.
Why? I did see that Piercy got ahead too, huh?
Yeah. Oh God. Ugh.
That's like, man, they're just making one horrible mistake after another.
So Dr. Rich, the supposed doctor, is going to give us an update on that.
Black socialists.
Is he a doctor like that girl off the internet?
From the Black Caucus, if they do not support Hakeem Jeffries. Put it up for a man. We have a story for you. And if you give a damn about democracy, it should make your blood boil. According to Axios, some members of the Congressional Black Caucus, they want to create a condition. Now, the irony of this happens on multiple levels. The Black Caucus wants a condition for incoming Democrats seeking to join their ranks. You have to support House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker.
Yeah.
However, this could get dicey and very fast. Multiple Black Democratic socialists who are all but guaranteed to be elected in November have declined to commit to voting for Jeffries. Keep Jeffries up. Sir, I don't give a damn if it's your idea or not. It may not be your idea. But as a leader, if you can't give voice, solid voice, to how antithetical this is to anything we understand as democracy, and of all places, I'm so damn disappointed in the Congressional Black Caucus for utilizing their caucus ability to say, if you don't support Hakeem Jeffries, you can't caucus with us. What? How do you dare hold your own party accountable if they're not able to object when you need an objection? There's more. So you have an Afro-Latino nominee, New York's 13th district, Dara Liza, will seek to join both the CBC and the Hispanic Caucus if elected. Pennsylvania State Rep. Chris Rahm, nominee for a Philadelphia-based House seat, told the same outlet he is, quote, definitely planning to join the Congressional Black Caucus. Kairos of Colorado, another Black Democrat running in a safely blue district, said, quote, I absolutely plan on joining the Black Caucus. But all three DSA-aligned candidates have declined to comment to voting for Jeffries as Speaker. That's their right. They're not elected for him. They're elected for us. They're not sent to Washington to serve Jeffries. They're sent to Washington to serve us. Period. And this is a damn shame. And it's more shameful that you don't have people saying something loud about why this cannot happen.
This is weird.
If I said absolutely nothing, I would be just as wrong, just as unethical politically as those on the MAGA right who decided to say absolutely nothing when they decided to utilize their political power in order to shut up folk who were objecting, at least at first, to Trump. And I'm not comparing Hakeem Jeffries to Trump. That's why this action is so damn shameful. Multiple members of the Black Caucus speaking on the condition of anonymity. And why do you think they're speaking on the condition of anonymity? To offer frank remarks about likely incoming colleagues, said criticism of Democratic leadership could be an issue. One senior CBC member, when asked if Avila would be allowed to join, told Axios, quote, not if she doesn't support Hakeem along with other issues, end quote. Asked if that would apply to all incoming members, the lawmaker replied, yes. You all are making your own bed. And can I be 100 with you? And I got friends who are members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and I love them to life. You all are not that effective. Okay? Don't act as if when people get to DC, they must caucus with you in order to get legislation passed. I'm keeping it a buck with you. Okay? Hey. The appearance of this is probably worse than the substance, because you no longer have the moral authority to hold any caucus accountable for inclusion based on their right to elect or not elect a particular leader among the political rank. Avila said, quote, absolutely will not be welcomed if she doesn't support Hakeem, said second CBC member. Under no circumstances would anyone be welcomed with a warm embrace if they are going to undermine the brother. Just no path. Loyalty to Democratic leadership isn't a formal criteria for CBC membership. In other words, there's no statutory language, no bylaws, etc. A source familiar with the matter told Axios, but it may be a de facto one, meaning they're making it up in real time. This has nothing to do with him being a brother. This has to do with his policies. I don't like his policies on the Israeli military industrial complex. I don't like his policies on who he decides to take money from. And I should be able to say whatever I choose to, and so should those that we elect to go to the U.S. Congress. There's some things, obviously, I support Hakeem Jeffries on, and others I do not. But that's because all of us are independent thinkers, including the people we send to D.C. Quote, support for Hakeem is not a written rule, at least not yet, the source said, but it would be a challenge to accept someone in the CBC who doesn't support him for speaker, the source added. The CBC has far left people, squad members, DSA members, but they are committed to Black people and the Black agenda. Hakeem Jeffries, as Speaker of the House, is about progress for Black people and the Black agenda. Quote, you can't come to the CBC and blow up the point of the CBC. It does not make sense. What happens when he's not supporting the Black agenda? What's the Black agenda? Is he supporting reparations? That's a Black agenda for sure. Is he the champion of legislation for reparations for descendants of slaves in America? Oh, well, that means he's not for the Black agenda then, right? My point is, policy is nuanced. It's supposed to be. It is supposed to be nuanced. You want people to be monolithic? You want individuals to follow a leader because they're in charge? Hell no. As a matter of fact, if now I have no desire to ever be in politics, but if I was going to the Congress, and even if I supported Hakeem Jeffries, if you would have said some mess like that to me, I promise you, he would be the last person I supported, because it sends the wrong message to everyone else, especially those who put you in power to serve them, and not a king, not Hakeem, and not DC. One has to wonder if their criticisms of Israel will be a factor when you consider this.
Well, I appreciate the relationship that I've had with AIPAC from the very beginning of my congressional journey.
Wow.
The pro-Israel community fully embraced me.
Wow.
AIPAC played a very important role in my political campaign. I think it really helped it take off.
Thank you to everyone and AIPAC for their deep and long-standing friendship. It means a lot to me.
To hear what AIPAC.
Yeah, I think you get it. They want their guy to remain in charge. The other members don't think they'll be blocked. The second House Democrat who spoke on the condition, once again, of anonymity, stressed that while these members may not be welcomed with open arms, it doesn't mean they will be turned away entirely. Quote, "We have had Republicans," the lawmaker noted. The CBC allowed former Representative Mia Love to join, though it has denied other Republicans. The group has also rebuffed some Democrats. And obviously, the irony is, if you will allow any Republican at any time, why would you deny someone who's left of you at any time? It starts to make you question, are these guys two sides of the same coin? And obviously many of them are. Democratic leadership source strongly pushed back against the notion that any incoming Black Democrats will be denied entry to the CBC based on their vote for the speaker. Quote, "I don't believe the CBC decides its membership based on one's pledge to support leadership," source said, adding that Avila will get the same review process as everyone else. I don't think it's a thing at the end of the day, the source said. And I agree. I don't think it's substantive as far as the membership. I think the message you're sending is much more damaging. And if they can do it with this caucus, they would do it with others. And I don't believe it's coming from inside of the caucus. I believe these are influences external. It's a damn shame.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in Edmonton.
Before I get to that next topic, what are y'all thoughts on the CBC forcing the new arrivals to back Hakeem Jeffries or else?
I'm confused by this. Like, are they doing this separation already? Like, I mean, who said you gotta really respect Hakeem Jeffries? I mean, it's not like he's really worthy of respect like that. I mean, like, what the fuck has he been doing for 2 years, really? Except putting us further and further into like, you know, the loving embrace of the motherfucking Republicans. Like he just pushing us over there, and then you know, it's not like he's trying to like, you know, delegate any democratic fucking policies or anything. Like where the fuck has he been for the last 3 months? Have you noticed he's been kind of like MIA?
Yep.
Like what the fuck is really going on with him? I say he started to look like Mitch McConnell. Like where the fuck is he at? You know what I mean? The thing is like I feel like you should, if you don't want to listen to that motherfucker, you know, because he's just not a respectable light-skinned motherfucker, then I can't really say no. But these are like, you know, they intentionally standing out for a reason. So, is this like the wave now? The Democratic Socialists? Is this the 2026 Timu version of standing out and making a stance? So I think that's what we're going with. I feel like the Democratic Socialists are like Timu version of Democrats. You know what I mean? That's how I feel right now.
Yep.
Straight Timu Walmart edition. You know what I mean? Like what are they doing? He's making a stance against what? So you don't want to hear him talk? Okay, cool. You don't have to. You know, turn up your Walkman. Shit, do something else. But like, what was the point of it though? Like, is it a mandatory thing? I thought they were like it. This whole Democrat and Democrat Socialist thing is like intentional separation, right? That's what it kind of feels like. It kind of feels like it's not gonna last long. I give it to the end of fucking Trump's term if this goes on. It's like the pushback, you know what I mean? Is this the like? Look, the people don't really respect. If it's all about what the people want, the people really don't respect anybody right now in politics, and they sure as hell don't respect Jeffries. We're gonna be serious about it. The people don't respect nobody on the Republican side. They don't respect no Democrat for sure. Because if that's the case, a lot of these legacy people would still have a job. You know what I'm saying? And these Democratic Socialists, they definitely ain't getting no real respect because, I mean, look, half the city of New York, almost the whole city of New York really hates Badami. You know what I mean? The only ones that respect them is the Muslim community, maybe the Jewish community, maybe. You see what I'm saying? But regular Americans, like, you know, really aren't really respecting his get down. See what I'm saying? Am I wrong? Am I the only one here talking to myself?
Completely wrong.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong, crew?
Hell no, you ain't wrong.
Okay, because I thought I missed something. Yeah, and there's no respect for any of them right now. So, and Jeffries, woo boy, we done lost respect for Jeffries since the start.
Look, their whole party is fucked up.
Right.
Biden got cancer. He was ready to run for fucking president again.
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell, ain't nobody seen him in weeks.
That's what I'm saying. But have you seen Jeffries either?
I don't know.
No.
He probably over visiting Bussy Gillum.
The answer is no. We haven't seen Jeffries. Jeffries hasn't been out to make a contrarian speech against any Republican shit in like 3 months. Easily.
But why they saying that the Dems gonna take the damn Congress and they might take the Senate?
I think that's overflated hype.
Right, like the memory crisis, the AI bubble, right?
Mm-hmm. Like they think they were in the Madonna, not the fucking Mandela effect. Like we didn't see it or hearing it, and it's actually not happening in front of our eyes. They want us to go with their narrative. the narrative is they're all lying.
Well, hey, Lady Che, you know that's why that's my name, reality. Because my reality is different than whatever anybody else says. I don't give a fuck what nobody you get me? I don't care what nobody else is saying. Like I see, like to me, I see what it is, right? So, like a lot of people be sounding like tethers to me. I ain't saying you and Che. You get me? I'm just talking about like in general. Like, how come y'all don't know this? How come y'all ain't, you get me? Y'all didn't even have to read the book or anything. Like your eyes work, your ears work. What's going on? You don't see this?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I can't go along with what they're talking about because it sounds like lies and propaganda and bullshit. Everybody, not just them. Everybody's providing that lies nonsense, and they think that nobody's paying attention. But no, I don't want to like if I have to bang the drum, I don't want to bang the drum to propaganda.
No, especially not to the colonizers' propaganda.
Right.
We can do our own FBA propaganda, our own reparations propaganda. There's nothing wrong with that. It's free speech.
Right.
As long as we ain't getting paid by George Soros to do it. Uh-oh. There goes that vacuum in the auto-tune again, Jesse.
That shit is crazy. Jesse.
Yeah.
What is going on back there? You sound tired.
These cats are squabbling. All right. Crew, what did you want to say on that last topic?
Oh, I was just saying, I said what I said. I don't even remember. I was just talking to Lady Che about it. But like I said, the Democrats is lying.
Yep.
I think so. From what I've heard, like from the gun rights channels and whatnot, they're saying the Dems might win the House, right? And hoping they don't win the Senate, because that's why Justice Alito, he's the most involved with Trump, right? He's the Supreme Court justice that loves Trump, like his policies and whatnot. So he said he was going to retire a couple months ago. Then he said, he's not going to retire. I ain't going to say it's a couple months ago, but he had said he was going to retire. Then he rescinded that because he didn't think the election was going to go to the Republicans. So he didn't want to retire and then have Democrats have to sanction a judge. But my point is, Mitch McConnell has been missing in action. Biden tried to run for office knowing he was stage 4, and it's in his bones now. Just like Shabaka was talking about, he supports the Big C, the Chicago Bears. The Big C don't support Biden. So that's what I was saying. The Democrats are lying. They're doing their last tether moves, I guess, as it were. They're doing their last grasp. You know how baby, when they're tired, they get all the energy in the world just to run it out of them so they can go sleep.
Yeah.
That's what the Democrats is finna do. They finna go hibernate. And then somebody gonna throw some gasoline in their cave.
Right.
You give it.
Yeah, I think there's all lies. I think they're just trying to get us to be distracted about something stupid that we can't fix anyway. It would require a lot of us to care about the same topics. In politics, it seems like we're not on that same page yet.
This where they messed up though, Lady Che. We got a lot of FBA on the same topic, whether they call themselves FBA or not. our delineation movement that got people delineating across the globe.
Yeah, that's true.
They start kicking out Ghanaians and Nigerians from South Africa.
Yeah,
Jamaica don't want the Haitians there. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, this is forced migration out of everywhere. But it's because I feel like, hey man, motherfuckers gonna outstay they welcome.
Exactly.
They've outstayed their welcome. And here, I don't know, I have to do my show, so I have thoughts of different things, but I don't like being lied to. And what I'm gonna show on the RVA is them fucking lying to us. So I don't like them lying to us about whether they deported a motherfucker or they didn't. I don't want to see you shift them around the United States. I want to know if you deported them back to their country. They were lying. Lies. Straight lies. Yeah, but that's it. That's all I gotta say about that, Jesse. Jesse.
Oh.
Can you end the show because you're sleeping?
No, it's the cats.
It's you. You're sleepy.
No, I'm not. It's the cats.
Because just end
we
the
got
show.
Breeze in the building. I can't end the show
End
yet.
the show. He's not even on here. End the show.
Breeze.
End the show.
Salute, Breeze. Hey, look, me and Breeze will run the show.
Please, because he's gonna go to sleep, and then there's nobody to be able to end it.
Look. Damn. You can't hand over the staff. You can't hand over the staff to me or Breeze.
No, cuz he needs to end it. He won't
You know,
let me
Breeze gonna be playing some music.
No. End it.
End it. Okay.
End
Lady Che has spoken.
I think she need to talk to. I think she need to talk to.
What time is it now? What time is it now? 3 o'clock? 2:30?
2:30.
2:30.
It's early for y'all.
No, it's not actually.
I woke up. Jesse was still streaming at damn noon my time yesterday morning.
Yes, but he didn't have to be. It was never like this. The only one who does late night streams is me. And then he took it to where I can't do it no more. That's why I haven't done it all. Jesse. That's why I haven't done an RBA. Because he eats up all the motherfucking time and all the topics. No, just end it. End it, Jesse. Lord, man.
All right. Well, I'll see y'all then.
To man the station, and not only that, but I would have to do it. You couldn't do it. I'd have to do it.
What you mean I can't do it?
You can't do it. I'd have to do it. That's just the way it works. I'd have to do it. And I don't want to, man. Like,
I know how to stream, right?
No, yeah, do your own shit. You're not a fucking regular over here. Do your own shit. No, because this is irresponsible. Like, just do it. Just either stay for the how many topics you got? Like 9?
Yeah.
Fuck no, Jesse. Y'all think it's just me talking shit now, and I'm overreacting. He knows why the fuck I'm mad. Why this is like this. He's doing this on purpose. He's like, haha, she gonna get mad, and everybody gonna act like I'm the victim. No, there ain't no victim here, because like they did this on purpose. This used to be a 1 day show for 2 hours, and now it's an everyday show for 9 hours. Like, that's not fair to me. That's not fair.
Look, here's what I did, Lady Che.
You can't say anything because it's not fair. You can't say anything. Me that's been through it for 6 years. You can't say nothing. You can't take away the feelings about it.
6?
6.
Damn. I knew you in Fargo, Jesse, didn't I?
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeesh, that's annoying.
What is the next topic, cuz? What is the next topic?
Oh, I just wanted me to end it.
Well, Jesse, you're already awake now because I don't woke your ass up by yelling at you. So what's the next topic?
Is that all you gotta say about Hakeem Jeffries?
He's not even present, cuz. He hasn't been present for like 3 months. Where has he been?
Mm-hmm. All right, so the next topic is consistent torture. Keith LaMar speaks from death row after receiving 3-year execution reprieve. So Amy Goodman, suspected white supremacist, is going to give us an update.
Scotland with Nermeen Sheikh in New York.
On Friday, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine issued reprieves for 3 men on death row, citing the difficulty of procuring lethal injection drugs from pharmaceutical suppliers. The execution dates of the 3 men were pushed back to 2030. This comes after Governor DeWine, who is a Republican, announced in June that he no longer believes in the efficacy of the death penalty as a deterrent.
It is today impossible to make the case the death penalty is a deterrent. I no longer believe the death penalty is a deterrent to murder. The moral justification I had for voting for the death penalty simply no longer exists. For the state to take a human life, there must, in my opinion, there must be evidence that in doing so, it will help protect the public, that the threat of that action will deter someone from committing murder. For the reasons stated above, I do not believe that argument today can be successfully made. Nor do I believe that there's any chance in the future the facts that I have cited to support that belief will change. Therefore, I believe Ohio should abolish the death penalty.
One of the men on Ohio's death row who received the reprieve from Governor DeWine is Keith LaMar. The new date gives LaMar, his attorneys and supporters more time to fight for his freedom. LaMar was sentenced to death for the murder of 5 fellow prisoners during the 1993 Lucasville prison uprising. He and his attorneys say he's innocent and was wrongfully convicted. His trial was held in a remote Ohio community before an all-white jury. He's now spent over 30 years in solitary confinement.
This is an excerpt from the animated short film
That's ridiculous.
Injustice of Justice, narrated by Keith LaMar and illustrated by Molly Crabapple, which won the grand prize for the best animated short film at the 2025 Golden State Film Festival.
I was on the recreation yard when it all began. A guard came running out of the building with blood streaming down his face, followed by a masked prisoner who was carrying a weapon and yelling, "We taking over." Against my better judgment, I went inside to check on my personal belongings. A fatal mistake. It was complete chaos. When I made it to my assigned location, I discovered that it was being used as a holding area for hostages, both guards and prisoners. I was thereafter approached by a masked prisoner who gave me the option to either participate or leave. I chose to leave. Hundreds of us gathered on the yard, waiting as the National Guard and Highway Patrol took up watch outside the perimeter fence. Because I had gone into the hostage area without wearing a mask, my name would be mentioned among a vast array of potential suspects. Even though the state concedes that I was never affiliated with any of the gangs said to have presided over the riot, the fact that I was already serving time for murder would play a big part in their decision to indict me. Ultimately, I was charged with 9 counts of aggravated murder. I couldn't believe it.
That was an excerpt from the animated documentary, The Justice of Injustice, narrated by Keith LaMar, illustrated by Molly Crabapple. For more on the news of the reprieve and the latest on Keith LaMar's case, we're joined by 3 guests. Keegan Stephan is a civil rights lawyer with Beldock, Levine, and Hoffman. He's representing Keith LaMar, joining us in New York. Amy Gordiju is campaign manager for Justice for Keith LaMar. She's with us from Cleveland, Ohio. And on the phone from Ohio's death row is Keith LaMar. Keith, we're going to begin with you. I don't know whether to say congratulations or recognizing that this means you still have an execution on the horizon, but the significance of the Republican Ohio governor, Mike DeWine, putting off giving you a reprieve on this execution for 3 years. Can you talk about your response and how you learned that you would not be killed by the state next year?
Well, first of all, I think, thanks so much, Amy, for the opportunity, obviously, to elevate the profile of my case. I think congratulations is in order, because aside from me receiving a reprieve, which I was very relieved, though we anticipated that he would stick to his pattern, I'm still relieved that I don't have that hanging over my head. But in the meantime, I've been undergoing a consistent torture since the last reprieve. Guards have been spraying chemicals in and around my cell. I haven't been able to eat breakfast or lunch over 3 years because of the chemicals that are being sprayed in my food. I'm being harassed constantly. And so, not the death penalty, the execution is one thing to worry about, but I've also, been caught up in this thing called the push off, where guards try to push you off the planet, try to get you to kill yourself. And one of my friends 2 months ago committed suicide because of the same treatment that I've been undergoing for the past 3 years. But yeah, getting to my legal case, I've been working very hard with, a formidable team of attorneys who are right now uncovering evidence that has been withheld for the past 3 decades. And so it's been really, really, difficult over the past several months because, with the execution looming, we would have a concern about filing under the impression that we were trying to execute some kind of ploy. And, with that now being removed, we're now operating under that type of pressure and that suspicion. So, hopefully the courts will take the motion that we're about to file more seriously because of the reprieve. But I'm thankful, grateful for the time that I've been given, because that gives my attorneys more time to develop my claims. Yeah.
So Keith, we're very, very sorry to hear about this absolutely atrocious treatment that you have been receiving. I mean, if you could talk a little bit more about, is there any recourse? What kind of response do you get when you point out what's happening?
Well, about 4 or 5 years ago, they passed a rule that all guards have to wear cameras, body cameras, similar to police officers on the street. And ironically, the result of them having cameras has allowed them to do more mistreatment, more harassment, because if it's not on the camera, it didn't exist. It didn't happen. So I filed over 50 complaints with the administration here, and they check the camera. They don't see anything. They claim not to see anything, and because they didn't see anything, it doesn't exist. Meanwhile, my health has, depreciated. I'm in constant jeopardy. Like I said, I'm losing weight. I'm right now sitting in a plume of fumes as I'm speaking to you on the phone, but I have to sit at the front of the cell because that's where the signal is strongest. But I'm right now in a cloud, of a bewilderment as I'm trying to communicate to people, the specific details of my case. And this is what I've been operating under for the past three years since the first reprieve. So while the reprieve is, particularly important, it also means more suffering. And I'm trying to be available for these interviews, for these opportunities to speak out my truth. But it's, they're not making it easy, and I suspect that the harassment is being done with the approval or at the behest of the administration, because it's blatant. They're doing it with impunity, with no concern or risk of losing their jobs. And I'm pretty much laughed at on a routine basis whenever I bring it to the administration. It's to the point now, it doesn't even make sense to file complaints, because all my complaints have fallen on deaf ear. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, my lips are stinging. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Keith LaMar, Mike DeWine, the Republican governor, has come out against the death penalty. Can you explain why then he has granted a reprieve as opposed to commuting your sentence? Your supporters, you are calling for your freedom. But if you can explain how this works, he just says he can't get the execution drugs to kill you. What are you calling for right now?
Yeah. Well, Mike DeWine, at the end of the day, as a politician, as he himself stated, he was one of the architects who put in place the execution policy here in Ohio. You know, he's about to retire. I think he's well into his 80s now, and so he's thinking about his legacy. You know, but he's at the end of the day as a politician, and he's doing the political thing and passing the buck basically for the next person who comes in line, which if it's a Republican, you know, you can expect the death penalty to be, the deaths to resume here in Ohio. You know, Mike DeWine asked the voters to vote to abolish the death penalty, but you're asking poor white people, the same people who voted for Trump overwhelmingly here in Ohio, to do something that they have some type of psychic need for. You know, it's like, you know, I'm in here and they want to see you suffer. You know what I mean? And that's the whole thing. And so they also heard the news that I got a reprieve. It spread around the prison immediately. And even on that day, you know, it's just the attacks are immediate. I know I sound a little hysterical, but I'm making this call under duress. I'm living under a extreme strain. And the reprieve, while good in on the legal sense, and giving us more time, it also increases the pressure, the harassment that I'm undergoing.
Keith LaMar, again, we're so sorry to hear about this distressing treatment and the conditions under which you're living there. I wanted to ask you about comments you've made about the disproportionate number of convictions and executions in Hamilton County, and whether you think those have changed at all in the duration in which you've been imprisoned, and what the reasons are that you've said, all white juries, jailhouse informants, etc. If you could just elaborate.
Yeah, when the riot happened, they were looking for prosecutors to prosecute the crimes, and they picked Hamilton County because of Hamilton County's dubious distinction of receiving these death penalty cases. I think they were only second to Texas at the time. And Mark Piedmar from early 1990s up until now used the same MO of using jailhouse informants, withholding exculpatory evidence. I mean, this is their MO. This is the DNA, the culture of this particular prosecuting office. And here in the early 2020s, a lot of those cases that was prosecuted 10, 20 years ago are coming back, with because of the misconduct, are being overturned. And the same thing he did in all these multiple cases that are now being overturned, he did to me. He withheld exculpatory evidence. He coached witnesses. I've only seen, based on the estimation of my attorneys, 30% of the evidence that was collected. And they're talking about killing me. And so, this prosecutor's office was handpicked. My case was, shoved into this all-white county, Ironton, Ohio, where all-white jury was all but certain, and they convicted me with absolutely no evidence at all.
Well,
That
Keith,
wasn't a
I'd like to bring in your attorney, Keegan Stephan, who's here with us in the New York studio. Keegan, if you could talk about what this reprieve means and how it came about now. What does it actually mean for what might happen to Keith?
Sure. I mean, the most important thing by far is that this reprieve means that Keith LaMar, who is one of the most brilliant and loving humans I've ever met in prison or outside, will not be executed for another 3 years. That is so meaningful to him and so many people who he loves and takes care of and educates on a day-to-day basis. For his legal case, that means that we have another 3 years to litigate his innocence, which is absolutely critical. As Keith said, we were coming up to a deadline when we would have needed to file to make sure that this case wouldn't have just been tossed at some juncture as being a last-ditch effort. And it's not a last-ditch effort. We've been investigating now for over 3 years. We've uncovered incredible new evidence, very powerful evidence of his innocence. I've spoken to eyewitnesses, uncovered additional materials in the record that have me believing that he is absolutely innocent. There's no question in my mind. So we are now in the process of putting all of that into a motion for leave and a motion to vacate his conviction, and we will be filing very soon. We will then have all of this time to litigate it, to get courts to decide on it, and hopefully by the time 3 years rolls around, he will be exonerated and a free man.
And finally, Amy Gordiev, what are your leader, campaign manager for justice for Keith Lamar? What are you and the supporters of Keith calling for now? How are you organizing?
Well, we are facing the departure of our Governor Mike DeWine, in January. And right now we're in an unusual moment of his political history where he has the power to do something extraordinary, and that is to pardon Keith. We're asking and calling on as many of your viewers and anyone they can share it with to sign the petition to Governor DeWine, asking him to look into this case and do the right thing, do the moral thing. He spoke of his morality and his beliefs, and we want him to take it one step further. And that petition can be found at keithlamar.org/petition. We ask people to follow us on our social media. It's all one word, at Justice for Keith Lamar. And we really need to make our choir sing loudly now and show the government what the collective cry is of people who are feeling and caring and who've come to this conclusion with us. And as Keegan just mentioned, that evidence will soon be made public and available, and it's unquestionable at that point. And anybody with who's a thinker will see right away that Keith was framed, and it's not just his word, it's all right there for anyone to see. So we just ask everyone who can help us spread the word, because that in our current society seems to be, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, as they say, and the more support we have, I think the more compelling our cry will be when we take our petition to him in November.
I want to give Keith the last word. Keith, from Ohio's death row, your final comment to the world right now.
I mean, one of the things that, I was listening to the run-up to my segment about what's going on in Israel, what's going on all over the world. And it's, I'm emboldened always watching your show, Amy, that people are speaking up, standing out. And Audre Lorde once said that your silence will not protect you. And that's the thing that I want to send out to anybody who might be listening to this, who might be going through any, oppression or any type of evil or whatever it might be. That speak out who you are, and you will find or discover that you are not alone. And that's been one of the, the big, blessings in my life. And I'm fortunate to, I would, want to thank all the people who are supporting me, but there's too many people to thank. But here we live in a capitalistic country, and Frederick Douglass said, you might not always get what you pay for, but you're going to pay for what you get. And so all the people who have been, funding my campaign, funding my legal fund, I really, really want to thank you. It has made all the difference, all the difference in the world. And I just want to thank you and your team, Amy, for once again helping me highlight my case. It really, really is invaluable what you all are doing for me. And I'm really, really grateful. Really, really grateful. Thanks so much.
Well, Keith, we're going to continue to cover your case. Keith Lamar has been granted a reprieve by the Ohio Governor Mike DeWine for 3 years, a reprieve from execution. His supporters, like our guest, Amy Gordiev, campaign manager for justice for Keith Lamar, and attorney Keegan Stefan, are now organizing to call for the stopping of his execution. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
But he's
not supposed to talk.
That's
or
why I'm
say
mad at my cousin.
anything about his case, but he is allowed to even be on social media. Yeah, well, you know, this is what privilege looks like, y'all. This is what privilege looks like. Look, I got a story coming out tomorrow. Courtney Clenny, she was sentenced to 6 years for wiping out Christian Obumseli. She only got 6 years. Just think about that. Carmelo Anthony got 35 years and he was defending himself. This
I think
girl
she got 2 years. 6 and
Yeah.
2 years is
Christian Obumseli.
served.
And she got 6 years. She only got to serve, y'all, 2 more years and she's free. That's it. See, privilege is definitely alive and well. It most certainly is. So I got that coming out tomorrow. So you will hear about that. But yeah, you know, so let's get to the videos. Yeah, we'll see if Chud and Courtney Clenny can stay out of trouble. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you, CJ Filled, for the 2 joules, 100. Thank you so much for your support. Oh, Tareen, Rain Reloaded. You said, and you heard the latest on Lauren Boebert, son Tyler. He's in trouble again. Oh, hell no. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm really not. I'm not surprised that his ass is in trouble again. Okay, thank you for the 1s, everybody.
They call me the Builder. Chud the Builder.
Infamous live streamer Chud the Builder has just been released from his attempted murder charges he was being held on a $1 million bond. Those of you who don't know, Dalton Eatherly, also known as...
They call me the Builder. Chud the Builder.
Chud the Builder is a live streamer who goes around throwing racial slurs at people and then recording their reactions to get clicks and views on the internet. He uses your basic IRL nuisance streamer tactics, but with a racial twist. While walking out of a courthouse in Tennessee, Eatherly was attacked by a black man who didn't like his antics. He pulled a gun, he shot multiple times, injuring the black man and himself, and now he was sitting in jail for the last couple of months. Yesterday, he was released on a $1 million bond, but still faces multiple charges, including attempted murder. This has opened up a huge argument on the internet, with some people siding with Chud the Builder, saying that he's exercising his First Amendment rights to free speech, and pointing out that a $1 million bond is absolutely ridiculous. While other people argue that using the N-word is equal to using physical violence and that the assault against Eatherly was justified. But what do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments.
This bozo is back on the streets. Yes, Chud the Builder has been released from jail after posting his $1 million bond in full, cleared to stream again. This is a red alert to all African Americans, Africans, Dominicans that look like us but think they white. Everybody, if you see this man, I repeat, do not engage, okay? This is at least a psyop, okay? Listen, Chud the Builder is back on the streets. I understand y'all. I'm with y'all. Y'all can say that stuff in the comments. I can't say it up here. But I will say this. Everybody is entitled to their day in court. But if you see this man, let me tell you something. I understand that what he does is wrong, and I understand it might ruffle your feathers. But move aside, because what you got at home is more important than the man with the handlebar mustache. I promise you. You got a lot more going on than the guy named Chud with the handlebar mustache that just got out of jail. Leave it alone and don't bother him. Yes, he is back on the streets, y'all. I'm just here to bring y'all this news because a lot of y'all really only watch my page, and that's the only news you watch. Please be aware and be safe out here because they letting people like this out of jail. Meanwhile, your cousin that got caught with an eighth and a little nose candy been in there for 5 years. I'm just here to bring y'all the news. I'm just a messenger.
I have some really bad news, and it's about Chud the Builder. It appears this man has a witch doctor somewhere in a third world country. I don't know how he pulled this off, but Chud the Builder is apparently out on bond. About a day or two ago, the most deplorable person on the internet, Jake Lang, who just happens to be best friend with Chud the Builder, surprise, surprise, he came on Twitter to announce that Chud the Builder had apparently made bond and he was being released. Now, this was 2 days ago, and nobody got an update. So a lot of people just thought, okay, like Jake Lang is a pathological liar. This is just one of his stunts.
We are outside Chud the Builder's courthouse. His special name, Dalton Eatherly. I'm here with his whole family. We are fighting for his bond. This was his final attempt to be able to receive bond. And guess what? They gave him a 2-week continuance. This is two-tiered persecution. White men have no rights in the state of Tennessee for self-defense. Some rabid black man attacked him outside the courthouse, and he had to defend himself. Now we're facing a two-tiered persecution where they won't even grant him bond.
That's where the tellers get their lies from.
When they kicked him out for not paying a bill. This is ridiculous Democrat persecution.
Kicked him out. That's called theft.
Officially a political prisoner being held in abhorrent conditions of confinement. He is being held in solitary confinement, not even let out of his cell. I think only 2 hours a day. He's getting out right now. He's being tortured. They're trying to make
2 hours. I only got 1 hour in Cook County.
We need to stand up. President Trump, the Department of Justice. This is persecution. Amen. This is political persecution. We need to stop this right now. Free Dalton. Free Chud. Free Dalton. We are in downtown Nashville right now where my brother Chud the Builder is in his final bond hearing. He's being persecuted for being a white man who defended himself versus a violent black assailant. His bond has been set at $1.25 million when the murderer, Carmelo Anthony, only $250,000. This is the definition of two-tier justice. We have to stand against it. The Democrat persecution of Christians must end today. Free Chud.
This victim mentality is so whack, but they acting like Chud the Builder got $1 million bond for jaywalking.
Another tether.
Or for stealing a Hershey bar out of Walmart. Chud the Builder got $1 million bond for shooting a man outside of a courthouse after antagonizing him. Yo, this victim mentality is so whack, bro. Like, yo, it's so corny. I don't even understand. Like, even if you are like a white supremacist or a white nationalist, I don't even understand how you can respect this. You guys are quote unquote anti-victim mentality, but yet you guys are the victim in almost every situation, and there's no accountability whatsoever, right? The worst part about this too, based on how much quote unquote support Chud has gotten from like the white supremacists and like white nationalists, Chud has not learned a goddamn thing. You would think like somebody.
So real quick, I had to stop working out for this because Chud the Builder, Dalen Early here, has bonded out of a Montgomery County jail in Tennessee. Yep, you heard it correctly. You all remember this racist piece of shit? Yeah, going around calling black people the N-word and then claiming to be the victim when he has to suffer consequences for it. Yeah, him. He was involved in a shooting, attempted murder of a black man outside of a courtroom in Tennessee. And somehow he is bonded out on $1 million bond. And he had other pending charges in Davidson County in Tennessee, where he was not supposed to be able to bond out on because they had offed his bond there. But he has bonded out. Yeah, this is what I talk about when I say these racists and bigots support their own. He raised the money to bond out of jail on an attempted murder charge. But what do I expect? It is Tennessee. As more information becomes available, We'll follow up.
So Chud the Builder has been released from prison, right? Like 2 days ago, but everybody's just finding out about it now. What do I think about it? I do feel like it is disheartening to see somebody that's committed so many vile acts being released. But, you know, the law can only do what the law can do. The judges, I do feel like, were not trying to be easy on Chud the Builder at all. I think, you know, one of the judges had $1.2 million bond for him. The other one said legally they can only do $1 million bond, but then he tried to make it more difficult for Chud the Builder, saying that he had to use 10 different bond companies and they can use $100,000 each from the bond companies for him to bond out. So the judge did try to make it more difficult for him. And then there was like a guy there, I can't remember what the guy's name, but he catches pedals and stuff like that on YouTube. He tried to give $100,000 to help get Chud the Builder out of jail, which is very interesting. It's like we find out like how he is. Like it's just, you know, it's a lot of premises trying to get him out. But he is out, you know, he is out. I don't think, I see a lot of people like, oh, the courts are being racist and all. Like, I don't think that's what it was. I think the courts did what the courts do, right? But I think for this one, they try to keep him in jail.
What the courts do is be racist.
But the problem is when you have so many people who feel the way Chud the Builder feels, it's easy for him to be able to get the capital to get out of jail. It's what it is. You know, you can't stop how a lot of these people think, you know what I mean? And they're willing to use their money to support that, you know? So he ended up getting out of jail. He immediately violated one of the bond conditions because they have his bond conditions on all these different news platforms, basically saying that he's got to give up any type of, if he was applying for a passport, he's got to give that up. He's got an ankle monitor. Obviously, he can't fly out of the country, stuff like that.
Chud is a Haitian now.
Be on social media, anything like that. There is a gag order. But he violated it by saying no comment. Now, he can get around that, saying that because before his fiance,
no comment is not violating the gag order.
Social media.
What the fuck is this dumbass talking about?
He was locked up and they were trying to get him out. So he could say that she posted it. You know, he could lie and get around that. But also the Give, Send, Go money cannot be used towards like any of his bond or anything like that. But now that he's out, you know, he's got all his passwords and stuff like that. He may be able to just cash out like the Give, Send, Go and do whatever he wants to do with the money. But it's very disheartening because I feel like this person is a serious danger to, you know, the community. You know, when you go that far and that wasn't a self-defense case. Like the guy, Joshua Fox, was with his wife. He told Eatherly to leave him alone. Eatherly approached him with a bladed stance and started reaching for something. And then Joshua Fox took off on him and didn't let him get to it, you know, or tried his best not to let him get to it, and ended up getting the best of Chud. But Chud ended up getting a hold of his pew-pew and doing what he did outside of a courthouse. It's really insane, like when you wrap your head around what this guy did, and then now he's out, right? And then meanwhile, while he was in jail for that, he had 2 other court cases that were still pending, you know? And it's just like, this guy, he's obviously a danger, but you know, the law is the law, you know, and we will see what happens. I will keep you guys updated, but I don't think the court, like the judges or anything like that, was, you know, had any racial bias to let him out, right? I don't think that's what it was. I think because I watched a couple of the hearings, one of the hearings on my channel or whatever, and the judge wasn't really rocking with him at all. But, you know, I mean, I think he found a way out. He found a loophole out and he's out. So we'll see what happens. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section.
Okay. So from what I understand, there were people on the outside that was raising money for his bond. And there was one particular guy I'd never seen or heard of. He was kind of chubby. And he was on video saying, I put the bond up for Chud because I don't think it was right for, you know how these white nationalists speak. Oh, I don't think it was right that he was in there. That's freedom of speech. You know, it's amazing when they use the N-word, it's freedom of speech. But if we come back at them and say something, that's hate speech. Yeah, that's hate speech. But what they say to us, that's freedom of speech. How convenient is that? So y'all, let's see if he can stay out of trouble, because when he had that altercation outside the courtroom, he already had another court date for something else he did. So he apparently can't stay out of trouble. So let's see if he will remain out until he goes to trial, or if he gonna F up and end back up in the jail, which I hope he does. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hope he does. Keeson, you said they claim they love America, but the man shot a veteran. Where's the outrage? Yeah, well, he was a melanated veteran. That's why you're not going to see no outrage from them. Yeah. Especially if he can get on social media, which they're saying he is allowed to do. Yeah, you know, it's going to be no time before he start blurting out all kinds of ridiculous things, because he's one of those people, he knows the more outrageous he is, the more attention he's going to get. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we shall see. We shall see. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. And I got 2 lives lined up for tomorrow. One, we're going to talk about how Iran said they are not negotiating with Donald Trump again. They will sit and wait for the next president to come in to begin negotiations. They don't want to do anything else with Donald Trump. And the other one is Courtney Clenny getting 6 years for unaliving Christian Obumseli. So I have those 2. I am looking at one more. So be on the lookout for my lives, y'all. Don't forget to pick up your hair products, and I will see you on my next live. Shalom, family.
Back to our breaking news from moments ago. We're just showing you pictures from Cali, Colombia, where a 7.4 magnitude earthquake was reported. Officials say that there were some injuries and several buildings were damaged, and you can see the live pictures coming into us right now. Although, you know, it's so many people milling about, you can see that it doesn't look, although the damage looks terrible with people there. I don't even see first responders. The hope is that there isn't a significant loss of life, although any loss of life is always tragic. We're going to talk to Rob Marciano in just a moment about this. He's been tracking this story for us as well. Rob, you hearing anything?
Well, I'm just pulling up, trying to find out where that video we just showed.
Yeah, that was Cali, Colombia.
Yeah, Cali. So that's, you know, west of Bogota. Bogota's like, it's almost as high as Mexico City as far as elevation goes. And then you go through the Andes to get to the coast. And this has kind of been one of those valleys.
It's definitely a major Colombian city. So, you know, hopefully this is just a building that had some other issues that caused it to collapse.
That's what you hope, because you can see some of the surrounding buildings are still relatively okay.
Yeah, but that, you know, that one is, that town is not that close to the epicenter, which makes me worry
That's
about
interesting.
Makes me worry about all these other slightly smaller towns
closer to the epicenter.
Oh boy. Yeah, so one aftershock that I saw about 10 minutes ago, listed on USGS at 5.0, which is enough to take weakened structures and weaken or damage them more. But
And you
obviously,
can
search and
see
rescue crews are
those
now.
folks are pulling up a stretcher, so presumably there's someone stuck inside. They're trying to get out. This is an active situation. Folks trying to dig through the rubble. We're going to keep following this story, but
Yeah, I'll keep you guys posted on more aftershocks, but 7.4, as we all know, just from reporting on these over the years, anything over 6 is,
it's pretty major.
is pretty major,
yeah.
and then it goes up, logarithmically or exponentially to every little step of the way. It becomes that much more powerful.
And we're sort of speaking haltingly because when these earthquakes happen, oftentimes it's sort of drips and drabs as far as the information that is coming in, especially when it's in a location that is difficult to get viable images from. So, but obviously, as we continue to report this out throughout the course of the day, we'll share that information with our viewers. So again, pictures coming into us from Cali, Colombia, where a 7.4 magnitude earthquake has struck near the center of Bogota, Colombia. We'll keep bringing you updates as warned. Thank you.
Rob will stand by. Breaking news on a deadly earthquake. Colombia declares a national emergency after a powerful earthquake in western Colombia today killed at least 111 people. Now, the death toll is only expected to rise as crews search for people who could be buried underneath that rubble. A magnitude 7.4 quake shook the South American country and neighboring Ecuador. Now, social media footage captured the moment one of the buildings collapsed. Residents in the city of Pereira ran from the cloud of dust as that structure fell to the ground. Now, as a reminder, this earthquake follows June's back-to-back earthquakes in neighboring Venezuela that killed more than 5,000 people. I want to go live now to CBS News immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez. Camilo, great to be with you. We just saw some of the devastation there. What can you tell us about the extent of the damage so far?
Well, Liz, according to the country's president, the devastating earthquake in Colombia has killed now more than 100 people, 111 residents of Colombia so far, to be exact. 87 people have also been injured by the quake. But as you underscored, Liz, the numbers of people who have died and the people who have been injured by the quake are almost certainly going to continue rising in the coming hours. According to authorities in Colombia, dozens of buildings throughout the country have partially collapsed or completely collapsed because of the earthquake. The airports in the cities of Pereira, Manizales, Armenia, Cartago, and Buenaventura are no longer operational after the earthquake. So even air travel has been affected greatly by the natural disaster there in Colombia. The epicenter, Liz, was in a community in the region of Chocó on the Pacific coast called San José del Palmar. But the impact of the quake was even broader, affecting a larger portion of Colombia, including what is known in Spanish as El Eje Cafetero, or the coffee growing region in central Colombia, cities like Manizales and Pereira, but also Cali in the southwest, where I was actually born. And it was even felt in neighboring Ecuador, as you underscored. And authorities say that officials and residents alike in communities throughout the country are still looking for signs of life, looking for survivors in the rubble. And the quake has greatly diminished and hindered communications in Colombia. I've seen that firsthand. My mother was actually on the phone with my father, who traveled to Cali just last week when the quake struck early this morning, and was able to talk to him briefly right after the fact, right after the earthquake, but I have not been able to reach him just yet. I've been calling him nonstop all day, and so communications have been hindered by the earthquake. Many here in the US and around the world are calling their loved ones to make sure they're okay, and it has been a significant challenge, of course, Liz. So for now, we expect the numbers to rise, and it is truly a devastating situation there in Colombia so far, Liz.
And I can only imagine. I hope you're able to talk to your family members soon just to get reassured that they are okay. I'm curious, what's the response on the ground look like? Is Colombia and their resources, are they equipped to handle a disaster like this?
Well, that is the million-dollar question, Liz. It is a critical question. We know that the country's newly sworn-in president, Abelardo de la Espriella, just declared a national emergency that his government says will expedite the funding that can be allocated towards different regions of the country. We know that one of the hardest hit regions, El Chocó, has historically been impoverished and underfunded and has been affected disproportionately by the country's longstanding armed conflict. And so that will prove to be a challenge, getting aid into those hard-hit communities in, again, places that have been struggling with poverty and also conflict for many decades. We also know that this president was just inaugurated, like I said, recently last week, in fact, in Cali, one of the hardest hit areas. And so this is posing now a major challenge in his first week in office, Liz.
There certainly will be tested, no doubt. Camila Vonto Galvez, thank you so much for that update. All right, I want to bring in meteorologist Jessica Birch, who's monitoring the earthquake aftershocks. And we know with the magnitude of this size, there's going to be several larger aftershocks.
Of course. I mean, every year we only see about 18 of these earthquakes, a magnitude 7.0 or above. It's rare that we see this. And in this community specifically, since 1950, there's only been 2 earthquakes of a magnitude 7.0 or above. Number, of course, aftershocks are still concerned too, but 7.0 or above since 1950, we've only seen 2 of them in this surrounding area. So what we want to keep a close eye on today, and what the USGS just put out within the past hour, is our aftershock forecast. So far, we've seen a magnitude 5.0 earthquake. Keep in mind, in these communities, they woke up this morning around 7:30 in the early morning hours, trying to get to work and school with these conditions. And now what we keep a close eye on for our aftershock forecast today is magnitude 5.0 or greater. We see about a 70% chance there, a 6.0 or greater, about a 14% chance in the surrounding area. And we're going to continue to monitor that closely as we head into the afternoon and evening hours tonight. Now, that's throughout the next week we could see that. So a magnitude 5.0, we see about 1,500 of those a year globally. But this, like I said earlier, is very rare that we see this. So it's impacting major communities throughout those areas in Colombia. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on the conditions into the evening hours tonight as more aftershocks are in the forecast. Liz?
Jess, thank you so much.
Está temblando fuerte. Miren. Son las 7:36 de la mañana, 10 de agosto del 2026, acá en Cali, Avenida Roosevelt con 43.
Este edificio quedó súper tarjado. Acá.
Church get reassembled, or what are we looking at?
That ain't no church. That's a damn synagogue of hell. Jesus went in there and kicked the tables over, and that's what happened.
I'm like, what is this for? Like,
Jesus kicked over the money changer tables, and that's what happened to the whole church.
I'm like, what the fuck is the point of this? Other than he reassemble it, put it back together? No. Whoever's recording this is fucking devastated, apparently. I'm like, what are you looking at? Doesn't look like a lot of damage. It's like one of those example videos, like, see, Katie, look, we can rebuild. Like one of those types. I feel like they're like, look, we just gonna rebuild this shit right now. The earthquake was earlier this morning. We just gonna rebuild this by the evening. Look, Katie, this is one of those kind of videos.
Aquí hay gente atrapada. La gente está ayudando a remover los escombros porque hay gente atrapada adentro. Ya están atendiendo como unos heridos.
Tranquilos, tranquilidad. Uy, parce, qué temblor. Está muy fuerte el temblor. Uy, está terrible.
Venga, 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 así, 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 venga, 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 venga. Baje, ya. Baje.
Come here, come here, come here. Sit down, sit down. I see, I see, I see.
Abajo, abajo.
I see why some people flee their homelands, but I wasn't gonna flee. You see that old man out there with his wife, still walking in the streets.
Baby, look what you do.
This is a hell of a story. A man gets arrested for buying marijuana in a state where it's legal to buy marijuana and then traveling back home across state lines. The cop that did this
What the
used
fuck
Flocc
did I just say?
cameras
Bro, I live right next to Indiana. You cannot go
to
across
arrest the
the
man buying
goddamn
some
street
damn
smoking a
marijuana
joint.
in a state where it's legal. Here's the story.
Wisconsin police used Flocc to
Look,
track a
look,
man
hey,
across state lines into
man,
Michigan, where weed is
walk
legal,
across
and back
straight line
into
road
Wisconsin, where
smoking a
weed is
damn
not.
joint,
And they used the fact
and
that
the
he went
feds
to
can get you.
Michigan as the pretext to search his car for a weed arrest. So this is pulled from court records that I obtained. It basically follows this man from Green Bay down here. The first Flocc hit happened right here. And that was at 2 p.m. on April 26th, 2025. They then tracked him up Route 41, which is this road right here. They tracked him going north, and they got Flocc hits all along the way. So there's one Brown Road and US 41. Then they tracked him up to Marinette. And so this right here is the state line between Wisconsin and Michigan. This is the state line right here. And they tracked his car going into Michigan. And then a few hours later, caught him coming back into Wisconsin. They used this as the pretext to pull him over and search his car. He was ultimately pulled over right around here.
What are we doing? Put it up full mass. According to 404 Media, police in Wisconsin, they decided to use Flocc cameras to determine that a man who, quote, travels to Michigan frequently, where marijuana is legal. Then he travels back to Wisconsin, where it is illegal.
And he drove through 3 states to do it.
State lines as tracked by these Flocc cameras as part of the probable cause justification. Search his car for marijuana. He was eventually arrested for simple possession of marijuana. The searches came to light in a Wisconsin criminal complaint against Edward Abrams Phillips, who was wanted for bail jumping on domestic violence charges. But the criminal complaint makes clear that beyond the bail jumping and domestic violence charges, police specifically studied Abrams Phillips' interstate travel to create the pretext for searching his car for marijuana. The bail jumping charge was actually dismissed. Abrams Phillips was criterion for, Abrams Phillips found guilty due to possession of the criteria of possession of marijuana. That's it. That's according to the court records, nothing else. Now, here's why this is dangerous. Obviously, if this stands, you have precedent, okay? That means that your local police department is able to investigate you outside of their known jurisdiction. Not only outside of their known jurisdiction, but also across state lines, which typically would require the federal government to get involved once a crime reaches a state-to-state dynamic. However, they're utilizing an investigative tool in order to test the system, and marijuana is the case. The complaint explains that Abrams Phillips was tracked via Flocc's network over the course of the day to determine that he drove from Wisconsin to Michigan, a known source state for marijuana, as it is once again legal there, the complaint states, adding that previous Flocc hits indicated that he travels to Michigan frequently. Please note that using Flocc, they were able to track Abrams Phillips driving from Wisconsin to Michigan, then back to Wisconsin over the course of several hours, where he was pulled over and arrested. The Flocc searches and arrest happened in April 2025. Just a reminder, there's nothing criminal about going to a state frequently and coming back home. It is not illegal. It is not probable cause just because you travel. And you have the right of interstate travel. We don't talk about this fundamental right enough, but you have the right as a citizen to travel to whatever state you choose, however many times you choose. It's the right of interstate travel.
He is absolutely correct on that.
It is not difficult to imagine police in one state using Flocc to track a resident of their state across state lines to, for example, obtain an abortion that is legal in one state but not in another. Last year, 404 Media reported on police in Texas who searched more than 80,000 cameras across Flocc's nationwide network for a woman who had a self-administered abortion. The case is also concerning, considering that Flocc cameras have popped up outside of marijuana dispensaries in Michigan. The Jars Cannabis Dispensary in Madison Heights, Michigan, went viral this week for putting a, quote, no Flocc zone sign in front of a Flocc camera in their parking lot. Quote, we share our community's concerns about increased surveillance, which is why we place the no Flocc zone sign in front of the camera to block its ability to record, end quote. The dispensary said in a public statement, quote, after we installed our no Flocc zone sign, the city issued a demand letter warning of sanctions if we do not remove the sign within 48 hours. Here's some interesting news. Every Flocc licensed reader camera operated by the Winona Police Department, that's in Minnesota, has been sawed off and stolen in what investigators believe was a coordinated theft. All 8 cameras were taken on August 1st. That's according to the local police department. Each camera is valued at about $3,000, putting the total loss to $24,000. The cost falls directly on the local police department and their budget. Yeah, you hate to see that. There's a pattern of communities resisting hyper surveillance. All right. Well, there you have it. You got to challenge this in court, obviously, in order to set the record straight, because lawmakers, well, they don't have the spine to. So.
Snoop Dogg spent years telling us what Chud Knight did to artists.
You ain't asked for no response on that, Jesse?
Chud made enough money off of all of us to where he shouldn't get a dime off of Tupac.
Now, his own cousin is accusing Snoop of becoming him.
He did a show and didn't take me, so I figured, like, why you know what's going on? He just like, you ain't signed your catalog over to me.
That was my subject, Jesse.
Trademarks, missing credits, $1 billion catalog deal.
We got it, and that's all we wanted, because I'm finna sell everything for $1 billion to Universal.
And when the paperwork war got personal,
I'm gonna tell you what Snoop thinks about it. What's that? Absolutely nothing. So it's
The dog pound started exposing things that had nothing to do with music.
You say I got 30 kids? Well, your husband got more kids than I got that you don't even know about.
This is the story of how hip-hop's fence sitter
And she had a baby with a woman. Oh, I didn't come in for this.
became the next Suge Knight.
I own Death Row, so I do what the f I want to do.
He's worse than Suge.
I see you ain't got shit to do but hate on me, huh?
Suge took care of his people.
I'm operating off of principle, and he operating off of ego.
In a minute, I'm gonna f you up, cuz.
This is Snoop Dogg Cap Stories Part 3.
You got cap in your raps. You got cap in your raps.
When we last checked in with Snoop, he was fresh off a MAGA party show appearance, displaying some of the most epic sitting in hip-hop history.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you jigaboo ass is gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast out one of you.
He wouldn't cut this journey short, but rather expand his territory. Every now and then, a glimpse of the Calvin would appear.
Yeah, I'm scared to go to the movies now. Like, y'all throwing me in the middle of I don't have an answer for it.
One gloomy October in 2025, Snoop Dogg would partner with GLAAD for Spirit Day, an anti-bullying campaign created to support LGBTQ youth. Through his animated children's franchise, Doggyland, Snoop released a song titled Love is Love, alongside openly gay singer Jeremy Balate.
Love is Love is a record that my kids program, Doggyland, presented me. And I'm just trying to get more understanding, clarity on how we live and the way we live.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with this, other than the fact that Snoop had just complained about watching the same-sex couple in Disney's Lightyear with his grandson.
Oh, my grandson in the middle of the movie, like.
On the podcast, Snoop sounded frustrated that the children's entertainment had placed him in a position where he had to explain a gay relationship.
I took my grandson to see Buzz Lightyear.
I think it's called
with
Lightyear.
Kiki, and like, and she had a baby with a woman. Oh, I didn't come in for this. They putting it everywhere.
So of course, this wouldn't fly by the radar. To critics, the timing looked less like a personal growth and more like cap dancing.
Hopefully we can help answer these questions and, help them to live a happy life and understand that love is love.
It was Calvin who spoke on the podcast.
Hey man, watch the movie. So it's like, I'm scared to go to the movies now. Like, y'all throwing me in the middle of I don't have an answer for it.
Then the advertising Snoop came outside with the children's choir, a GLAAD partnership, and enough rainbow imagery to make Lucky Charms look conservative. One day, he's DJing for MAGA. The next day, promoting gay youth.
Hey, man, I don't know if you know this, but I was a nanny in New York.
No, you wasn't. You wasn't no nanny. You probably was letting the kids do whatever they wanted.
I sure did.
Snoop's job would now be fixing pieces of the fence whenever they break, and making sure the real Calvin Brodus never speaks long enough to interrupt what Snoop Dogg Incorporated has scheduled next. All this on top of a move that would lead to the latest dismantling of a group that has seen separation before.
Please don't tell me the Dog Pound broke up.
Now listen, I heard the Dog Pound broke up.
A move that was supposed to serve as redemption against the man Snoop has rivaled half his career.
Suge made enough money off of all of us to where he shouldn't get a dime off of Tupac. He was robbing him already, robbing us,
After Snoop left Death Row for No Limit, Sugar Bear began to expose everything he knew about Calvin.
We beat a murder trial for him, but then he was on probation. Then he got caught with 2 ounces of marijuana. Then he got caught with guns. And each time it's nothing. They're not going to violate him.
I seen like a video where you were saying that he didn't want you playing pop music on him.
Yeah, I think it's probably after the New York thing, and he was like, man, turn that shit off at my house.
I mean, if you get a guy that constantly getting in trouble and never going to come to prison, that's because he's an informant. He's a rat, a snitch.
Whatever he probably went through with Suge and Tupac probably hurt his feelings.
Downstairs, Pac took off on Snoop. Pac ran up on him, did what he did. Snoop ran this way, Pac running behind him.
Corrupt ended up joining this conflict partially due to Snoop allegedly helping DMX craft Party Up.
So in the song, Y'all Gonna Make Me Lose My Mind by DMX, clearly we all know he was talking about Corrupt.
You broke, the kid ain't yours, and everybody knows.
Your own mans think you stupid. Be like, so I love my baby mama, I never let her go.
Your own man say you stupid. You be like, so I love my mother, I never let her go.
He was talking about Snoop. Snoop told DMX, all the info on Rep. DMX took it.
We can go head up, nigga, set it up. Or we can do the other thing. I love to run it.
Eventually, Snoop would address their quarrels with his cousin by his side on Pip Slap.
This nigga, it's like it's and that's on my life, especially for what? See, that's my little homeboy, so he know what's up.
You were in that video for Pimp Slap.
I directed that video.
Okay, right. And that was the first time Snoop really went hard at Suge.
Yeah, because he gave me that song. Like, I want to shoot this video.
He better keep tripping and slip his clip in and think these niggas tripping. This is official business.
But Sugar Bear and Corrupt would be far from the only Death Row member Snoop would have open beef with. Because fencing in the media is one thing. Doing it to your own blood is another.
Daz, you got a whole lot of niggas that want to use your shit, so whenever they come my way, I'm gonna send them your way.
While Snoop was busy fixing his public image with rainbows and children's choirs, he was already dismantling the legacy of the man who helped him build it. Daz Dillinger wasn't just another artist complaining about Death Row. He was Snoop's cousin, one half of the Dogg Pound, and the one beside him throughout many conflicts of Calvin.
Rap icon Snoop Dogg now owns the record label that propelled him to stardom.
So when Snoop acquired Death Row Records in 2022, it should have felt like family finally got the house back. Deals could finally be worked now, being that everything is owned by the family.
See you soon, cuz.
And then something strange happened.
I own Death Row, so I do what the I want to do.
How did he react to like you owning Death Row? Like, you know, I don't think I've ever asked you that. Like, you know.
Well, in the beginning, he didn't like it.
He didn't like it, right?
He didn't understand it. He just felt like I was buying a bunch of problems and buying a new relationship with Suge Knight.
By some accounts, Calvin became worse than the one before him. According to Daz, the trouble started when he refused to sign over his publishing rights and catalog.
You know, he did a show and didn't take me, so I figured like, why you know what's going on? He's just like, you ain't sign your catalog over to me. I'm like, I'm keeping it. You know what I'm saying? It's worth a lot.
In his version of events, Snoop purchased the Death Row name and began consolidating everything attached to it.
He owned the label, but I own the publishing.
He accused Snoop of going behind his back and trademarking intellectual property connected to the Dogg Pound so it could be repackaged later inside a larger Death Row catalog deal.
I don't want to move forward because it's like you already try to beat me. You went behind my back and try to trademark the duct tape logo and the name without my permission.
Preparing the catalog for a reported billion-dollar sale to Universal.
And like I said, they tried to go behind my back and trademark all my work and then plumb my face like, yeah, we got it. And that's all we wanted because I'm finna sell everything for $1 billion to Universal.
The former artist who spent years complaining about shady Sugar Bear was now moving exactly like him.
Suge made enough money off of all of us to where he shouldn't get a dime off of Tupac.
He know all that paperwork and is false because he told me and showed me this ain't your signature. All this is false like this, so you know all this shit. Man, you was in the same paperwork that I was in, so if your shit was false, my is false, and you know it. So how did you get out of the paperwork and you left me in here to abide by these old rules? But now that you own it, well, man, you was in both in the paperwork. How you get out of it? It's like, man, you go to jail and the other go to jail. He out now, man. You still stuck in this.
Eventually, as Death Row's new owner, Snoop would release the Dogg Pound's 2024 album, WAG, We All We Got. An ironic title considering Daz believed the person taking the most was one of the people included in the we. According to Daz, Snoop intentionally restricted his production credits on the album, limiting the back-end royalties he could collect.
I'm operating off of principle and he operating off of ego. To show he the boss and all this. I don't need to floss.
Snoop's response didn't exactly sound like someone distant from accusations.
Now wait, before we get too far in this video, hit that like button and apply pressure to that subscribe button. Also, hype me up.
Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone.
In December 2025, he posted a direct message to Daz, accusing him of having nothing better to do than hate.
I see you ain't got shit to do but hate on me, huh?
But the biggest part wasn't the insult, it was the threat.
In a minute, I'm gonna f you up, cuz, on some real shit.
Calvin would threaten to harm Daz, not physically, but through paperwork, which Daz was accusing him of doing already.
Not physically, but business-wise.
Daz would respond by calling Snoop everything but Calvin and threaten legal action.
It's a f***ed up situation, man, you know what I'm saying? Because you got a lot of people that were stealing, and you know what I mean? Dr. Dre got hit, but there's no paperwork on the Chronic album. But like I said before, all you that talking out there, I see you. I ain't scared of you. I'm going to keep calling you what I'm calling you.
Months later, in May 2026, Snoop addressed the dispute again during the No Ceiling podcast appearance.
If you didn't handle your business, you didn't handle your business.
This time, the tone was less cousin and more CEO.
Everybody that been with me has been taken care of beforehand. One thing about Snoop, I pay niggas in advance.
Snoop's position was simple. If Daz believes something illegal happened, prove it.
Because I handle my business. Because it's easy to take me to court.
Daz attempted to do exactly that by posting documents online that he claimed showed forged signatures on older death row contracts.
All the masters of this shit.
I got the masters, but you know, they always try to say it's on paper, but it ain't no contract. It's a lot of forged contracts and forged. That's why I'm opening up the books now.
Then all this would lead to a Jerry Springer argument for the world to see when out of nowhere, Snoop's wife, Shantae Brodus, known publicly as Boss Lady, would imply no one should listen to a man with 30 kids. This is when we would find that Snoop may be more like Drake than one would think.
This goes out to the boss lady.
Daz would claim that Calvin has more kids than him.
You say I got 30 kids? Well, your husband got more kids than I got that you don't even know about.
They're just stuffed away in Europe.
2 kids from Gracie, 2 more kids overseas.
So while Snoop attacked Daz's finances, Daz attacked Snoop's foundation.
I bet y'all remember when I told y'all a long time ago that Snoop had a baby mama, with 2 kids. I mean, I had her do a photo shoot with my boy Bob Gotti on the magazine number cover.
And somewhere between the alleged forged contracts, missing production credits, and rumored children in Europe, the Dogg Pound's reunion turned into an audit.
I'm the only nigga that always try to get royalty, nigga. I've been on their ass ever since, nigga. E1, Koch, everybody.
Maybe Snoop was right. If Daz had proof, the proper place was court. But Daz's argument was larger than one lawsuit.
I'm going to tell you what Snoop thinks about it.
What's that?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
He was accusing Snoop of becoming the exact kind of executive their generation once complained about.
Wow. So comparing the two, you think Suge, he's a better person than Snoop?
He's worse than Suge. Suge took care of his people.
Because this time, Snoop wouldn't fence it. He would pick a side that suited mostly him.
I guess you claim that Snoop has a bunch of hidden kids in Europe.
I'm just making us
just talking.
Yeah, trouble.
And maybe where Daz is wrong, this Snoop showed himself a while ago. A story you can see here.
You there, Tay?
A warden got on the stand this year and called a 20-year-old black man sweat equity. Not a slip, not a bad word choice. That's an accounting term. Let's talk about why. Start with the document, because everybody quotes the 13th Amendment and almost nobody finishes the sentence. Slavery is abolished, right? Except, there's an except in there. Slavery and involuntary servitude are abolished, except as a punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. That's the actual text. That clause has been sitting in the Constitution since 1865, load-bearing, doing exactly what it was written to do. And people hear that and think it's a technicality. It is not a technicality. It's a business model with a legal foundation. Look at the receipts. The ACLU put the number on it. Incarcerated workers in this country produce over $11 billion in goods and services every year. $11 billion. And the people doing that work are making somewhere between 13 cents and 52 cents an hour. In some states, they make nothing, zero. The Associated Press traced $200 million in farm and livestock sales, moving from prisons out to private companies over a 6-year stretch. And a whole lot of that was produced by people who were never paid a dime for it. So when I say the prison industry made billions off us, I'm not being poetic. I'm reading a ledger. Now, here's where it gets interesting, and here's why I wanted to talk to you today. That business has a supply problem. Between 1999 and 2016, the number of people 55 and older sitting in state and federal prisons went up 280%, 280. Over that same window, the number of younger adults locked up went up 3%. 3. Older folks went from 3% of the prison population to 11%, and in some states, it's way past that. In California, people over 50 went from about 4% of the prison population in the 90s to a quarter of it. Do you understand what that means for the operation? Those are not workers anymore. Those are patients. An older incarcerated person costs roughly $68,000 a year to hold, about double the average, because now you're paying for dialysis and wheelchairs and dementia care and staff to push people to medical appointments. The Federal Bureau of Prisons was already spending 19% of its entire budget on older adults over a decade ago. So the asset is depreciating. That's the language they use in their own reports. Aging population, rising medical costs, facilities not designed for this. Read enough corrections budget documents and you'll notice something. They're not talking about human beings getting old. They're talking about a workforce losing productivity. Which brings me back to the warden. This was the sentencing phase for one of the young men convicted in the killing of the rapper Foolio in Jacksonville. Sean Gathright, 20 years old. Defense is arguing against the death penalty. And a former warden takes the stand and makes the case that this young man is worth more alive than dead. Why? Because he's young. Because he's healthy. Because with the prison population aging out, the system needs that labor. Sweat equity. Now, I want you to sit in that for a second, because the psychology here is the whole story. That man was not being cruel. That's what gets me. He probably thought he was helping. He was, in his mind, arguing to save a life. And the argument he reached for, the one that came out natural, without hesitation, in a courtroom, on the record, was that this boy's body has commercial value to the institution. That's not hatred. Hatred would almost be easier to fight. That's inventory management. That's a man so deep inside a system that he genuinely cannot conceive of a young Black man as anything other than a unit of labor with a depreciation schedule. He said the quiet part out loud because to him, it was never quiet. It was just Tuesday. And every one of us who heard it recognized it immediately because we've heard that appraisal before. Young, strong, healthy, good teeth. Our ancestors stood on blocks while men said those exact words about them and wrote the numbers down in a book. The vocabulary got a corporate makeover. The math never changed. So now, let's be strategic about this, because I'm not here just to make you angry.
I wanted to talk to him about the video 2 videos ago.
Here's the problem the industry is staring
Weed
at.
across
Crime
state
has been
lines and
trending
shit.
down. Violent crime, property crime, the major categories, down over the long run and down sharply in recent years. Prison populations in a lot of states have been shrinking. That's good news for everybody, right? Not for everybody. If your budget, your staffing, your county's entire tax base, your rural town's only employer, if all of that depends on beds being full, then falling crime is a revenue crisis. And an industry facing a revenue crisis does not fold up and go home. It goes looking for new intake. Which brings us to Texas. And I need y'all in Texas to pay very close attention. Texas holds more prisoners than any other state in the country. The incarceration rate there, counting prisons, jails, immigration detention, all of it, runs around 750 per 100,000 people. That's a higher share of its own population than any independent democratic country on the planet. There are counties in Texas where a quarter of the census population is behind bars. Whole towns that only showed growth in the census because somebody built a prison there. That is not a side effect of the Texas economy. In parts of that state, that is the economy. Now watch what just happened. On July 31st, Texas banned Delta 8, Delta 10, THCP, that whole family of manufactured cannabinoids. Products that had been sitting legally on gas station counters and smoke shop shelves for about 5 years. And this ban doesn't stop at the store. It reaches the person holding the gummy. Austin police said flat out they'll treat possession as a state jail felony. 180 days to 2 years locked up, $10,000 fine. Meanwhile, small amounts of actual marijuana in Texas, still a misdemeanor, still generally not even an arrest priority in Austin. But go further, because this is the part that should make your jaw drop. Possession of more than 400 grams of Delta 8, that's about 14 ounces, roughly a decent-sized bag. That's a first-degree felony in Texas. First degree. Same tier as aggravated robbery. To catch a first-degree felony for regular marijuana in that state, you'd need to be caught with more than a literal ton, 14 ounces of gummies versus 2,000 pounds of flour. Same felony class. Explain that to me as public safety. You can't. Nobody can. Because it isn't public safety. It's a new intake valve on a system that was running low on bodies, opened at the exact moment the supply was drying up. And understand the payload here. People fixate on the jail time, but the jail time is not the product. The felony is the product. A state jail felony conviction in Texas costs you your driver's license for 6 months, your federal student aid, your right to own a firearm, and it follows you onto every job application, every apartment application, every professional license you'll ever apply for. They don't need to hold you for 2 years to own the next 30 of your life. So what do we do with this? Because I refuse to leave you with a diagnosis and no prescription. Know the specific law where you live, not the vibe. Delta 8 and Delta 10 are felonies in Texas right now. Delta 9 hemp product is not. That distinction is worth years of your life, and most people walking into a smoke shop have no idea it exists. Tell somebody. Tell your nephew. Tell your barber. This information moves through community faster than it moves through any news broadcast. Then look at your county. District attorneys decide whether these cases get charged at all. Sheriffs decide whether these arrests happen. Those are elected positions, decided by turnout that's often embarrassingly small. In races, most of us skip because we're busy watching the presidential. And stop treating a felony charge like a private embarrassment. The moment somebody in your circle catches one of these cases, that is a community matter. Lawyers, bond money, and a witness in the courtroom. Isolation is how these cases get pled out quietly and fast, with nobody watching. They built a business that needs us to keep it running. The most disruptive thing we can do is refuse to be the inventory.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, we still here. We're still here. We're still here.
Some of that thing for it.
Oh man, I seen this video, man. My man Tazariak.
Okay.
I popped up on the joint, man. Look at this joint. Hold on. Let me go back. Let's see.
Am I missing something here? Is there something going on that I don't know about? Like right now, there's an uproar because Sydney Starr is in jail for messing with a 13-year-old boy. So why isn't Saucy canceled before he actually messes with a little boy? How would he even know kids want to have sex with him unless they're around kids? And let me tell you about the predatory behavior of homosexuals.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes in and he don't give a fuck. Shout out to Cap.
Shout out.
Cause I'm not gonna, I don't know why she call him he, right?
That's a nigga.
Yeah, that's a dude.
Yeah.
Why would you say some shit like that?
Drunk, sauced up,
but kids though,
and probably a sliver of the truth,
right?
Which should tell you, how do you know? And if you know, you out here campaigning for it, and you doing some dirty shit. Now we know, and I'm not saying all homosexual behavior and all homosexual outcomes happen because of things that happened when you were children. But when you see these flamboyant ass motherfuckers like this, like this, 9 times out of 10, something traumatic happened to them.
Yep.
Where they were taken advantage of. Now you good. They were taken advantage of, and something traumatic happened to them by another adult, whether that be an adult man, woman, whatever the case may be. So, and you pass down sometimes what you learn and what you taught. So if he's sitting there and he's flamboyant, or he's around a bunch of, we know these 14 to 15-year-olds be outside. You know what I mean? No parent supervision, nothing in the case. So they could be at a show. They could be living the same lifestyle as him. You know what I mean? Dude sauced up, no pun intended, drunk, whatever the case may be. And you seeing these young little whatevers, and you know what I mean? You don't even care what the situation is because they looking older, or however y'all get attracted to whatever, and shit go down. It don't surprise me one bit. It don't surprise me, but I agree. And I don't know what the whole canceling thing, what that means, but this dude definitely should be held accountable. I don't want to see another interview with nails twitching and you twatting and talking and all this shit without this being brought up. Hey, yo, what's up with that comment you made about kids? How you know that?
Yeah.
How you know that?
Real talk.
Let's talk about that. Let's not just fucking sweep that under the rug and enjoy the entertainment part. No, let's ask those questions. We'll probably never have the opportunity to ask those questions. I doubt Homeboy will ever come on here. But the next interview or the next conversation, whether it's on Breakfast Club or wherever he's at, ask the question.
You know, I was kind of wondering, I look at Cam's podcast, the type of people that go on there. He had Daphne Joy on there. A whore. He had Saucy Santana.
Cam did?
Yeah, you ain't see that shit?
Hell no.
I think that was Cam. Was that Cam? You know, Cam's a weirdo.
Yeah.
The type of people that make it on his, and I'm like, I asked the question, why? Now, look, I'm not saying these people, they need to be banished because they are human beings and they deserve, that respect. My question would be why? Now, would I interview Saucy? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep.
It won't be at the top of the list though.
Right.
But if it was a situation where he or she or he was like, y'all want to come on and address, say if we did this video, we put it up and he say, damn, I keep fucking up. He says that he want, to come on here and address it.
Those are Freudian slips. That nigga gay.
Talk about the trauma you went through. Because when I interviewed, he was talking about that he never ever touched a woman or, you know what I mean? So it's just, look, I know people going through that shit. I'm trying to be a little sensitive to that shit for real.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, we be throwing F-bombs.
Oh my God.
We'd be going, it'll be very vulgar what we'll be talking about. So I'm not going to go there with that. So I understand that a lot of times something happened.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, and people get turned this way for whatever reason. So that's why I ain't finished paying with Cap. Because Cap was gonna go in. Cap don't give a fuck. Captain Cesario.
Oh, you already know where that was going.
Yeah.
Jesse, what about Freudian slips?
You Sydney Star
Dude,
did what they did. He's going to a place that's kind of like we could do that shit on a real uncensored.
Oh yeah.
Like if you want us to do the podcast uncensored, yeah.
You gotta give us a bag.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll bring that bag. We got you.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Because man, Saucy Santana we want to fight.
Yeah, we're definitely watching what we say right now. We're very calculated in how we go around this conversation, but still telling our truth. Nobody's lying. Like that dude should be definitely brought and held accountable for those comments. We got
it ain't nobody here.
There's probably some underlying shit to where.
Thank you for having me up, Jesse.
Was taking advantage of it. He was small and younger too.
I'll watch the stream.
Look, the conversation would be as respectable as possible, but we would get right to the shits.
Oh yeah.
You will not be able
I ain't hear you.
Any type of question. Right. You need to be held accountable.
I was damn near finna hit the button.
Shit, probably jumping around, twitching around. And you said some shit that you probably didn't mean to say.
Did you hear how he Freudian slipped?
We need to know how.
Run it back.
And I don't have a problem with
gay
run
people, it back like a minute or two.
I just don't like the predatorial.
Dude on the right Freudian slipped.
Like trying to turn niggas out and shit like that. Or I'm gonna turn you know what I mean? I'm gonna turn this. I'm gonna. I don't. To come on here
the beer who's talking
and address it. Come on. We could talk about it. We could talk about the trauma you went through. Because when I interviewed, he was talking about that he never ever touched a woman.
Because he said he.
It's just, look, I know people going through that shit. I'm trying to be a little sensitive to that shit for real.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, we be throwing F-bombs.
Oh my God.
We'd be going, it'll be very vulgar what we'll be talking about. So I'm not going to go there with that. So I understand that a lot of times something happened.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10. And people get turned this way for whatever reason. So that's why I ain't finished paying with Cap. Because Cap was gonna go in. Cap don't give a fuck. Captain Cesario.
Oh, you already know where that was going.
Yeah. And I don't Sydney Star did what they did, but he's going to a place that's kind of like we could do that shit on a real uncensored.
Oh yeah.
Like if you want us to do the podcast uncensored, yeah.
You gotta give us a bag.
What?
Yeah, sure.
I'll bring that bag.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Because man.
Hey, Che, you gonna have Saucy Santana on your channel?
We're definitely watching what we say right now. We're very calculated in how we go around this conversation, but still telling our truth. Nobody's lying. Like that dude should be definitely brought and held accountable for those comments. We got to ask why, but there's probably some underlying shit to where Homeboy was taking advantage of it. He was small and younger too. So we would look, the conversation would be as respectable as possible, but we would get right to the shits.
Oh yeah.
You will not be able to run around any type of question.
That's not FBA culture.
That. You were drunk as shit, probably jumping around, twitching around, and you said some shit that you probably didn't mean to say, but it was truth in it nonetheless. And we need to know how, bro.
And I don't have a problem with gay people, like when they do their thing. I
bet
like the
you don't.
territorial shit. Like trying to turn niggas out and shit like that. Oh, I'm gonna turn you, you know what I mean?
bet you
I'm gonna turn this. I'm gonna nah, I don't like
That's
you trying.
assault.
Yeah, it's assault. Or trying to, or you're grooming. We gotta talk about that aspect.
Yep.
That happens too.
Yep.
Where people start, doing something for somebody young and this and that, and try to, turn into a sexual relationship. All these things are on the table. But if you want to do your life and you got your partner and y'all want to be flamboyant, do your thing, I ain't got no problem. It's you. It's
None
your
of my
personal.
business.
Why is his wrist so limp when he's saying that? I ain't got no problem with it.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. But fuck Saucy Santana.
Like, bro, Jesse, would you even interview Saucy?
Hell no.
That nigga gotta be on in a cage somewhere across. You get me? I'm streaming to interview you, and
Right.
I got guards poking you with cattle prods. Where he probably will like that shit.
Ugh.
No, but you see how dude went from calling him he to she and this that sounded like Malik Yoba.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just gonna step up.
I don't agree with that.
Lord. All right, what's your closing statement, crew?
My closing statement. I wanted you to go back to that other shit like 2 things ago. What I was talking about. I think you had stepped out the room. I forgot what it was. It was like 2 videos. What was your 2 videos ago? And then I can remember. You ain't got to play it.
Video.
Like, what was 2 videos above your playlist?
That was the prison industry made billions off of FBAs.
Oh, I was talking about the weed going across the state lines.
Oh, with the Flocc camera.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you see, I live on the border, right?
Yeah.
Crown Point to Olympia Fields. My office in Olympia Fields. I live in Crown Point, right? So I cross the border all the time.
Right.
So I gotta leave my good guns in Indiana, but I gotta leave my good weed in Illinois.
Crazy.
You get me? It was like I was telling my friends all that all the time. Like, if we driving across the border, in Illinois, hide the guns but keep the weed out.
Yeah.
But as soon as we cross the border, okay, bring the guns out but hide the weed.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's so crazy because our driver's license work in every state, right?
Yeah.
You don't pull out your Colorado driver's license and say, it don't work in Illinois.
Right.
You get me? Like, we ain't got to jump out and switch seats every state line. So why we got to do that with the guns or the smoke?
Right.
That's my point. So that was the point I wanted to make. I thought you were asleep when I made it.
Oh, okay.
But that was the only point I wanted to make, and that's my closing argument.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for joining me, crew.
Well, thank you for having me up.
Shout out to Lady Che for coming through. Shout out to Shabaka.
You see, she was in the chat talking about she jumped off on accident.
Yeah. And we got Sister Val in the building. Salute to Sister Val. We got Breeze in the building. Salute to Breeze. And DSB. Michael, thank you for coming up. Big E, thank you for coming through. Anybody that was peeking and not speaking. So this is going to conclude season 6, episode 8, 38, part 3 of the Front Line Blacc News. Join us today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
What time? Tonight or in the morning?
Tonight.
Okay.
It'll be at 8 p.m. Central.
All right, about 10 my time.
No, 8 p.m. Central.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go drive early and get back in early.
Okay. And so in the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah. Signing off from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. We'll see y'all later for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace.
Peace, Jay.